Alright. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev, y'all. Yes, today we are doing Godot Blender animation blending between Blender, a lot of blend happening. Hope you're all doing great. Thanks for stopping in. Just saying, by the way, if you are new here and you haven't subscribed to this channel, why don't you hit that subscribe button? See how it feels when you just click it and stuff. Thank you. I do live streams every week. I work in Godot and/or Blender. Right now I'm working on a game. On Friday I do a 1-hour game jam. Thank you if you're willing to subscribe. It means a lot. There'll be stuff happening. There will be stuff happening. You might not want to miss it. We'll see. All right. Blending, yes, blending grapefruits. Ooh, into grapefruit juice. Yes, that's something. Absolutely. Welcome, Merp. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. So what am I doing specifically? Well, I need to make a run cycle. That's kind of my main goal today, is let's get a run cycle. So I'm working on this game. It's about an alien who's invading Earth, and you play as that alien and you just run through Earth and you do stuff. Namely, you grab enemies and you eat them, or you send them back to your home planet as aliens do. So different stuff like that. That's pretty much what the game is like. You can get injured and your little like limbs shrink down if you get hurt too much. You can see the arm is getting a little smaller. That's other stuff. We don't care about that. Now, let's talk about run and walk cycle. So you see how it's walking? We gotta walk. And if I press my W key, let me pull up my keyboard here. If I press my W key, you can see that we indeed switch to a different animation. Let me get out of the way of all these freaking obstacles. So if I press the W key, we start running. So walk cycle, and then we start running. Walk, run. This looks pretty fine. The walk and run could be aligned better, but overall it looks fine. Now, I also want to be able to grab enemies, and I want to add a new animation that grabs those enemies. That's what I want. But in order to do that, in Godot, I need to set up an animation tree that will allow the walk to occur and then the grab animation to happen. So right now we have the bones stretching and rotating to these helicopters, right? So that goes there. But you can see it's not actually a grab animation. It's actually the walk animation that's still playing while the reach is occurring. And so in order to make that, I need to use an animation tree in Godot so I can have all those animations work together. Now, I'm going to show you where my issue is and why we're doing this. I'm redoing my run and walk cycles in Blender. I've already redone the walk cycle. It needs some work. Now, my first walk cycle is pretty good, but my second walk cycle, it needs some work. That's okay, because the number one thing isn't how good the walk cycle looks. The number one thing is if we can get around this bug in Godot. Yeah, there's just kind of a bug in Godot. I'm pretty sure it's a Godot bug. Basically, what we have to do is not use quaternion rotation as much as possible. That is to say, keep that value stable. That's what I've narrowed it down to, that when we blend animations in Godot, that is to say, go between the walk and the run, and if there's a lot of quaternion variation going on, it glitches. So let me show you what that glitch looks like. I'm going to pull up my animation tree. So there's our character. And here's what the walk cycle looks like. Or that's the run, actually. So there's the run, right? This is so what you saw in the game, that was being run through the animation player. So if I come to the code and we go to and we look at this. So we're running this through an animation player, and we're playing it when W is true. We play run, otherwise do walk. So this is just through the animation player, and we don't have this issue. By the way, the issue I'm about to describe does happen in 4.2. I'm in 4.1. This is the whole reason I'm in 4.1 and not 4.2, is because if I do it in the animation player, we're going to get the glitch I'm about to show you. So, you know, it's something we need to deal with. So over here in the animation tree, this is a different setup. This isn't the same. Hey, what's up, Tin Show? Welcome, good to see you. This isn't the same as what we're running in the code or in the game. Tincho, let me sing your song in just a second. We sing songs to members here. So here's the thing, right? If I go to switch between these, look what's going to happen. Now, you remember in the game, it was smooth. When we went between walk and run, it was a smooth transition. But look what happens here. See those glitchies? You see how it like staggers into place? It like jerks into place? This is not good. This is no bueno. Not interested in this at all. And this, from my experiments, is related to having the quaternion be too changed. So what do if you don't know what a quaternion is, basically in game development, when you have these rigs with bones, game engines use a quaternion to rotate. So we have X, Y, Z, and then W. That's 4. Instead of vector 3, it's like vector 4, except it's called a quaternion. Basically, this W is doing too much, and when I blend between them, Godot's quaternion calculation algorithm messes things up and it gets glitchy or something. This is the best guess that I have. If anyone knows any other answer to this, please let me know. And I'm not talking about guesses. I'm saying if you've had this problem and you know exactly how to solve it, please let me know. But as far as I can tell, this is just like an issue in Godot. So, why am I remaking the animations? Basically, I'm in Blender, right? And I just make sure that when I grab these bones, let's make sure we got the bones so you can see what I'm talking about. I make sure I lock down the quaternion before animating it. So, I'll move, the elbow around, I'll move, this around, but as long as I keep the quaternion locked down, we're okay. So that's sort of why I'm redoing it all, is I'm making sure I don't do this with the quaternion moving around much. So I've already remade the walk cycle. It's not as good as the first walk cycle. I'll fix it. But the main thing that I want is to figure out if we are actually eliminating that glitch that's happening. So maybe my theory is wrong about the quaternion thing. I don't think it is based on my tests, but if it is, we're gonna find out once I plug in the walk animation, the second one that we worked on last week, and then the second run, which I'm gonna work on right now. And then we'll see if they blend together badly. So that's my task. That's why I'm doing it all. And let's get Tincho's song going here. Tincho! Oh, Tincho, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Welcome, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, thank you for coming through. Oh, Tincho, thank you for coming through. Tincho, you are alright. Oh, Tincho, you are alright, Tincho. Tincho! Yeah! There you go. That's it. That's the song. welcome, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. We also got Creepy Eye Black. You scrapped your Wendigo game. You're not going to be developing anymore because you're not as skilled as your brother? Okay. Well, I mean, just because you're not as skilled as someone... Look, here, let me tell you something, Creepy. You are never going to be better than somebody. That is to say, there's always going to be somebody who's better than you. And you can't let that stop you. I mean, maybe there's other reasons, but just saying, one person being better than you is not a reason to quit. Now, if you just kind of want to quit and you have other reasons why you want to stop, all right, I respect that. Go ahead, stop. But if the only reason is because one person is better than you, I mean, then you'll never do anything because, I mean, even the best athlete, the most champion Nobel Prize winning #1 person, there's always somebody who's better. So hopefully that's not the real only reason. You use CodePal to try and code a Wendigo game, but you need to pay, you have to pay a lot. So I hear you. So it sounds like you're more saying that you're overwhelmed by the amount of work that you have to do. It's because of mobile. It's other reasons. Okay, fair enough. Well, here's the thing. Like, start smaller, right? Maybe the game that you imagine was too big. Your dream game, that's tough. It's tough to do your whole dream game. Especially as, like, your first thing that you're trying to do. You know what I mean? All right, so I want to do this run cycle. I see we got a few people here. Can we get y'all hitting that thumbs up button? Can we get that thumbs up button? I had to restart the stream. We had the other stream. There were like 5 thumbs ups on that one, which was great. And then I accidentally ended that stream. I accidentally ended it, and so it's gone. If you guys could get those thumbs ups back up for me, I'd be so appreciative. Thank you so much. I see we got 3-4 of you here right now, and I only see 1 thumb up. I only see 1 thumb up, so I'm just saying, thank you guys, thank you so much. It was you know, it was kind of my fault. I had like my cursor hovered over like the end stream button, and then I accidentally clicked it. It was my mistake. All right, Creepy Eye Black, thanks for stopping in. All right, so thank you, Merp. Thank you, Merp. Thank you. Thumb it up. That's the way to go. It helps more people see this live stream, and it means we can all hang out more and chat more. It just makes everything more fun. Okay, so continuing on. Now, I've been learning to do animation in Blender, and again, this walk cycle doesn't look too bad from this angle, but from behind, I'm not happy with it. Again, I'm trying to not really worry about it right now. So I don't know why it's so slow. That's such a slow. Is it because I don't even? Oh, it's probably because this is running in the background, or not. I don't know. It seems like the speed is down a bit, but I might have also just made it that slow. I may well have just made it that slow. I'm a little surprised that I did. I did actually bring it into the game, and I think I set it up. Maybe. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. So it is kind of in here. Yeah, it's just really slow. It's way too slow. So that's something else I need to do. And I mean, I'm sure there's ways to speed it up. But I'd kind of rather, you know, just adjust these. So I don't want to think about it too much, because here's the other problem, guys. So the other thing I want to make sure to do is I want to make sure that the walk and run keyframes are lined up better. So I'm going to bring my keyboard back up here. So even though it blends smooth, there's not that weird staggering. Sometimes the run arm is up, the right arm or something is up in the run, but it's down in the walk. And so sometimes when they blend together in certain ways, right? Oh, Tincho. Maybe, is it from the other day when you had me switch to cycles? Maybe that's what it is. What if that's what it is? If that's still there. Oh, no, it's an Eevee. Never mind. It's still an Eevee. Okay, just kidding. That was a different project. Yeah, maybe, because it does look like, I mean, look at the FPS. Let me get this out of here. The FPS is super slow. I'm a little confused. Let me just pop out of here. Let me just reload it. It usually isn't that. It's like, yeah, okay, sometimes it can be a little slow. It usually isn't that slow. Usually it isn't that slow. Which, you know, whatever. Anyway, so you can see it's like sometimes when we press W, it like doesn't line up just right. And so one thing that I'm trying to do, and I have this reference image that I made that's all right. And so I'm trying to make sure that the walk, like if the arm is up on the walk, the correct arm is up on the run. And I'm trying to make sure I line these all up in each animation. And so, you know, whenever, I don't really want to, if I'm going to mess with the timing on this, I guess I should really get it right now, huh? So that way, when I go to make the run, I don't necessarily have to redo it. Yeah, I guess I should get this right this time. And this is running a lot better. This is like twice as fast. So this is much better. Okay, I don't know why, but it's better now. Okay, so like this is all right, but it's too slow. So I need to figure out what is the right speed. So this is going to be a little tricky, because when I'm in going between Godot and Blender, it can be a little tricky. Let me see. I might actually be able to add this animation into the animation player. So I have to add a bunch of blank keyframes into Godot in order for the animation to not be messed up. So let me try adding something in here. We're gonna go to player, animations, walk 2. So this should be the new walk. Hopefully I've added all the right keyframes. I may not have though, so we'll see. Hopefully I did. Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't even imagine. You said the word imagine. It doesn't even animate. Imagine in the future we get an AI that's just codes and makes the game for you. How cool would that be? That would be cool. That would be cool. I would hope that that AI was trained on consenting devs' data, and stuff. But yeah, there is a lot of coolness. So GDevelop, by the way, does have something like that. It is not very good, but GDevelop is awesome. But GDevelop does have a AI prompting game building thing in it. It's a game engine that has that, and it's not great, but it does technically do it. So yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen. So apparently this walk animation is not actually there. So here's what I gotta do. I need to actually add it in. So here's the problem, right? So let's say we're in the middle of a run, right? So let's just get a run animation here. I'm gonna stop it mid-run. Now if I come to the animation, this is imported from Blender. Now if I play this, you can see the legs are all messed up, or this leg in particular. The reason for that is because that animation that I just played, that run, has bones animated or keyframed that aren't keyframed in this one. So if I want to make sure that they both are able to play independently without messing with each other, I have to add a bunch of blank keyframes into this animation in order to make that work. So I'm gonna do that. All right, Tincho, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Take good care. Thank you again for supporting Hyper Game Dev. It means a lot. Yeah, I hope the run cycle turns out good too. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta make sure I get this walk cycle like at the right pace, so that way we set up the frames right for the run cycle. But I think we'll get there. I think we'll get there. Thank you, Tincho. Take care. So I'm going to reopen my alien scene. And now we're going to play this and it's fine because there isn't like a conflicted animation. So, and actually I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to, and I didn't need to actually reopen it. So if I go to the T pose, it'll animate just fine. Oh, so it just jumps. That's fine. We can have it go to here. This is also fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on, it's fine, it's fine. I'm going to click on Skeleton 3D. Up here in Godot, we have this insert key for all bones, right? So I'm going to press this, and what it's going to do is it's going to add keyframes for all the bones that aren't currently keyframed, which means I can now go from this run and stop it in the middle of the run, and it's not going to mess up the other animations. You see, this is in a weird spot. If I come over here, since we added all these blank keyframes, now this is going to be in the right place. Unfortunately, I can't do this in Blender. I actually have done this in Blender. So I have things like root, head, neck. These are all blank keyframes, and you can see here, nothing is being changed in them. They're just being set once. Unfortunately, Godot doesn't import them. It just ignores them. So, so I have to add these in Godot after the fact. All right, so since I've done that, now I'm going to save it. I hope you get your game on top also here. Puts badge of father approved on shirt. Thanks, father. Thank you, father. Thank you. I really needed that. Truly though, thank you. Appreciate it. We're gonna need to make this unique. As you can see, I can't do anything with it. I can't save it or anything like that. So we gotta click this little save and hit make unique. And now I can save this animation. We're gonna save it. I do want it to be walk 2. Before I save over that, let me just make sure it's not. I don't think it is in this animation player. So I think we're okay. Oh, it is. Okay, so let me just yeet it from here. Yeah, I'd just rather it not be in here, and then we just load it in fresh. I think I've had that issue before. Manage animations. Now I'm going to save this as. This is what we brought in from Blender. Save it as, and I'm going to overwrite walk 2. And when you import it from Blender, it's going to give you this animation player. So you got to make sure that in your, your scene that has your character, if you're integrating Godot and Blender and you're just updating the blend file, you have to make sure that nothing else in here is named animation player, or it's going to rename your existing animation player that's named animation player. And that can be a little frustrating. So it has to be called animation player. So this is the one that comes in from Blender. I saved the walk 2 from that. Now I'm going to come to my animation player that's built into the game, and I'm going to manage animations. We're going to hit this little folder icon and open it, get walk 2, and so now we'll come down, we'll have walk 2 with all those blank keyframes that we added in. Now, oh, so this is why it wasn't working before. So this is the other thing you have to think about. So once you save it and you open it, notice that it's not, working. The reason why it isn't is because the path name is different. So if I come to the normal walk, or old walk, you can see this little skeleton icon is here. It says skeleton 3D. And down here in the armature, it's got the node 3D circle icon. This is good. That means it's going to work. But if I come to walk 2, you can see it does have the circle, but it's not red, it's gray. And then here it's got the gray. This is kind of means it doesn't know what to do with it, right? It doesn't know what to do with it. And it's not pointing in the right place. So we actually have to rename these paths, unfortunately, on every single one. So I have to come through here and make it match the path over here. So you can see now it has the skeleton icon, and it says skeleton 3D. And that's because if we double click on this, you can see the path is just skeleton 3D : root. And so I have to come to walk 2, and on every single, I don't know how to do it in bulk. I don't think you can. I don't think you can on each one. Maybe you can, I don't know how. On each one, I have to backspace the armature slash on every single one of these in order to get it. It's super annoying. It honestly, you know what? It makes me think that I should add the blank keyframes after I add it back in here. Yeah, I feel like, okay, so maybe we'll do that next time, because then I don't have to add as many of these. Oh my God. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there's all those blank keyframes that I added in on the other one. That was the import from Blender. I added all those in. And now I'm going to have to, backspace all of these. Every single one of these, I'm going to have to backspace. And maybe if I could even do that. I guess I could experiment. Let's try it. You know what? Let's try it. I'm going to delete all these blank ones. And let me make sure we rename this as well. I believe these go to ... Yeah, so this is another weird one. Again, you just want to match it up with your other one. This is for the armature itself, which I do changes to. I want to do ... So then, as long as it says, as long as it looks right, ... So now you can see they're all in armature, and the animation should be fine. Now we do have a problem. You can see that leg is in the wrong place. So we're going to make sure we go to the T-pose. And now if I come back here, it'll be fine. And now I'm going to click on the skeleton, and let's add all the keyframes here. And now we should be golden. Okay, so yeah, so I'm going to say we should add the keyframes. We should add the keyframes after we bring it into our target animation player. All right, so now it's in there, which means I can reference this in the code. So we want to say walk 2 instead of walk 1. And now the reason why I did all this was so I could see just how slow it is, so I can speed it up. Immediately not working. So I can speed it up in Blender. And know kind of how much to speed up. You can see the workflow is a little tedious. So what was the problems here? Merp says, just wondering, what platform will this game be uploaded on? Steam? Itch? Yeah, I'm putting this on Itch. I'm going to put it on Itch because it's not my ambition right now to you know, try to sell a game. I'm super new to game development. I'm green. I'm fresh. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I know a little bit, but I'm still learning, and I haven't like finished an entire project before. So I want to try to finish, you know, a nice middle-sized project, and I'm gonna put it on itch for free, probably. Um, and yeah, it's gonna be free and open source on itch. Um, Yeah, and that's pretty much the end goal for it. You know, and here's the thing, if like I'm like, you know, this turned out really well, it's a really fun game, people really like it, and the feedback that I'm getting is something that I'm interested in putting into place. So if someone's like, "Oh, I didn't like that the gameplay was like this." I'm like, "Yeah, I agree. Let's do that." If all of those stars align, I might remake the game using stuff, you know, code and things. I might remake the game, polish it up, you know, get really nice assets, make it really beautiful, and fix all the issues. And then I might try to put it on Steam. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. My plan is to just do my best right now, putting this game together in a good enough fashion, you know, and I'm thinking of it as a prototype. So itch is the final goal. Will it cost money? Nah. Probably already has an answer. Nah, it's gonna be free. Because for me, I just want people to try it, and I want to get feedback, and I want that experience of getting feedback and fixing a game based on feedback. So that's the intention. And look, again, if it turns out really well, okay, maybe I'll make some other choice, but for now, not. Animation not found. What? Oh, I know why. Because I gotta save it? Wait, but it looks saved. Why did it not find the animation? I don't know. It's right there. Animation walk to. Let's try it again with it saved. What do you mean? Oh, there it goes. Wait. No, that's the run. Why is it not finding the animation? Animation not found walk to. Is it called something else? It looks to me like it's called walk 2. I'm looking at that, and that looks like walk underscore 2. I don't know much, but that looks like walk underscore 2. I'm going to copy it directly, and I'm going to paste it in here. It doesn't have a space, does it? Does it have a space? It does. It has a space in its name. Okay, gotta be careful. You got to be careful. Okay, let's not have it have a space. Wow, did not even see that. Okay. So now you'll be able to tell just how slow it is. So let's catch up a little bit. So we're moving a little too fast. The feet are sinking in the ground. That's kind of a separate thing. But you can see the steps are not aligned with the movement well of the ground. So I need to speed this up in Blender. And I want to do it now so that way I can line up my keyframes, my run and walk keyframes a little better and just not have to do them both. Insane Alpha Beta, welcome. How you been? I would say it has been a bit. How have you been? Starts playing without me. Guess who's back? Back again. Insane Alpha Beta's back. Oh, I mean, Tincho's back. Welcome back, Tincho. And Insane Alpha Beta. What a treat. Good to see you. I hope you've been well. Insane Alpha Beta is someone who came through when I was still doing ye old Dreams. Dreams is a game that is on the PlayStation that lets you make games. And lets you make games on the PlayStation. And Insane Alpha Beta was in that community with me. And Jin! Oh my gosh, welcome everybody! Oh my goodness, it's good to see you. Yeah, Lee's is doing cooking. Yeah, we're yes. Yes, I'm putting many fruits and vegetables into a blender and we're making games out of it. It's an incredible thing that I can't even explain, but it works. Welcome, Jen. I'm doing good at the moment. I'm back in the South. Oh, okay. Good for you. Good for you. Look at you having life experiences, moving to the West, moving to the South. I bet, you know, okay. Well, you know, My DMs are always open. My DMs on Discord are always open if you need to chat. But I gotta say, I'm proud of you. I'm always proud of you, Insane Alpha Beta. Don't blend the Godot mascot. Ew. That honestly sounds kind of funny. I would probably get in trouble, like with Godot. They'd be like, please don't do this. Please stop. That's actually kind of a fun game idea. Like just you just like an enemy is the Godot mascot icon. Exactly, Tincho, exactly. Oh, thanks, Insane! Thank you! We're proud of each other. So right now, this is at 5. So I'm just gonna bring it in. Let's just do it a couple. That's gonna be my measurement. A couple. 1, 2. Well, I might want to do it proportionally for some of these. How far is that? Was 5? And how far away is this one? I also need to make sure I'm not editing this correctly. We need to make sure we're editing this correctly. So the thing that I've been learning in Blender is there's right ways and wrong ways to do this. There are right ways and wrong ways to do this. I'm going to make sure I right-click on this NLA strip, and I'm going to edit it that way. We're going to start editing. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to unlink that. So in an NLA editor, so there's nothing happening in my action editor or my timeline. It's just the NLA editor here. And that's where we've got the animation. And so in here, we're going to start editing it. Now it appears, it's the same thing, but now this is green and it makes me happier. Okay, so now we're going to do it. It's just, look, man, I don't want to be messing up animations in Blender. I'm still learning. So this is at 15. So maybe we want to do it by 6. Is that how things work? Right? Like this is, if I move it 2 here, and this is 3 times as far, and this is double, then this one is 3. This one's actually 4 times as far. No, it's not. Is that 2 times? That's 2 times. That's 2 times. This one is 3 times. This one is 2 times. This is confusing. This is confusing. Okay, I'm going to scooch this over. 1, 2. And then this one, I'm going to scoot over. 1, 2, 3. Really? 4, 5, 6? Are you sure? That's going to be way too fast. I'm just saying that's going to be too fast. 1, 2, whatever. Do I totally understand what I'm doing? No, but I'm gonna do it anyway. 1, 2, we can always adjust it. But the reason why it's important, again, that I do this now, 1, 2, 3, 4, is because I want to make sure that I'm doing my run cycle on the same frames as the walk cycle. So that way, it doesn't... 28 is the last one. So that way they don't get out of sync. So 28 is where we want. So I need to add another window in here. Let's switch this one to the timeline. And then we want the last frame to be 28. Okay. All right, now this is probably going to be too fast. Actually, that looks pretty good. That actually doesn't look that bad. We can stretch keyframes with the S key. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Tincho, you're right. Oh, Tincho, so lucky that you're here. Oh my gosh, Tincho, thank you. Right. I'm going to go ahead and ride with this since this looks pretty good, but that would have saved me a little bit of brain trouble there. All right, so let me save this. I'm going to save it. And then that means in Godot, it's going to update, and we have to, get it all added into the right animation player. Insane Alpha Beta says, let me push this up. It's getting cut off. We can't have it cut off. The fun part is you've now finally reclaimed all your old games. The games I had from my old profile and when I left my family, and all my PS2 and PS1 games thanks to having a good laptop. Yo! You got a laptop. I remember you would watch the live streams, chat in the live streams, and do everything that you did like from an Xbox, which was impressive, by the way. Good. I'm so glad you got a computer. Nice. Let's go. You getting into that? You getting into that Unreal Engine yet? I remember you were looking at Unreal Engine. That's awesome though that you got all your games back. That's no fun to lose a whole library like that. So let me see. So here's what it's gonna look like in Blender. So walk 2 is gonna should look a little different. Doesn't look that different. Oh, I didn't stop editing it. Stop editing stashed action. Now we save it. I think I had to stop editing it. That's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that it would like save it in memory, but I guess that makes sense. All right, let's get this. You plan on it now and you got a PC that can handle it? Let's go! Yes! I love Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is my second favorite engine behind Godot. It is behind Godot because, at least for me, for like smaller projects, I find Godot to be more appropriate. But Godot is a really fun Unreal is a really fun engine, and its blueprints is fantastic. Fantastic! Godot doesn't have visual scripting, and since you're coming from Dreams, you're probably going to want visual scripting. Blueprints are amazing. Why is it still... Why does it... Hold on, let me try reloading it. Don't save it. It's still showing the old animation, which I don't understand, but this is something I gotta find out. Is the length actually shorter? I can't really tell. Is it faster? Is it? Like, I just don't know. Let me look at it over here. I guess this will be comparing the slow one. No, I think it's the same one. I mean, it's definitely faster in Blender. What am I going to do? So my thinking... I mean, it's definitely the right animation. I'm just a little confused why it doesn't look different. Or like, does it? Here's what I'm gonna do. I need them to be more, I mean, but it's the same length. That's the thing, is the length is the same in both of these. So that's why I would think that they are the same. Oh, and you know what else? It's still got the so I know it's not updated because it has all the inserted keyframes. That's how I know we're definitely not on a fresh export. So somehow Godot isn't detecting that this animation has been changed, which is interesting, and this is great experience to have. I'm glad to have this. Okay, here we go. Trying to puzzle this out. So, oh, maybe because I made it unique? So then I would need to somehow remove it. What if I remove it? What if I delete this animation player? Can't operate on nodes the current scene inherits from. Okay. It said you can't do that. All right. What if I just delete that one animation? Will it replace it? Okay, and then we're gonna save it from Blender. There's always new things to discover here. Tincho says, yeah, Godot said, nope, don't know about that. Nope, not gonna happen. You're not gonna be deleting nothing. Sorry. Blueprints in Unreal are so good. It's like the scenes in Godot, but frankly better. What? Fighting words. I have a friend that uses UE, and it's incredible what he's doing with only blueprints. Yeah, I bet. No, blueprints are amazing. So I did like 30 Unreal Engine live streams. They're unlisted, but you can find them on the channel page at the bottom in a playlist. I love Unreal Engine. It's so powerful, and blueprints are so powerful as well. So there's a couple things. One, I wanted an engine that wasn't as powerful. I kind of wanted a chiller engine for making small games. The other thing is I like text code. I like coding with text. I just like it. I don't know. I like it. I like coding with text. Like, I don't know. I ended up preferring it to visual scripting. Wait. but it replaced it with all the extra key. Okay, now you're really confusing me. And is it unique? It's unique? I'm very, very confused. I'm so confused. All right, so imagine this. What if I make like a fundamental change? I mean, I moved the keyframes around, right? So it should be considerably shorter. Maybe I need to add a new strip to the NLA editor. What if that's it? I mean, I thought when I came here and I just start editing stashed action, that would mean that this would be it. But I think maybe it's not. Welcome, Hollow Tempest, and welcoming me to the side of text-based code. We have cookies. I mean, look, I don't know. For me, text code, I'm more in control. I get lost in the visual scripting, and the visual scripting I needed to I needed to start there. But once I started like learning text code, I realized for me how much more specific I can be and how much more in control I feel. And honestly, this boggles my mind to even say this, but I find text code more readable. I find it more readable. Literally spaghetti code. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Insane. Yeah, I've been wondering, I've been hoping you're okay. I've been meaning to ask Percy about you, but I'm glad to hear from you yourself. I look forward to it. Thanks, Insane. Insane's an old friend. An old friend. So apparently just editing this maybe wasn't enough. A rat nest. I mean, they can get pretty tangled, especially if you're doing a complicated game. I mean, there's ways to separate blueprints and have them talk to each other, but then that's the other thing, is then you have to like open up all these blueprints to try to see what they're saying to each other, and it's not as easy to look at it. Surprisingly, I find it harder to look at all your blueprints at a glance than all of your code. I don't know, I find it easier to search text code. I don't know. I'm a convert. I'm a convert. That said, blueprints are awesome and Unreal is awesome. Don't get me wrong. So maybe I have to push it down. Which if I push it down, it's not going to replace this strip, which I'm just very confused about. So I mean, if I delete this, move this down to that one, and then get rid of this track. Of course it's easy to read. It's text. I mean, look, for me, I found originally visual scripting to be easier to read, because in visual scripting it was like, here's this thing and it has text on it and it has like a wire that connects to here, and I'm like, oh, these two things go together, they're connected, right? And I liked being able to see that flow of connection, and that's what made it easier to read for me in my mind. But then I realized that text code, I mean, it's just on the same line. Like, if things are connected, they're on the same line, which is also pretty easy to see. So it was, I don't know, I think I was a little wrong in thinking that visual scripting was necessarily easy, but I was deep in it. I really believed it. I still use blueprints over using C++ and Unreal. I mean, I've heard that C++ has a lot of strong advantages over blueprints. Like, there's things you can do in C++ that's harder to do in blueprints, but then it seems like somebody always finds a way to do it in blueprints anyway. But that's the thing, like, I can always go back to Unreal. I just have to like learn C++. So that's the thing. The only text code that I know is GDScript. I don't actually know any other language. So, you know, I say that I'm a convert to text code, but that's only because I've learned like one language, and it's a generous language. So, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll be like, oh, C++, I hate C++, let's just use blueprints. But, you know, I think I'd like to think I'd be willing to learn. Text-based code is like reading things in a list, which is why it's easier to go down it. Visual scripting is fine, but you have to trace the lines to find an error bug. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, what's up, Jay Jorn? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Some people say C++ is the harder programming language. Is it that hard? I don't know. Like, it is hard, but it's super fast and efficient. Right. I've heard that too, that it's really efficient. You have to manage a lot of memory and understand pointers. And I will say, like I think learning blueprints can be a way to understand how C++ is structured, right? Because I think a lot of the things that you have to do to make blueprints like talk to each other are probably similar in the ways you have to structure C++. That's just my guess. Not to say that it's gonna make it a lot easier, but you know, it might help a little bit. Almost at 1,000 subs. We are! I don't know what to do. Like, should I just go live? Because I might not be live when we hit 1,000, so I'll just be like, hey, we just hit 1,000 subs. It's a party. I have cake. Oh, you can't have any because you're not here. Like I don't really know what to do for 1,000 subs other than just be like, yay, we did it. Maybe a community post. But if we're live, we can like have a party moment. I don't know. But yes, we're almost there. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't yet. Yes, lots of love in the chat. Thank you. Insane says, C++ I think is what Percy was teaching you since we're going to use Unreal. Yeah, nice. Do like a stream at 9.95. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Just make sure that I'm streaming there. We might already be streaming. It might work out. It might work out. So I've replaced this strip in the NLA editor with my updated one. I don't know why I would have to do this, but maybe it'll work. So I'm going to save it. Hopefully we get an updated animation in Godot. I don't know, but we're going to find out. I heard Unreal streamlined their C++ script, so it's a little different to regular C++. Oh, nice. That's nice. Because C++ is old. It's an old language, like decades old. So I would like for that to be true. That would be nice. It'd be better to learn at least the basics. Yeah. Thanks, Tempest. Thank you. We're getting there. We're growing. And you know what I love about this growth is it's all from live streams. There have been a couple of videos that I've released over the last year or so, and I've unlisted them all. Really, all of those subs are from live streaming, which I think is pretty hard to do on YouTube if you're not, you know, somebody who creates YouTube videos. So I'm really proud that the live streaming aspect is how we've grown so much. While we actually wait for the new people to sub. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Hey, Henry! Welcome back, Henry. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. A 2-hour jam? Yeah, you're not the first person to suggest that we do a jam. Someone else said that too. That we just do a jam when we hit 1,000. Is that really how game devs want to celebrate? They're like, it's a party, let's do work. Let's work hard under pressure. I mean, that does sound fun to me, so interesting. A 1,000 sub jam. I kind of like that. We could do 1,000 minutes. It could be like 1,000 minutes. What is 1,000? That's too long. Wait, what is 1,000 minutes? 60 minutes is an hour, so that would be a lot. That'd be too long. That'd be too many hours. 1,000 seconds? That's too short. And Zane says, and now that I'm back in the South, I'm excited to get back into making things. Got one Dreams game in the works that I released a trailer for, and got another Evolution-based animated series in the works too. Nice. I'm good. I'm glad you're still using Dreams. You know, use it while you gotta use it. Use it while you gotta use it. And I look forward to seeing what you create outside of Dreams too. But I know, you know, you gotta stick with it while you can. If it's what you know and it's where you're motivated to work, then do it. I'm sorry that you've been so distracted. Man, it must have been it's been a tough time for you lately. I'm glad that you're back in where you need to be. Yeah. We are masochists, so yeah, that tracks. I would love to join a 2-hour jam, but I don't think I can get something good done in that time with what I've been working on. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, here's the thing, Hollow Tempest. So I do a game jam every Friday, a 1-hour game jam. Insane Alpha Beta, I remember you participated in a couple back in the Dreams days. Although, you know, I still allow Dreams entries. I appreciate a heads up, but I definitely allow them. I just have to make sure my PlayStation is ready. So yeah, the 1 hour game jam, we do it every single Friday, and I assure you, my entries are not good. Like, good is not the goal in such a small amount of time. The goal is really what it is for you, which you know, can be, I want to work on, you know, practicing setting up a scene. I want to practice flipping assets. I want to practice, you know, whatever quickly setting up something means to you. So really just, can you get the idea of a game jammed out in a short amount of time? It doesn't have to be a good game. In fact, it shouldn't be a good game, because if you try to make it too good, you're gonna overscope and you'll never get it done. So I think that honestly the point is to make something bad. That's kind of the point. And then you might be surprised, like, actually this isn't that bad. But I hear you. You know, if you don't feel like it, you shouldn't do it. But I will say, you'd be surprised what you can achieve. You'd be surprised what you can achieve in such a short amount of time. Your birthday was this Friday. Is this Friday? Happy early birthday! Happy early birthday, Henry! Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a birthday jam. I love that for you. Let's go! Are you gonna be jamming on your birthday? I guess we were just talking about partying with work. All right, Tincho. See you, my fellow masochists who won a game jam for celebrating. I mean, now I'm thinking we should do it. I mean, in a 1,000-minute game jam, like, we could still kind of do that. 1,000 minutes in hours. We could just, like, 16 hours. I mean, we could, that's almost 24 hours. It's almost 24, a 16-hour game jam. That's so specific. That's so specific. But, like, obviously 1,000 seconds is gonna be like a 50. We actually have done a 15-minute game jam on this channel. You can find it if you go to the Hyper Game Jam playlist. It's unlisted, but you can go to the Hyper Game. The playlist isn't unlisted, but the video is. We did do a 15-minute game jam once, and I'll tell you, it was awesome. Dude, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a 16.6-minute game jam. That's how we're gonna celebrate. I know you guys said 2 hour, 1 hour. No, we're gonna do a 16.6-minute game jam for the 1,000 subs. I think that, honestly, we've done 15 minutes before. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Jams are honestly great ways to learn. It forces you to innovate and problem solve and try things. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah, so every Friday we do it at 6 p.m. Eastern on this channel. Every single Friday we do it. So if you miss this week, there's always next week. Jamming on my B-day. 1 second game jam. Oh, geez. I don't think you could even type an AI prompt in 1 second. My gosh. That's, man. Phew, that's tough. That's a tough one. All right, so I'm gonna just check to see if this animation updated. It didn't. It's still the old one. Oh man, I am confused. So even though I pushed down the new animation, so this is not something I've had to do before. Okay, so what if I edit the animation? Like, it's almost like Godot isn't seeing it as different. I'm gonna add a rogue keyframe in here. So I'm gonna take one of the bones, and we're just gonna mess it up. We're just gonna mess it up, is what we're gonna do. Let me hide some of this crap, just because it's kind of in the way a little bit. So I'm just gonna grab a bone. Sure, the leg. Let's actually do the arm. I'm gonna do the arm, and let's bend it in a weird way. Sure, like that. Terrible keyframe. Why would I want this? I don't know. I'm just gonna add it in here, and I'm gonna save it. Oh, but let me make sure we stop editing the stashed action. So if I save it, is it going to, it has to, I mean, I literally changed the animation. If that doesn't change it, then I'm actually very confused about what's going on here. Very confused. Do I have the right thing open? I do. This is wild. Okay, come down here to animation player. It's not adding that keyframe in. Okay, so we have a problem because it's not updating in Godot for some reason that I don't understand. I truly don't understand. What if I say there might be a way to detach it? Like, I think if we say clear inheritance, I don't really want to do that. Dude, I honestly don't actually know what's happening here. I'm gonna need to put on some music. I'm gonna need to put on some music right now, because in a moment, once I load it, because this is a chin scratcher. I genuinely don't know why this is happening. I mean, I need to think about this. I need to consider this. It's important that this gets sorted out, because otherwise we can't ever update it ever again. Like, that seems weird. And then what's super weird, like, let's say I come in here and I just nuke all of these. You know, I just delete it all. It's all gone, and I save it as such. All right? I've deleted walk 2 for all intents and purposes. Right? All these keyframes are gone. So now if I save it and we come into Godot, it's going to re-import it. It's going to re-import it. And I would like to see it replace it with the updated animation, with that arm in the wrong spot. All right, we're putting on this music. This is our contemplation music. We got a chin scratcher moment. It didn't even update it. It's like we're overwriting it, and it's not updating it. I've never had this happen. This is new. This is new. So how am I gonna get this out of here so we can get a fresh thing? What if I try, I mean, I'm gonna try reloading the project. This is a new problem. I would have thought, because I've updated it before between these two. I've done that. I've definitely done that. So the walk should have like this weird arm flail. Right, you see how that arm is like cutting across there? That's how it's supposed to look with this change. But for some reason, we're not getting it in Godot. And I consider myself confused. But we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll get there. I swear. It's very confusing. Because I can't delete it because it inherits. I wonder if we can change... Oh, here's a question. Okay, so what if I look at the blend file? What's going on inside the blend file? Now this is what it imports. This is like the import editor. I don't know if this is really gonna help me much, but it might shed some light. Not the problem I expected to have here. So there's walk 2. I don't think I can preview it here. But, you know, in theory, this would be... What does this do? I don't know what this does. Slices? Another test is we could add a new animation on here. Set animation save paths? What is that? Interesting. Okay. Re-import? What if I hit a re-import? Let me just see that. I don't know why that would make a difference, especially since, you know, when we saved it, we came back in here and it was putting up the loading screens. It should have been re-importing it. You never know. You never know what the setback's gonna be, folks. You just don't always know. It's not changing it. Okay. So if I drag this into the scene, all right? So here we've got, this is the blend file. You can tell it's different because the textures are different. I've actually updated the textures in Godot. We've added a lot of stuff. The heart is there in this one, it's not in the other. So I should be able to see this. I'm gonna do editable children. We're gonna look at the animation player. This one has the updated one. There it is. See? Look, this one has the updated one. And now it's crossing in front. What I'm trying to do is get the animation to update from Blender in my existing scene. But it's not, and I have a feeling it has something to do with making it unique, but I don't know. So I've actually dragged in a fresh copy of this from the blend file, and here we can see that the animation is correct. Which, look, we can work with that. Like, I don't really need to use this one. I don't need to use this one. I don't. Like, I could just save this, and we'll be golden. Like, that may be a better workaround. But like, I've definitely done this before. I've definitely had it update in here. So now I have two choices. Number one, I either go with the workaround, or I try to figure out why this other one isn't updating. Those are my two options. I'm gonna put a timer up on the screen for how long I try to figure it out before we go with the workaround. That's how this is gonna go. I'm gonna give myself 3 minutes to figure this out. 3 minutes, no more, no less. Just 3 minutes, all right? And then if I can't figure it out within that time, we're getting over it. So, yeah, basically when I make a change in Blender and I save it and I try to load it up in Godot, the animation player that typically changes, right? Typically this animation player updates in Blender, or in Godot from Blender, but it's currently not updating the animation that's contained in there. For some reason, this animation player right here. It's not updating the animation, and I don't really know why. My best guess is that when I came to manage animations and I made it unique, that's where that might have happened. But then I'm not really sure how to ununique it. And so that's kind of got me a little confused. Because I also haven't had to do this before. So we do have a workaround, that's why the timer's up there. The timer's up there for how much time I'm giving myself to try to figure this out before we just go with the workaround. Reparent to new node, make scene root, save branch of scene. I can't delete it. I mean, I could try again now that I've removed animations from here. It's just not updating it. It's very strange. You know, we can let it go, but like, why has it worked before? Is Godot about to crash? It might. I rarely crash in Godot. There's 2 times that I crash in Godot. One, when I'm updating character rigs from Blender. Okay, we didn't crash. The second time is when I turn values up too high that don't have any business being that high. Okay, cool. So I'm looking at here. Yeah, it interestingly, so that's so weird. It replaced it, because I deleted it. I just now deleted it, right? And if I save it from Blender, I leave for 4 minutes, we got a timer, what did I miss? Basically, there's a problem that's happening, and I found a workaround. And I could either try to solve the problem, or go with the workaround. The timer is for, if I haven't solved it in this amount of time, we just do the workaround. That's what that's for. I think we're about to go with the workaround though. So it's so weird because now walk 2 has returned, even though I just deleted it. But look, it doesn't have the animations in there. Very confusing. So I think what we do is we just go with the other solution. I don't fully understand it, but here we go. Here we are. It is what it is. Ding, ding, ding. Indeed. All right. Let's get the chin scratcher music out of here. It is what it is, y'all. So that makes no sense to me, but who cares? Because we have an alternative, which is I drag in the fresh Blender file and we save that one. So I don't want my little rando keyframe I added in here. We don't actually want that. So let's save it like this. And what I've been trying to do is just speed up the animation a little bit. I wanted to see what it looked like. For some reason, it's not updating this thing in here. Honestly, it doesn't matter. We got a workaround, we'll be fine. So this means I need to kind of reteach the way that I would explain how to get stuff from Blender into Godot, animation specifically. So I would say you're gonna want to get the blend file, right, that you have, or your GLTF. It's good. In this case, it would be a blend file. Get the blend file. You're gonna wanna hit editable children on that. So drag it into your scene anywhere, any old place. Right click on it, hit editable children. It adds an extra step, which is just a little annoying. And then you can click on the animation player, come down to the animation that you want. There it is. This is the updated speed. It looks a little goofy, but that's okay. We're working on it. And then I'm going to open up Manage Animations, right? And we're going to save the walk 2. I'm going to save it as... I'm actually going to remove the existing one. So before I do that... Okay, before I do that, I need to remove the reference to it. So it's referenced right here. But I think it's mostly talking about here. So let me get it out of the animation tree. Just so that way, we're not breaking references and Godot won't get angry. Okay, so I'm managing animations, save it as, I'm gonna overwrite the existing walk 2. It's given me some heck here. I'm just gonna break it and we're gonna be fine with that. We're just gonna be fine with that. Welcome back, Merp. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for letting us know that you're back. It's just nice. I might have made a bit of a mistake there. We'll see. You were never gone? Then what? Why are you playing games with me? Why are you playing games with me, Merp? So now... Oh, that was probably where we had it left in there. So I'm going to remove it here. We're going to add, by clicking on this little folder, walk 2. Now I can get rid of that one that I added in. I don't need it anymore. Put it in the garbage, throw it away. See ya. And then let's get our walk 2 animation. This is going to need to be renamed. As you remember, you may remember, we have to rename all of these. Again, because it doesn't match, right? These all have skeleton 3D with the skeleton icon. And if we double click on the path, you can see it just says skeleton 3D : and then the name of the bone. However, on the one that we just imported, we have to do this every time you make a change. It sucks. But it is what it is. On this path, so we don't have the skeleton icon, it doesn't say skeleton 3D, I have to delete armature /, and I have to do this on every bone. I gotta do this on every bone. I don't know a better way to do this. So here we are. We have to delete all of these texts on here. And so you can see if I play it, it'll play the ones that I've renamed, but not the ones that I haven't renamed yet. It's pretty annoying. You were going in the sense that you weren't watching the stream. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. Well, at least you were being somewhat honest. I appreciate that. Let's backspace some of this. Backspace some of this. Very good. It just takes a little bit of time. And then we have to do the same thing with the armature stuff too. Except this one's a little different, right? So this one, it just says armature. But we do need it to be something else. In order to do that, we have to actually just remove everything. And press... Maybe just remove everything. Nope. We have to press ... And basically that's telling it to, like, look at its root or whatever. Or, like, you know, go in, look at the scene tree, right? and go in like one level to the armature, and then that's what the armature is. All right, and now it's totally animated, super annoying. Now, if I want to make sure it doesn't clash with other animations, you know what we got to do. If you don't, let me show you. So here's another animation, right? This animation has things like root, it has things like neck, it has thigh animated. Those bones have keyframes. However, if we come to the new one, it doesn't have any of those keyframed. And if I hit play, it's going to be all messed up. So I'm going to come back to the T-pose position. Now the animation will be fine. And then after we rename all of that and we import it in, I'm going to make sure I click on Skeleton 3D, and up here we have the Insert Key All Bones. Click it, and now it'll have blank keyframes for thigh, root, neck, all that stuff. And we'll be fine switching between these animations. All right, so now we have these animations in, finally, all of that just to update it. Just to update it. Now I'm going to come to the code. Walk 2 is in there. I think we can test it. I think we can test it now. So now I'm going to see if this speed is any better. It is better. It is much better. I don't like the arm movement, but I'm not here to worry about that as much. I'm more interested in getting it all lined up right. Okay. This isn't bad. I feel like there's a little bit of skating, like the timing is a little off. It's kind of hard to tell. Obviously, the blend looks terrible between the run and the walk, but we're reanimating the run today, so it'll be fine. But I feel like it needs to be a little fast. Like, I feel like we're moving faster than the animation is. Do you know what I mean? It's like, boom, boom. It's a little tricky. You know what? I mean, I don't really want to speed it up very much. That was probably already happening, you know? It was probably already looking like that before. The question is it enough that it actually bothers me and that I actually give a crap? Yeah, maybe a little bit. It feels like it could be a little faster. I don't know. It's not that noticeable, but like it's a little noticeable. It feels a little bit like we're skating along. I mean, it's going to, right? Because the terrain doesn't advance. So the way this game works is the terrain is actually moving at the player, and the player isn't moving at all, right? So if it was really realistic, it would be that the terrain would move like jilted, right? It would like move every time we actually push our foot forward. But that would be annoying. Like, I mean, we could do that, but I don't really want to. You know, if you look at the run. So I think it's okay the way it is. I think this is good. And I think if we want to make other changes, we could change, for example, the terrain. So we're going to say this is good enough. All right. So this is good. We've got it. Now I'm going to work on the run cycle. All right. It only took an hour 15 minutes to get to the actual animation part. So in order to do this in Blender without causing chaos, I need to make sure I uncheck the walk to, and let me actually rename this. We're going to put -loop at the end. This will make sure it imports into Godot with a loop. I'm going to uncheck walk to loop, and I'm going to check run to loop. And you can see that that changed, right? That's good. That's what we want. So I've only done the first frame so far for the run animation. We're going to edit this, stashed action, and then in here, we're gonna do the thing. We're gonna do the dang thing. I think also I should put a keyframe for every bone position, so that way we can more easily switch between these in Blender without causing any issues. So I'm going to do that. I'm gonna press I while hovering over this section, and I'm gonna do location, rotation, scale, and custom properties. So this, wait, let me make sure I have the armature selected. I No suitable. Oh, we want to select pose. Oh, we have to select everything. I see. So I'm going to select everything in here. And then if I press I and do it, there we go. I just wanted to see all of these get animated. Now every bone has a keyframe. A keyframe for every bone. Except for these. Let me add those too. Everybody gets a keyframe. Okay. Very good. So now it'll be less dangerous to swap between these. Even though these are a lot not the ones I actually need to worry about. In fact, you know what I kind of want to do? I kind of don't want to do that right now. Yeah, I kind of don't. I'm going to actually not create those. It's just going to make it a little easier if I keyframe the ones I want to keyframe first. So the ones that I'm going to actually animate are elbow. I'm trying to animate as little as possible. Oh, you can actually see because I've unlocked some of these on here. So on here you can see we've got X unlocked, Z unlocked. That means I'm willing to animate this. If I come to the arm bone, I've got them all locked, telling me, like I told myself this with these locks, I don't want to animate any of these. I want to make sure they don't get animated. For the hand, it looks like we are animating the hand, so these are unlocked. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create blank keyframes for the ones that I'm planning to animate, just so that way they're at the top of this list. I'm just trying to set the stage for myself here. Set the stage. We're going to say elbow, right, hand right. I think leg is the only one. So leg, we have the Y-axis open. All of these, I think they're all completely locked down. Oh, foot. Oh, we're doing foot on the Z-axis. So leg and foot, elbow and hand. Those are the ones that we're animating. Okay. So now I'm going to have just those selected, and I'm going to do I. And I don't really need to do every single one for this, but let's just do it anyway. So I'm going to put a blank keyframe for all of these. And now I'm going to do the rest of them. That is to say, all the ones that aren't the ones I'm animating. Again, just setting the stage for myself. So hopefully everything will be as easy to do as possible. Oh, and you can even see because the yellow pops up. Because since we already have these keyframes here, it'll say, hey, you've already got some keyframes for this. Okay. So those are all the other bones. Again, I'm setting all of these so that way I just don't have to do as much. I don't have to worry about it getting messed. I have less risk that it'll get messed up moving between animations. All right, so we're going to do blank keyframes for all of these. So you can see now they're all bunched at the bottom. And then the ones I'm actually going to do are here at the top, which for me is just a little easier. Okay, now that that's out of the way, I think it's time to actually do some animation. So what I've set up in the background here, I might actually have to change, since I might actually want to change the animation on that. So before we do that, let me stop editing the stashed action. I'm going to uncheck this, and I'm going to load up this run versus walk dope. Ooh, we messed stuff up. So the reason why that messed up is because I had these selected. We don't want to have any of that selected. In fact, I'm going to make sure that what I have selected is the thing that I'm switching the animation to, which is this thing in the background. This thing in the background is this. So I put this in Blender. It's my reference for each step of the animation along the way. And right now, this is animated to move across the screen, which I don't really want it to be. So let me switch to this. It's still moving the character. Why? Don't do that. Don't move the whole character. Let me try it now. Loading. Oh, maybe actually if we edit this stashed action, maybe that'll work better. There we go. Okay, cool. So this is animated, right? And the idea was that like as I move along, it'll be animated with me. I didn't really do that on purpose. It was kind of an accident. Honestly, I'm just going to delete this animation. Yeah, I don't really actually need it or want it. And it's just causing more chaos than we need at all in our life. So, Olaf taught me this before. So if we go to the in the outliner up here, I'm going to click on Blender file. And in here, I can search for run versus walk. There's a few different versions of this. I want specifically the animations. What I don't want to get rid of is... There's a lot in here. Run versus walk. This is the actual object in the scene. But the animation, I kind of want to just get rid of. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to delete the animation. I'm going to try to delete it. It's like, you're not going to delete it. Oh, maybe up here? There we go. Delete the animation. So now it doesn't exist as an animation. In theory. I mean, it still is kind of showing up. So let me come back to our main thing here. And in here, we have this animation. Unlink action. I mean, I just kind of want it to go away. So let me delete this track. There we go. Now it's gone. Okay. So now we don't have an animation anymore for that. It doesn't animate. It doesn't exist. This is fine. This is totally fine by me. Okay. We've cleaned things up a little bit here. And now I'm going to go back to the run. So I'm going to make sure I check mark run to. The reason why I did that is because I don't want this to be moving. So what is that? By the way, this is that image, right? So if I start unchecking, or rather showing these, you can see it has these poses already set up for me. So that way I can sort of follow along with them. And then what I'll do is I'll hide them along the way. All right, we're still setting the stage. We are still setting the stage. We'll get there. So contact is the first one. I think we already kind of have this. I think that's what this already is. So I think... Now here's the difference. So here's what makes the run different from the walk, right? Is that I need in the same vicinity, I need to make sure that the arms and legs are in the same kind of position. So see how this section is blue, this section is black, this is blue. It's like alternating colors. I need to make sure that we're not overlapping these ones that have doubles. So I actually want to do one more animation. So right now, we actually need one that's above the ground. So you can kind of see how this is, we're way above the ground. Or a foot is, rather. And then this one, the head's down a little, and the foot is actually contacting the ground. So I need that for the second aspect. Actually, we kind of have that second one already. So I need to do this first one, and then we'll move on. Okay. It's a lot to think about. It's a lot to think about, especially because I'm new to it. But we'll get there. All right, and then while I'm animating, I am going to play some music. And that's all there is to it. All right. It's animate music. It's animate time. All right. We can do this. We got this. This will be fine. This will be fine. Okay. So I'm going to move the first section over. The only one I really need to worry about, I'm going to say only the things I have, well, actually, I kind of want more than that. We want to say elbow down to foot. So these are the ones that I actually need to modify. The rest of them don't matter. In fact, why don't I lock these so I can't even touch them? Love the lock. Love the lock. So helpful. Half the reason I'm even animating in Blender instead of Godot is because of the lock. It's just that useful. Okay, so we're gonna take all of these. Object transform, that's the rotation. I think the rotation we want to keep. We're clubbing in Devon. Yes! Exactly. It's the vibe, apparently. It's the vibe. I don't know, I'm experimenting. I usually don't play music while I stream, but I thought I'd experiment this time. Also, welcome, Swag. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping back in. So here's the thing. I'm actually still setting up because it helps me focus. Yeah, right? Some people feel differently. For some people, it makes it harder to focus. So over here, our contact for the walk is on 1. And then by frame 3, let's put you up here. By frame 3, we're already into the recoil. So that means I need to get these first 2 in between 3, and it has to get to recoil. So basically, we have to do 1, 2, 3 is basically how this has to work. All right. That's not a lot of room to wiggle, but that just has to be okay. Click on this, edit it, and then we're gonna move these keyframes basically just to frame 2. And now we'll start doing this one. So this one needs to go up a little. We need to go up. I don't think, do I have the armature position? We have the armature rotation, but I don't actually have the height yet. So that's this rotation is this right here. That I might change it, but, well, I will say, it is like further forward. I guess I should move this too. I guess I should scooch this too. And we actually kind of want to go forward a little more for this one. That wasn't forward, that was backward. It's like a little more of an angle. And then I'm gonna push us up a bit. But we also, before I push us up, so let's keyframe this. Before I push it up, I'm actually gonna make sure the foot is in the right place because the foot needs to be bent. So I'm gonna grab this is the left leg we're modifying here. And I actually want to do the foot first. So I want the foot to be bent, pretty much. I'll try to make this bigger up here. It's kind of tough. There's so many windows to have open. Bend that foot a little more. And then we're gonna wanna rotate. So let's put this keyframe down. Then I'm gonna wanna rotate the leg. It's a little tricky because we're kind of cutting into our own body here, which is like, I guess gonna have to be okay. But then this kind of tells us how high we need it to go, right? Would we say that the leg is much further away? Not. Actually, it is. It's kind of like kicked back a little more than this one. So let's kick it back. Let's kick it back then. It's kickback time. So leg right. Did I put that keyframe down? I don't think I did. Is there a keyframe there that's different? Yeah, it is, because it's... Yeah, okay. And then we come to this one. I want to push it back just a bit. Just a tad. And then keyframe that. And then if we go between these, that's kind of what it looks like. It's just one frame. It's gonna be so... It's not gonna blend very well. That's okay. I hope it doesn't look too choppy. And maybe it's okay. Maybe choppy is like a good look. You know, that might not necessarily be a bad thing. And then we'll push the armature up now that I kind of know what these positions are. I would say there's some problems here. Like the rotation of the foot. There's a few problems here. At least. Let me just push the armature up. So we want to be above the ground. And I'll keyframe that. And then that foot, you can see the foot isn't like pointing up. It doesn't like have to be perfect, but What does that look like between the two? Yeah, oh. Oh, so I also have to bring this down. I didn't put this at 0. Okay, there we go. I mean, especially from behind, which is how you're going to be seeing it in the game, it doesn't look that bad. But I'll try to make it a little better. Yeah, I'll do my best. So that's the left leg, left foot specifically. Like ideally, it's up like this, right? I guess this is fine. I guess this actually looks fine. I guess that's where we need to put the foot, is like there. That makes more sense. Okay, this is actually good. Nice. Cool. Now for the arms, are the arms all that different? Are the arms all that different between these? Not really. I guess like this one is, they're a little smoother. They're kind of more like this on this frame, and then this one they're smoother. So I guess we could do that. Yeah, that's easy. And we do want to make sure to add blank ones for all these if we're not going to animate it. So I should actually do that. Right elbow. It's not really the elbow, but it's close enough. Right elbow, X is like that. I don't think we're going to change that. I don't think we're going to change the elbow at all for this. But the hand, which is more of the elbow, truth be told. I'm not going to modify this one either. Keep that the same. And then this one, we want to smooth it out a bit. Actually, I might end up rotating a little bit the elbow. We'll see. Keyframe that. Just so it's up a little higher, maybe. Keyframe that. And then we want to do the same thing for the other elbow and hand. So you can see, I'm just trying to fill in these gaps, right? That's kind of the main concern here, is filling in all these gaps. So we don't have those. Elbow left. Let's do the hand first. It's a little easier. We want to kick it back a bit. It's a little off center there, so let me see if I can. There are a lot of changes that I want to make in general to the animations. I think that's bent a little too far. Yeah, maybe like there. Keyframe those, hop into the elbow. And I guess we want to push it up a bit, perhaps. Not much. I don't know. This might be a little extreme. All right, let's see. It's a lot of places to go between two frames. I feel like this is a little too unsubtle, if I'm being honest. But whatever. You know, the main thing, again, isn't to make it beautiful. It's to make sure that I'm not getting that glitch where they don't blend together correctly. So we can always improve it later. As long as it kind of is what it's supposed to be now, that'll be good. The back foot, yeah, we can just keep that the same. Okay, so now we've got, in theory, these two. It's, you know, it's hard because I can't like really preview the whole thing, but it's gonna look like that. Like, it's gonna look like that, which is not my favorite fact of the day. I don't love that. So I might need to figure out how to space these out differently so we get more of a blend between these two, but for now, let's just keep moving on. So this is gonna be the recoil here. If I want to add the blank ones for the rest of those bones, We don't need to. No, you're good. No, you good. No, we good. Keep it going. Next phase. So I'm gonna scooch over our image in the background here, so we can go to the next one, which is recoil, because we've already got contact. It's time for recoil. And then I'm gonna hide this so it's not in our way. Now here's the thing. The reason why I have this little loop icon here, there's a very specific reason for that. The reason why I have that there is because the reference drawings that I used for this, I didn't draw this. I used references I found online. The walk cycle, they had a full walk cycle from, you know, right leg in the, or right arm in the front to left arm in the front, or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? I didn't really make sense. But I'm saying they had the whole full cycle. But for the run cycle, they only had half of the cycle. So here's like the actual positions that line up with these. See how like right arm is in the back, up, like this. And then on this one, it's the same one. Well, on this one, when the left arm is up like this, it's still the right arm on this. So I have to imagine it. The reason why this icon is here is because I need to imagine it as flipped. So just pointing that one back out. That's a reality there. Okay. So this is flipped. I wonder how long it'll take for me to forget about that. It might not be long. It might not take long, but we'll see. The reference pic looks needlessly complicated. I mean, it's not. It's definitely not. It's exactly what it needs to be. It's exactly what it needs to be. Ideally, I would like redraw these 5. But like, I'm not an artist. I'm not a visual artist. And I don't feel like I have time to do that. It seems like a waste of time. So I just have to remember to flip these. But overall, it does exactly what I need it to do, other than I just have to imagine that these are flipped. It's a little annoying, but we'll be all right. Yeah, I didn't want to redraw it. So we have to imagine basically this left arm, this right arm in the back here is the left arm, pretty much. That's all I gotta keep in mind. So we're gonna push this forward a little bit. This is the whole elbow. I actually want to bring this up, it looks like to me. That's not up. Bring it up, and then... Oh, it's actually a little lower. If you look at the comparison, it's actually lower. We don't want to bring it up. We want to bring it down. Bring it down. My brain might be dumb, but my point was, why don't they just show it flipped instead of making you imagine it? Yeah, so I made this. I think that's where you're... Okay, all right, let me see if I can catch you up, Insane. Let me catch you up. Let me catch you up. Thank you. No, I like being able to explain things. Yeah. Yes. Yes. No, but if you're confused, that means someone else might be confused too. So let me show you. Here's the original reference images. All right, let me make this a little bigger. These are the original reference images right here. And the walk cycle has the complete cycle from start to finish. It has the whole cycle. The run cycle reference, and this is just the best one that I found that I like the most, it has only half of the cycle. It doesn't do the full cycle. But I want to use these references, and I need them to be lined up. So that's why I made this image here, is because I want to make sure that on each frame for the walk cycle and the run cycle, they're in the same positions, basically, right? And unfortunately, I have to make up the ones where the arms are flipped the other ways. And I don't feel like it's worth wasting my time drawing these out, especially since I'm not a great artist. So I just put the little flip icon, and then I just have to remember it. So that's why I did it that way. Yeah. I made this thing myself. Hey, we got Storm Run Gaming. Storm Run is a member, and so you get a song. Storm Run is running in, and then it's got to run. Storm Run runs in, Storm Run runs out. Storm Run runs in, Storm Run runs out. Oh, Storm Run, thanks for running in. Storm Run, thanks for running in. Yeah. All right, there you go. There's your membership song. Thank you so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev. And thank you for stopping in. I hope work goes okay. Yes, we do sing songs for the members. That's how it works here. You're welcome for that song, and I'm also sorry. But you're also welcome. But I'm also sorry. But you're welcome. All right. Hopefully that makes more sense, Insane. I think it does, but yeah, that's why it is that way. So, okay, so I want this elbow to be a little different. I've named the bones not great. And we have to just accept that because I've already got references to them and I'm not gonna change them all. But we want this part to be like down a little more. Yeah, it's got a lot more, like, looseness compared to this one. Except for the "you're not a good artist" part. That's just plain incorrect, and I won't have you say otherwise. Oh, that's nice of you. I mean, look, I'm decent in 3D. In 2D, not so much. I'm much worse in 2D. But that's very nice of you. That's very kind of you to say, Insane. Yeah, I don't know. And I guess, like, it would just take me so much time to, like, redraw these. I'm just like, oh my god. And it's like a whole human. Oh, man. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Alright, so let's keyframe this. And then for the elbow, I want to say, it's not really that different. It is. It's down more. It's just all overall looser. It's just looser. Did I already do that? Oh, we already moved that part down. Okay, we're good there. Okay, good. So then let's do the other arm. Again, we gotta imagine them flippy flopped. So this one, it's pretty similar. I think the only difference is the elbow is like bent out a little more. So that's entirely doable, I think. So let's do that. Elbow left. Actually, we're not going to touch the elbow. I'll just keep those keyframes the same. And then for the hand, which is the elbow, we want to smooth it out a bit. And then I'm going to also rotate it in. And we'll say that's good enough. Okay. Goes from there to there. Now this contact, is that supposed to really be that? Oh, we got to do a lot of changes on the feet. So we'll get to that. Okay, so the legs are where the big changes are going to happen. And then, yeah, let's do that actually. Let's get those leg changes, because the leg needs to be back further. We have to imagine them flipped. Unfortunately. But that's not too bad. So it's the left leg in the back. And I'm gonna want that to be like back here. Keyframe that. That's really at 0. Wow. And then this foot, we just kind of want it to be like a little more bent. Keyframe that. I might want to push the height up. I don't know if I do necessarily want to push the height up. And then for the leg itself, yeah, that's probably okay. And then the right leg, This one kind of comes in more, maybe, compared. Yeah, for sure. It's almost like the legs are passing, except that back foot is just kicked out a lot more. So maybe kind of like that. And that's all of them. I mean, I kind of... So let me just compare it with the walk real quick. Just out of curiosity, because I'm not actually sure. Okay, so with the contact and recoil, we don't change the height. We only change the height. I mean, we're already changing the height on the run, which is maybe a problem. I might have to reconsider that. But the run is fundamentally different, so it might be okay. But we only start going higher when we get to the third section, which is the passing. And then we go up, which makes sense if we look at this. It's pretty even. So the recoil doesn't really bring us down. The passing brings us up. Okay. All right, so this is good. We're good. So come back to the run. And then for the height and the rotation, we're just going to keep those the same. I wouldn't say it seems more rotated, really. Like we're leaning further. I think that's fine. So I'm going to grab the armature, and we're just going to keyframe those the same. It's very... I have some concerns about it, but it's probably fine. I have concerns about them being so close together, but it might be fine. All right, so the next one, the next keyframe position, I should have thought about that before. That's okay. The next one is on 7. So we have all the way to keyframe 7. So something else I could consider, right, is spreading out the run keyframes between 0 and 7. I think that's an option. I just want to make sure it's not actually messing up the positions of things. So I have to be a little careful there. But for now, let's just hop over to 7. And this one, if I move my reference, is going to be passing. Okay. Get back into the armature. And let's get that animated. So for this one, we're bringing up. So this is where we get that the foot that's in the back needs to come to the front. Foot that's in the front needs to come into the back, basically. The arms don't switch their positions, but they do kind of get much closer to the body here. Okay. Got it. So let's do the feet. I'm gonna do the legs first. And then we also want it to be higher. It's considerably higher. And that back leg kind of represents the push-up part. My Kingdom for Dreams Like Keyframe Blender feature in Blender. Keyframe blending. Oh, so there is some stuff like that. You just have to pull up a different editor. So it's much better than Dreams. Let me show you. So if we switch this to the graph editor, yeah, it's in there. It just isn't overlaid in the same place, basically. And so this isn't, since we don't have that many keyframes, this isn't a great example. So let me show you the walk. Oh, I forgot to checkmark this. This one is gonna have a lot more animations on it. should demonstrate it a little better. In theory. So here's all of those things that you're thinking of. Right, the curves and whatnot. Those are all in here. Between each of these. And then, you know, we can move these into different places. It's very wonderful. Yeah, Dreams did get an update for the animation before the end. That's true. It's still not as good as this, but it's something. It's still not as good as this. I can, and I'm gonna keep it real with you. I can never see myself going back to Dreams. Like, it's just, it's too much, because you don't, you for example, you know, you don't have the same tactile tools. You can't label, you can't copy and paste in the same ways, you can't move things around in the same ways, you can't change fine settings and stuff. There's a reason we're not using that blending and stuff. Well, I am, so it is blended right now. So if I wanted to get rid of those blends, for example, let me see if I remember, what's the key? T? There we go. So here I have it set. Wait, I don't actually remember how to do it. Constant interpolation, constant Bezier. It is being used. It is being used. So it is doing that. You were just on a different like part of it. Kind of. Well, here's the other thing, is the frames weren't very far apart. Let's see, maybe if I select it all. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe do T. Oh, there we go. Constant. There we go. So now there's no blending here, right? I've turned off all the blending, and you can see the animation is moving without blending. And you can even see in here that they have these like square shapes because it's constant now. And then I can change that back to being curves, and now it's smooth. And so then before, what was different, let's go back to that one. Stop editing this, start editing this one. For this one, the frames are actually right on top of each other. So there's not actually any like, there's not much space to blend here. But I could blend it, I just haven't done it yet. It looks like I actually can do a little blending here. Maybe. There's some thing we can choose here. X location, can we just... There's a way to, I think that if I go into settings, preferences, I thought I saved it already. Animation. Only show selected F curve. No. There we go. I have to uncheck this. If you uncheck only show selected F curve keyframes, if we unselect that, I'm gonna make sure I save my preferences too. If you uncheck that, it'll show all these all the time, which is much nicer. I don't suppose Blender has a sculpting-like thing for making models. Oh, insane alpha beta. It does. It does. It does. Now, it's not the same as Dreams. All right, let me tell you about Blender. Let me tell you about Blender. So, by the way, guys, I know some of you might be like, what the F is Dreams? So let me make sure I let you all guys know. Dreams is a PS4 game. That came out in like 2018, and it lets you make games. It lets you make games. It is not something I really recommend because it doesn't have the support from the developers anymore, but you can make some very impressive creations in Dreams, all right? And it has some great visual scripting tools. You can make models, you can make music, all in this one application. You can't export your games. They're all trapped on here. The devs aren't supporting it. Right, I think it was like the open beta or the early alpha or whatever all that crap was in 2018. And so it's powerful, but it's stuck on the PlayStation. It's very likely never going to leave the PlayStation, and I don't recommend you check it out. But it got me through the pandemic. It was a really cool game, and it got me into game dev in a way I didn't know I would have thought to appreciate. And I met wonderful people like Insane Alpha Beta and so many other awesome friends. And it sparked my joy for game dev. So I give it that credit. So that's what Dreams is. And Dreams has SDF volumetric stuff. Yeah, you can export images and music. That's true. That's true. The quality isn't that high, and you can't export like models, right? You can export like an image, right? Like a screenshot. And then music-wise, the quality is going to be pretty low. And you know, it's not as powerful as something like Ableton or whatever, music-wise. So it's usable for those things, but if you haven't started learning Dreams, I would never recommend you learn Dreams. Like, don't do it. Like, you're wasting your time. If you want a fun game and you want to play like a bunch of games that people have made, right? There's thousands of games on Dreams. Buy it and play it for playing games. For creation, honestly, you're better off learning computer software. And you might think, well, I don't have access to computer software. Okay, but like, trust me when I say it's going to be hard to transition from Dreams to other software. So just keep all that in mind. You can export video. Yeah, but same issue. Right, so you can export video, low quality, not really like models and stuff. You know, some people use like photogrammetry to like scan their models. Dude, just learn Blender. I don't know what to say. Like, but here's the thing, it's different, right? So Blender doesn't have SDF volumetric mesh editing. So if we look at like SDF volumetric, I can't play videos or anything, unfortunately. But what it will let you do is sort of have, that was a good example. This is not a great example. It'll let, oh, you know what? Let me pull up WOMP. So WOMP is an example of volumetric SDF, sign distance field is what SDF stands for. Blended modeling. So I can show you WOMP, at least. At least I can show you this. It's actually where I made the alien character, was in WOMP. And Blender does not have a tool that lets you blend stuff seamlessly. However, they do have sculpting tools, and they do have ways that you can sort of approximate sculpting. WOMP is a online web-based image editor. That's okay, Merp. That's okay. I actually use this during the game jams pretty often for making 3D models because it is so quick. So if you just, you know, head over to womp.com, I think that will work just fine. They have booleans. That's true. There are booleans in Blender. That's true. That's true. So you can cut out like negative shapes and stuff, but so there is a sort of approximation to this in Blender. It kind of sucks. I'll show it to you, but it kind of sucks. So this is what volumetric rendering slash sign distance fields can let you do. What you're looking at right here. WOMP calls it goops. So we can goop this sphere into this cutout Boolean cube, right? And they blend into each other really organically and quite nicely. This is awesome. Like, this is great. This is super useful. Now, there's a couple problems. So when I export this, and I can export this as a mesh into Blender, put it in my games, it will be very high poly, like absurdly. So you kind of have to go and re-topologize it to get it to look right, or to get it to perform well. And that's what I had to do with the character. I actually made the alien for the game that I'm working on in WOMP. And you know, first of all, it already has too many polygons. You might have even noticed if we go into layout mode, it's got way too many vertices. I need to cut this down a lot. Awesome. Womp womp. Yeah. So I made this in here, and you can see it looks very high quality because it has tons of detail in here. Swag says, the closest thing to modeling sculpting like Dreams is Gravity Sketch. What is that? I use it for concepts, then retopo in Blender. There's also quick tools for Blender if you don't have VR. That's really interesting. So wait, so you're saying it's kind of like Womp, but it's like something else? I've never heard of that. Gravity Sketch. Have I heard of that? Actually, maybe I have heard of that. Can you use that on like tablets and stuff? Is that like an app? Whoa, it's VR? Oh, shoot. Whoa. That's wild. That's pretty cool. Interesting, noted. The group thing, I guess, Metaballs and Blender. So I don't know about that, but what I do know about, so let me just come over here. I don't know anything about Metaballs. I literally don't know anything about Metaballs. Couldn't tell you. I don't even know. I've never heard of them. So there are sculpting tools in Blender. So let's just create like a sphere. I've actually never used the sculpting tools. Some people only use the sculpting tools. I've never used them. Sculpt mode. Here. So these. So I've never used these tools. Hey, we got Olaf. Olaf, welcome. Olaf, welcome. You remember, you get a song. Olaf. All right. Welcome, Olaf. Welcome, Olaf. I hope you're doing good, Olaf. Welcome. Yeah. Oh, Olaf. Yeah, there's your song. You're welcome. And I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. I am sorry. Good to see you. What metaballs? Meatballs? Yes, this is our meatball. I actually have no idea what metaballs are, but I hear that they might blend or something together. I don't know. So these are the sculpting tools. I've never used them in my life, but I'm pretty sure they're intuitive or whatever, and we can like do things. So let's increase the strength. I assume I have a sculpting tool. I have draw. Apparently I'm drawing. You can see it's changing the way it looks a little bit. And you might be thinking, you know, oh, it's like kind of lumpy or whatever. But you can change this, you know, if we hop into object mode and we can smooth it so it looks nice and smooth. And then that's what that looks like. So, you know, there are some modeling tools that are really intuitive in Blender. They exist and they're cool. So now you can see how it's kind of mushy. We got this one. This is clay. I don't know what this is. I've never used these, but they're cool. This is doing something else. This is smooth, flatten, scrape. Let's scrape it. I don't know what scraping is doing. What is this? Grab. Let's grab it. So there are some really nice tools in Blender for doing models. Now, if you wanted to like blend two things together, there's a couple different ways to do it. It's a member. That means there's a song. That's how it works. That's how it works. You need a lot more polygons for sculpting. Yeah. Yeah, right. And that makes sense. So you might have to like think about, you know, decreasing the poly count, but you know, you get the idea. So it's a good point. It's a very good point. You remember. That's right. That's why you get your song. I hope you heard the song. Did you miss the song? So let's say we do want to blend two things together. There's something called remesh. But let's talk about what Dragon Blade was talking about. So if I duplicate this, right, and let's say I want to make like a negative shape, or I want to like blend this into this in a type of way. So I can do that. We got to go into object mode first, duplicate this. And then I'm going to add a modifier onto this one. I'm going to add a Boolean modifier. And then we're going to pick the other sphere as the one. And you can kind of see, it's hard to see because it's cutting it out. Or it's not invisible. But there you can see, it's sort of creating that negative shape in there. Right? So that's one thing that you can do. So if we like shrink this down, you know, you can put this in here and then you've got a cutout. So this is something similar that you can do from Dreams into Blender with no problem, which is have these like cutouts or whatever. And you can also like join things, like we could make these be like one object if we wanted to. But if we wanted to actually blend them together, for that we need remesh. And that, I've only used it a little, so we'll see if I can sort it out. Remesh. It is powerful. I've had some bad luck with it myself. Like I've found that it's finicky. I found it to be finicky. So here we're actually blending them. It's blending it like into it. So it's actually very similar to the Boolean. Let me get out of object mode. See if I can smooth this. I don't know if I can because I haven't applied it. Oh, we still have the Boolean. Okay, hold on. Let me cut out the Boolean. There we go. And then we gotta come into edit. There's somewhere. How do we see it again? I don't remember. Is that showing it? I haven't used remesh that much, so I kind of don't remember how they go into each other very well. I also did try a plugin that somebody made that does this more easily for you. How do we do this again? Voxel, and then we change the voxel size. I don't think we have to do the adaptivity. Oh, I see. I think I have to... Do they both have to be remeshed? I don't exactly remember how to do it, truth be told. But it is doable. I know I'm doing it wrong. How do you do this again? Somehow. Do you apply it to the other thing? Oh, welcome back, Storm Run. I'm forgetting how to do remesh to try to show you how this works. But I don't think I remember how to do it. Do they have to be... Oh, maybe they have to be in the same object. That's probably what it is. That's what it is. My bad. Oh, okay. That's why it's not working. It has to be in the same object. So let me open this up. Give me a cube. We'll be good now. I got it. We got this. Okay, so now you can see. I just forgot. They were separate objects. They need to be in the same object. So you can actually already see this is remeshing in here. We don't want to just do the face. We want to select it all. It's a bit more uncomfortable than Dreams, but now you can see. There we go. They're blending into each other there. There we go. So you see as I move this around, it adjusts. So it's kind of similar to... Faster way is just like one mesh, then the other control dash for Boolean difference. What? You're saying with if they're separate objects? That's interesting. But I find this to be like a very imprecise blending. So for example, like just look at this, right? Like see how this cube is getting all distorted on the edge here? Like that's not even where I'm blending it. If I was doing this in Dreams or Womp, this blend right here wouldn't have any impact on what's going on over here. So this is kind of what I hate about remesh, is that these things happen. And then, you know, you can change the amount it does here. And then if we hop out, I don't know if we can smooth it until I apply it, but we can try. Yeah, I think I have to apply it. And then we can smooth it. And then that's the result that you get. But, you know, what I don't like about it, again, is that now this is all lumpy. So I have some problems with remesh. I don't super recommend it. It looks like a ball or a head. Hit the cube and the ripples came out the other side. Yeah, it does kind of look like that, actually. If that's what you want. Not necessarily what you need, but try metaballs. Where is a metaball? What the hell is a metaball? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. It's just right there. I've never used a metaball in my entire life. The whole time I've been on this planet. What do you do with it? What is this? What is this? It's changing. This is kind of cool. I did add some background music. I do have background music once in a while. Yeah. I did. I took that note, Merp. I took it. I completely started over with UE5, learning everything the right way instead of what just works. Wow, that's so exciting, Storm. Dang, good for you. First thing is a 3-hour tutorial on landscapes. That's awesome. I met Stormrun doing Unreal Engine streams. And, you know, you were coming through and just, like, helping me, like, let go of doing everything the right way. But I'm glad to hear, because, you know, I never really let go of it. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to get into that, too. And you're not working on, like, a dream game. That's awesome. Good work. That's exciting. Duplicate it. Whoa! Wait, metaballs are awesome. What am I doing with frickin' remesh? Okay, this is much more Dreams-like. Wait, what? This has been here? Okay, I'm gonna use this all the time. This is awesome. I read that as meatballs too. What? What am I doing with frickin' remesh? Ruining my life. Oh my gosh, this looks fantastic. Now, I mean, wait, this is only spheres though, right? Metaball, capsule, plane, cube? This is awesome! I had no idea. Sorry, this is awesome. That's what this is. I didn't know this existed. This would have saved me a lot of work. It's round stuff, that's okay. Now, remesh is also useful. Right, and so look, sorry, remesh. Remesh, you're useful. I'm sorry, you're right. Maybe not for this application. They're not really perfect. Right, so it's not as good as SDF blending, but like, whatever. That's okay. It don't need to be. It don't need to be perfect. That's not fair. Because for me, like, if I just want to create something that's vaguely organic, like this is pretty good. And then we can smooth it, right? Oh, maybe we can't smooth it? Is that as smooth as it gets? Okay, that is kind of a problem. Maybe you can, like, convert it into, like, a regular mesh or something? I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions that I don't know I can answer here today, but this is very interesting. You should be able to increase the vertices, right? It's the resolution. Okay. Why is it combining this cube with the other ball? I have a lot of questions. Because I'm not even in that ball object. So I have no object selected. Subdivide? Oh, maybe. On the right side, you welcome, Psychonic. You have a new tab for metaballs, which has resolution. Oh. Can we not merge it with something else? Never mind your suggestion. That's okay. Skin modifier? Oh my gosh. We're so off topic. But you know what? I'm too interested now. Cube. Why does it keep blending it with the other one? Stop that. Metaballs. Resolution. Okay. Click the cube. I never used metaballs, never found a use for it, so no idea how they actually work. Fair, fair. Yeah, me neither. So I don't know, but I assume, I guess I could bring this over here. Okay, there we go. Looks like it combines all the metaballs in the scene automatically. Yeah, kind of. It kind of does. So there's some things here. No, it's okay, Insane. You're not derailing. It's okay. No, this is part of the stream. Honestly, like, this is part of the stream. I'm gonna be here. I got plenty of time. And I'm interested. If anybody derailed it, I derailed it. Because I wanted to explore this. You are forgiven. But this looks great. This is really cool. And then you're saying that the resolution... Oh. There we go. If we turn the resolution way down, now it looks gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at that. Okay, this is awesome. All right, noted. Metaballs. Now I know about metaballs. Now we know about metaballs. You can emulate 3-button mouse mode in Blender. Oh, we already are. Oh, this is already what we do. Let me show you my screencast keys. Because I don't have a third mouse button. So, yeah, I just press Alt-Shift, left-click, and that makes it a middle mouse. We already on that. Thanks, though, Olaf. Same with Godot. I don't think I've done that in Godot. I should probably do that. Looks like a peanut creator. It does. When sculpting on an object, is there a mirror mode? Absolutely. Honestly, Insane, if you can think of it, there probably is. Yeah, there super is. So, I'll show you that too. I'm not going to show you on the metaball, because metaballs are mysterious, and I don't understand them. So, let me just do some mass undoing here. And we'll go back to our crunchy remesh example here. So yes, there is very much a mirror mode. We could even do something more interesting than this. Actually, let's just undo all of this. Let's just undo all of that. Get back to the beginning. There we were showing off all that. Undo the sculpting. Okay. All right, so let's say you wanted to, I actually was just doing this the other day. So let's create a cylinder. And let's say you just want to make kind of like a domed roof or something. I'm gonna rotate this on the x-axis by 90 degrees. I'm going to cut it up a little bit. I'm gonna use the knife tool to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna use the knife tool. All right. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. There we go. And I have to remember to actually apply it. There we go. And I'm gonna cut it down the middle as well. Okay. Very good. Do that on the other side. Cut it. That's not the middle. Cut it down the middle. I don't know why I'm doing this example. It's because I want to. It's because I want to. Cut it here. And then I'm going to invert my selection here. Let's delete all that. Okay. So now I've got this, right? Let's say I wanted to make this back into... So why would I like want to do this, right? Why would I like want to do this? Because then I can edit both sides the same way. So I'm going to add a modifier here. Let's get a little modifier. And here is where we can add the mirror in. And as you can see, bam, we've got the other half. And then what's nice about that is, let's say I make a change over here, like I want to drag this out. Now it's mirrored. Yeah, check out some Blender tutorials. You know, it takes some learning to like find all these tools, but like once you find them, they're just awesome tools in your toolbox that you can use and make awesome stuff. So yeah, it's got mirror, and then you can do so much more. You can do arrays and stuff, so we can have this be multiplied many times. You know, you could have it like wrap around and do all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of cool things you can do. So we could change this, make it super long. Not Y. We'll say Z at 1. So now it's like longer or whatever. Now we've got a churro, I guess. I guess I've started making a churro here, potentially. So yeah, cool tools, very powerful. Emiliano Colantini has some amazing videos using metaballs. It has potential. Interesting. Noted. I need to remember that. I need to like write that down. How am I gonna remember that? How the heck am I gonna remember that? How easy is it to like apply textures and materials? That always look complicated. It is kind of complicated. It is complicated. I've done a little bit of that. I mean, it depends. You know, if you just want like a color, very easy. But basically, if you want to get more complicated with it, it becomes, well, more complicated. So you kind of have to, it's actually a visual scripting. It's like nodes and stuff that you use. And literally just Monday, Olaf and Tencho were helping me learn how to do this. So I'm still very green to all of this. So in here, you kind of get this like visual scripting stuff, right? And, you know, we can change the color and stuff. That's super easy. But if you want to put like a material on top, it gets only a little more complicated. So you have to like make an image basically. So we could like, let's see. I have a cliff. I actually have a cliff texture lying around. Let's check out that. Is that in terrain? Cliffs, textures. Let's just try this. Okay. So then here, I would want to add texture, image texture. And then we'd find the cliffs. And then if I plug this in, that applies it, right? So now that texture is on there. But, obviously it looks like freaking dookie. So like, you know, then you have to come in and you have to do like UV unwrapping. The wheels are turning, using dreams to make textures to use in Blender. You could do that, yeah. You could do that. That's a cool idea, I like that. You could definitely do that. So then if you want it to be in certain places, you have to like unwrap the UV, which is like this whole other horrifying thing. So you see how this is cut out here? So that's like the shape, right? That it has. So then if we unwrap it, it's kind of hard to see, but this is sort of where the sections are that's applying the texture. So this already looks a lot better. So because I just unwrapped it like that, it's applying a lot better. There's some overlapping issues happening. But, you know, if you have a really specific texture, you know, like where you can even see like the pattern, right? So you might want to make it so there's not like patterns visible. But, you know, if we come in here and I adjust this, in theory, it changes how, there we go. So you can see that, yeah, it looks better. So these, you know, it's possible, but like, let's say you had a very specific, like a character, like a face, right? And the ears, so you're gonna have to like imagine it like torn open, and then like the ears are like flat. It's really messy, and then you try to get the seams right. So that's not a fun thing, but it is doable, and the tools are there if you have the gumption to learn them. So does that answer some of your questions? I'm really glad you asked, honestly, because it helps me to like go through these things and like try them out again and be like, yeah, I know how to do this. I know how this works. All right, I'm gonna try to get back to animation though. Thank you everybody for chiming in. Now we have this random cliff block sticking in here. Yay! I'm so glad because I especially I want to help people who are used to Dreams and want to use PC software. I want to help you because I hear so many people just being like, oh, I can't do it. I can't leave Dreams. I'm stuck in Dreams. It's like, no, you can do it. You can do it. It takes some investment up front, but the tools become more familiar. And honestly, I can't imagine going back to Dreams. Like, I prefer all these tools to Dreams. That's just me. All right. Let's get all this crap out of here. And I think I have undone far enough. I think I've undoed enough. So we were looking at these. Oh, and then so then to answer your original thought, which was why isn't it blending in the run? Part of that reason is because I have the frames so close together that it doesn't like have enough space to animate. So that's kind of like its own problem I need to solve. I'm working on that. Oh, I need to check the run, start editing. I'm surprised it's not in the action editor right now. Whoa, oh, I got the wrong object selected. That'll do it. Okay. I know at the very least I'ma still use Dreams for music, can't afford FL Studio. Well, I mean, there's other stuff. There's other stuff! Similar to FL Studio is, I think it's called LMMS? Yeah. So this is a digital audio workstation. It's similar to FL Studio. It's a little buggy, but it does work. And it's similar in the sense that you drop in sort of samples and you can arrange them and put effects on them and stuff. So this is a nice free open source option. It's similar to Fruity Loops. And then there's also like Ableton, which I'm pretty sure you can use for free. Oh, it's got a trial. Yeah, okay. Is there any free version of Ableton? Ableton Lite. There you go. Wait, users of patterning too? Okay, maybe not. all right, I don't know. I haven't explored all of those, but check out LMMS. See what you think about that. I already exported all my Dreams music I've made so far. Nice. It's similar to Dreams. It's similar. You know, it's not gonna have all the samples. You're gonna have to like come up with your own samples. But you know, I believe in you. I believe in you. I hear you though. The music tools are really nice in Dreams. That's something I'm gonna do more of on the stream eventually, is music stuff. So check back in with me in like a few months. And then maybe I'll have better suggestions for music stuff. Okay, so I need to make sure I have the armature selected. Good. And if I go to edit this, there we go. Okay, beautiful. So part of the reason why this wasn't blending neatly is because there's only one keyframe. There's like no keyframes in between here. But I might still be able to blend it a little bit. I'm not actually sure. It looks like I can't. I don't think I can change the curve, really, between these. So that's just kind of its own problem. So I might try to separate them a little bit so I can blend them more easily. But for now, we'll be okay. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Thank you for those questions, though, Insane Alpha Beta. It's good to talk about. Okay. So we've got the first stage of the contact. A lot of this might need changing, right? And my main goal, and just to recap everything, as quickly as I can, I've already got a run and walk cycle in my game. I've already got a run and walk cycle. They already work. This is what it looks like. This is the walk cycle, the old walk cycle, the one I'm replacing. If I press the W key, it blends into the run cycle, and it blends smoothly. Now, some of the keyframes aren't quite lined up, so, you know, sometimes it, like, stops a little bit. It, like, slows down in a weird spot, or, like, skips ahead a little bit. So that's something I'm trying to correct in this version. But mostly, you know, the blend is good, it's smooth, it looks fine. The problem is, I need to add in an animation for grabbing like helicopters and stuff that I've got in the scene. So enemies and objects and all kinds of stuff. I need a grab animation, but I need the walk and run to keep going. The way to do that in Godot is to set up an animation tree. So if I go to grab this helicopter right now, the arm, that is a whole other thing. But the bone will point at the thing that we click on, and it will stretch. But this isn't an animation. This is all code-based stretching and moving. And in fact, you can even kind of tell the arm is kind of doing this. It's like, you know, doing that. That's not really a grab animation. And so if I want to make a separate grab animation, I have to use an animation tree, and I want it to preserve the walk and the run cycle at the same time. I have to use an animation tree. Unfortunately, in Godot 4.1 and 4.2, but it's actually even worse than 4.2. In Godot 4.1, well, and 4.2. Well, let me explain this too. Let me also say this. So in 4.2, this right here, where I'm able to blend between these two, these are set up via an animation player, and the code just is stipulating play the run animation when I press W, play the walk animation when I don't. In Godot 4.2, if I try to do this, it's gonna glitch. I don't know, but it does. And I've kind of narrowed it down as to why. Now, in 4.1 and 4.2, the animation tree also glitches in this way. So let me show you what that glitch looks like. So here's the animation tree. This actually uses some visual scripting to set it up in here. I'm used to Blender controls. Now I have to remember how we move in here. There we go. Okay. So if I play the animation tree here, this is the walk. Now, if I try to blend into the run, it glitches. It glitches, and we can even, you know, show this in the code. So here's the code for it running using the animation player. So I'm going to comment that out, and I'm going to comment in the code. This uses the animation tree. So this is actually using the animation tree this time instead of the animation player. And you'll see when I press W, you're going to get these like jerky motions. Oh, okay, hold on. We actually have this set up wrong. We have this set up wrong. I actually haven't done this in a while. Walking, running. Walking, running. Not exact. Oh, because we have to turn it on. That's why. There we go. Okay, here we go. So when I press W, you're going to see that the blend... Oh! Still not quite set up right. Let's fix that. Yeah, let's see if we can fix that. Why is it not animating? Animation tree. Oh, because I unhooked it up. That'll do it. Okay, for real this time. For realsies. This will be it. Okay. So when I press W, you see that blend? You see how it's all goofy? This I've narrowed down to being due to using too much quaternion variance in between the two animations. So what do I mean by that? So when you're doing game development, specifically rigging characters and skeletons and bones and armatures, there is 4 dimensions that are used for the rotation. Not just X, Y, and Z of vector 3, but X, Y, Z, and W. So here we have 4 of these. And this 4th one, what I've narrowed it down to, is when you try to blend 2 animations together in Godot that use a lot of quaternion changes, it causes that glitch when it tries to blend those 2 animations together. I've just narrowed it down to that. And so the reason why I'm remaking all of these animations is because in Blender, or these walk and run cycle animations, in Blender, I can much more easily animate in general and make sure I leave the quaternion alone. So I'm making sure I lock down the quaternion rotation. So let me pull up an example of that. So right here, the W, there's the W. I can make sure I lock it down, and I'm just much more able to monitor whether we're changing it or not. So I'm in Blender animating this, making sure I'm not messing with the quaternion too much. And in my tests, it will animate much more smoothly in Godot when I try blending 2 animations together. So that's why I'm remaking my run and walk cycles, even though we already have run and walk cycles. It's a very long-winded explanation. I don't know how to explain it quicker, but that is what we're doing. I've already made the walk. It needs work. It's not like a beautiful walk animation, but it's good enough for me for now. And so it's what we got. I don't really want to worry about them being beautiful and perfect. Same with the run cycle. I don't want to think about it being perfect. I just want it to hit the right stages and then make sure we keep that quaternion as stable as possible. And then I'm going to put the run and walk into these animation tree nodes, and we're going to see if it glitches. My theory is that it won't glitch. If it does, oh my gosh, goddess help us. But hopefully it doesn't, and then we're gonna be happy, and this will all be a success. So yeah, so that's why I'm doing these in the first place. And then on top of that, I'm trying to make sure I line up the positions of the arms and the legs with the walk and run cycle, which I didn't do the first time I did the walk and run cycle, so I figure I might as well try to do it better. And so because I'm trying to line it up so carefully, I also need to make sure that the frames are kind of in the same places. The run has like some extra steps. So like in this first section, we've got 2 stages for contact instead of 1, which we have for the walk cycle. So for the walk cycle, I'm able to like skip a frame between, you know, contact and recoil, and that gives it some blending room. But if I want to wedge in 1 extra thing, I'm gonna need to use that second frame, which kind of gets in the way of the blending. We'll see. You know, we can make changes later. I'm just gonna hit these points and line it up as best as I can right now, and in the future, we'll look into lining it up more nicely. Just gonna do my best for now. And make sure we hit those points, keep the quaternion steady, so I can run that test to see if the glitch happens or not. So that's all that I'm up to. So I'm gonna get back into this run. I'm gonna take a little bite of a snack. Let me turn up this music, and yeah, we'll get back to animating. Oh yeah. This music's kind of intense. This music ain't messing around at all. This music means business. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get it done. All right. So we're on the passing. So we need to make it go up a little higher, right? So we can see that this head is much higher than that one. So we're like pushing up. We need the back leg to go back. And the leg... We actually are swapping the leg positions for this one. So actually I need to bring this leg that's curved in the back a little bit. I need to bring that to the front. And then we want to bring this leg to the back, because it's actually swapped from this reference image. Okay. So I'm going to start with that. This is the left leg. This is the one I need to go in the back. So I'm going to push it back. I actually am going to adjust the foot as well. Oh, I'm on the wrong keyframe. I'm on the wrong frame. That's all right. We need to scoot forward. And this will be on 5, right? Actually, I think it's on 7. I believe we're on 7. Let me double check. I gotta double check. Yeah, 7 is the one that we want to be on here. Okay. We got this. We gonna be all right. Where's the checkboxes? Where'd the checkboxes go? Oh, I see. They go away when you're editing. Cool. Gotcha. Didn't realize that. Now I know. Alright, so I'm gonna kick... Let's do the foot first. Straighten it out. And then we'll kick the leg back. Why don't I just put it at 0 for now? Oh, well, actually, this leg... This kind of needs to be, like, straight. So let's actually put it there. then we'll push this leg back. And this actually needs to be contacted with the ground. And the other leg needs to be up in the front, tucked in. That's gonna be the left one. Nope. Sorry, the right one. Kind of bring that in a little bit. Now, are we at a big different angle? The angle is pretty much the same, like of the torso, so I won't worry about that. Now, one problem that I have is I need us to go higher, and I need the back leg to be contacting with the ground. So I'm probably gonna want it more like this or something. And then I'm gonna push our height up. I probably don't want to go much higher, if at all, than the contact we had before. Actually, the highest point is right here. So this needs to be like the lowest high point. Probably should be the same. Yeah, it looks like it should be the same height as this frame. So whatever we were in that one, I want in this one too. So let me check what that was. That was 0.22. 0.22 was the height. So let's do that. 0.22. So I gotta make sure that foot is actually touching. That's the left leg. See, it doesn't quite reach the ground, which makes me think we might want to make the other one just shorter, you know? Or like the height, just bring the height down a bit, which does mean I have to change the other one up. But maybe, just maybe, I can get this foot to reach. Not really. So I think what I'll do then is I'm gonna bring down the other height to whatever this works out to. So that looks pretty good. 0.19 seems to be touching the ground. So we'll keyframe that in. Keep the same rotation. I'm gonna head back to this one. This is at 0.22. I'm gonna bring this down to 0.19, just so that it's the same. Okay. Alright, looks pretty good. We gotta change the arms now. We should have the feet all keyframed. Leg left, foot left. Yeah, we've got all the legs keyframed. So now we gotta do the arms. Now these, they're kind of like closer to the side of the body instead of flailed out. So let's bring those in. Not like that. I'm gonna do the hand first. Actually, this is probably pretty similar. So maybe I won't. Oh, it's way different. This can get a little weird. Quaternions would make this a little easier to do. Truth be told. But because of what I suspect is a bug in Godot, we don't get the luxury of quaternions. Now this one, this arm needs to be like kind of back. Like kind of like that. I probably have this hand rotated all wacky. And I don't particularly want it to be clipping through the ground. So I am just gonna make sure that that isn't happening. However, we have to bend it. So it might be a little different than the reference, but that's okay. All right, let's say that's good enough. Keyframe all these. This was the left arm. Come to the right arm now. And for this one, it's just kind of like a little lower down next to the body. Pull that in. And then get the hand so it's kind of straight there. And at a desirable angle. It's almost like a little further down, almost. Like this. Okay, so we make sure we've got everything keyframed. It looks like we do. So that should be that. So now we've got the first few down on this one. Looking good. Let's keep it going. I'm gonna move my reference over in the back here. And now we go to high. Now this should actually push us even higher. This is gonna be tricky. I feel like we're gonna have to lower everything because I wouldn't need to be able to go higher, but I wasn't able to go higher without the foot actually leaving the ground. But based on the reference image, we don't leave the ground. And I'm just gonna look at the original just to like double check. Yeah, we never leave the ground. Oh, we do, but over here we do, right? Not on this one. So I think we need to bring the height down even more and adjust those others. That's right, Frank. That's right. We got some alien running happening up in here. You know it. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Frank does not get a song. I hate that I have to clarify this, but the chat, because Frank is a mod, and Frank is awesome. But even though it says membership, I just have to say it. I don't sing Frank a song because my chat app has a bug, and it says that mods are members, even if they're not. But don't worry, we love Frank all the same. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. So I want to actually modify the. Let's go back into pose mode. I want to modify the height. So before we brought it down from 0.22 to like 0.19, I'm going to want to go a little lower. FL Studios is dreams. FL Studios is dreams. What? You mean like earlier when we were talking about FL Studio? FL Studio is very similar to Dreams. It's true. The music making, they're very similar. The best free open source alternative that I found is LMMS. It's a little buggy, but you know, my chat app is buggy. Blender, well, Blender's not that buggy. Maybe a little bit. Godot's a little buggy. Everything's a little buggy. Everything's a little buggy. But I like LMMS. I need to use it more. One day I'll do more music streams and we can investigate what works best for us. So I'm gonna bring these down the armature. So we're not at 0.19. Let's just say, kind of arbitrarily, let's do 0.14. So I'm going to keyframe that. Come to this one. Instead of 0.19, let's bring it down to 0.14. And it doesn't even look that bad as it is. But we can probably adjust the foot a little. You've been trying LMMS these days, but I'm not super used to the workflow. BandLab is much more simple and user-friendly, but not as powerful. Okay. I need to start writing down some suggestions. Y'all are giving some suggestions. Someone's talking about Emiliano or something for Blender Metaball tutorials. I guess I'll use the hacking plan. Hopefully it won't glitch my internet. Oh, you want me to log in? Yeah, I'll log in. Hopefully it won't glitch my internet. Sometimes my internet glitches out if we try something too internet-y. But I need to start writing these suggestions down. This is getting ridiculous. Technical? Does that go into the technical folder? Let's say that. We're gonna say that. This is programs / method suggestions. Develop software / method suggestions. I don't know. That's what we're calling this. Hack and Plan, by the way, is what I use to manage my project. It's like Trello, but it's more game dev centric. So let's just call it a folder. We don't need to get too much more into this. Programs and or tutorials, tutorial channels recommended / methodologies, etc. How the hell do you spell that? Like that? Recommended by others. Okay. I like to be methodical. What can I say? This is the only place I know where to put this. So I'm going to add into here. Do I know how to code in order to use Godot? I heard they got rid of their visual coding. They did, Corey. Welcome. They did get rid of it. We're going to say music. And then we'll put BandLab in here. And that was a suggestion from Psychonic. And then I'm going to make another section here. I'll tell you about that in a second, Corey. I'm going to make another section here, and we'll call this Blender. And it was Emiliano : Tony. Okay, I think I can handle that. Metaball tutorials. And that was courtesy of Swagbag? Was that Swagbag? Crap, I forgot. I think that was Swagbag. I kinda don't remember. I'm sorry if it wasn't Swagbag. And I've now credited the wrong person. But I'm pretty sure that was Swagbag. I'm looking at the old chat. I think it's in here. I don't remember. I did my best. What was the reasoning for getting rid of visual coding? Yeah, so there's a whole thing on that. All right. So, now that I've got those notes taken, thank you, Psychonic, for that suggestion. I've never heard of BandLab. It sounds cool. Low music, much sounds. Just thinking of an acronym. Yeah, LMMS definitely stands for something. I don't know what, though. I don't know what it stands for. Linux Multimedia Studio. but it's not just on Linux anymore, so I guess it's just LMMS. I like that. Low music, much sounds. Pepe says, Pepe is here. We got a Pepe in this house. Since Pepe is here, Pepe gets a song. Pepe, I don't have to pay Pepe. Pepe pays me. I don't pay Pepe. Pepe pays me. I don't pay Pepe. Pepe pays me. Welcome, Pepe. That was your song. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, Pepe. Welcome, Pepe. Oh, we got another member. We got another member in the house. Pierogi gone. Pierogi gone. Pierogi ain't gone. Pierogi is here. Pierogi ain't gone. Pierogi is here. Welcome, Pierogi gone. Welcome, Pierogi gone. You ain't gone. Pierogi gone is here. Welcome, Pierogi gone. And there's our songs for the members. You're both most welcome, and I'm also very sorry, but you're also welcome. Good to see you all. My chair must be really strong. It is a strong chair. This is a good chair. This is a good chair. I invested in this chair. It's a refurbished chair that's normally like $3,000. Yeah, but it was refurbished, so it was like half the price, which is still a lot. But I knew I would be in here in this chair a lot, so I made sure I spent some money on it. Now do Olaf. We already did Olaf's. Olaf already got a song. That's not the deal. I'll do a little bit. Olaf. I'll do that. But that's it. Technically, we already did Olaf's song. All right, anyway. So in terms of what you're saying, Corey, yes, you do need to know how to code. Now look, there is something called Orchestrator in Godot. So this is a community-made thing. So you might want to look into this. I haven't been able to find it in Godot 4.1. I'm not really sure why not. But so there is this. This is visual scripting in Godot of a such, as you can see. So this exists. I haven't tried it. I haven't used it. But, you know, check it out. See what you think. Yeah, it's for 4.2. So you have to have Godot 4.2. I don't, but that's okay. But it's true. I don't. This will add some visual scripting back in. I can't vet it. I don't know how good it is. I have no idea. But technically it's here. The reason why Godot got rid of visual scripting is because it was bad. They had a bad visual scripting system, and they didn't want to keep updating their like documentation every version and every update for something that nobody was using because it was so bad. So that's why they discontinued it. Now, you could argue, well, why didn't they just make it better? I don't know. They didn't want to. They didn't want to, so they didn't. And they got rid of it. So this is an option. And for me, so you can see my journey on the YouTube channel page. Head over into my Godot journey. It's a playlist that has all of my past Godot videos. Actually, you can even just look on the live page and you can find it's the first one that should be on there. I never used text code in my life. I had never used it in my life, but I figured it out, and you can see my entire journey. Now, part of the reason why I figured it out is because I had wonderful community members like y'all giving me tips. But I find GDScript to be incredibly usable. It's very similar to Python, and it's a very, in my opinion, learnable language, and I like it. I prefer text coding to visual coding, and I used to swear up and down that I could never do text coding, that I had to do visual scripting. I swore that I wouldn't be able to do it, and now I prefer text coding. So, like, honestly, you do need to use it if you want to use Godot, to answer your question. Pepe says, I finally swapped to trying more Unreal Engine. Whoa, because you were a Unity stan, and you started manually porting a certain Dreams creation using a base, but you're still lost. Wait, are you doing your Sonic game? That's cool. Let's go. All right, Pepe. Let's learn. I love it. Very good. Yay. Pepe made this emote, by the way. We have some new member emotes, which you can get if you become a member. And Pepe made a couple of them, including that one that they use there. I'm just saying. All right, make sure we're caught up and everything. Yes, it's a strong chair. It is a very strong chair. I'm so glad I found this channel. I'm so glad you found this channel too. I stream all the time. So don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll sing the one for Olaf. Okay. You've heard it 4 times already. Okay. Oh, that's wonderful. You're welcome. That's what I do it. It's my gift to you. You're welcome. I am also sorry, but you are also still welcome. Stormrun is finally off of work. You deserve it. Do I use a VPN? Hell no. I mean, the only reason you need to use a VPN is if you need to seem like you're in a different country than you're in. They don't provide any extra security benefit. Yeah, just no. And besides, if I did, my internet connection would be even slower. It would be even slower. You're welcome, Corey. Maybe you're making a Sonic game. Let's go. Welcome, Warrior Maddie. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Am I a 3D modeler? Or do I use Maya or only Blender? VPN lets you watch more movies. Yeah. So it will allow you to mask what country you're in. So that way you can seem like you're in another country. But it is not more secure to be on a VPN. So yeah, I made everything that you see in my game, which this is just a work in progress. I'm in the middle of making this game. You know, it's not done yet. Okay, let me fix the animations real quick. Give me this grace so I can fix these animations. I just have to do that. Okay, here we go. So I've been making everything that you see here. This alien I actually made outside of Blender. I made in Womp 3D, which is a program that works in your browser that lets you goop things together. I would probably, if I was gonna remake this character, I would make it in Blender. But it was my first thing that I made, and so I didn't really know what I was doing, so I didn't make it in Blender. But everything else that you see here, these buildings, these trees, the helicopters, the house, I made all of that myself in Blender. And I've only been using Blender for the last few months, like 3 months or something. And every week I put in about 8 hours of learning on Mondays. And yeah, I've been getting better. You know, they're not the best models ever at all, but you know, they kind of get the job done. To me, thank you. To me, as long as they communicate what the thing is, they're good enough. Like, that's a helicopter. We see that that's a helicopter. Oh, I made these cows too. I also made these cows. I should be able to pick them up. The grabbing mechanic is a work in progress. Okay, there's the cow. I made this in Blender as well. I partially made this in Womp, but mostly Blender. So yeah, I've been doing it. You can do it too. Maya sounds majestic, like the Aztecs. It does sound majestic. Maya is cool. So Maya is like a program that is more used in the especially AAA game dev industry. Here's an example of Womp, by the way. You can go to womp.com to check it out. Maya is an expensive program. It's an expensive program that is very much the standard in the, AAA game development industry. And it's great. It's powerful. But I'm using the free open source one, Blender. I like free and open source. If I can, I'm going to prefer that. And I find Blender to do everything I need. But yeah, Maya is another one that you can use as well. And so in Womp has these nice blendy shapes that you can do. Apparently, metaballs in Blender can do similar things. I just found out about metaballs today. So I may only be using that. We'll see. But this is where I made the character because I needed it to be just like goopier in its design. And Womp let me do that. But I think today I could remake that in Blender, and someday I may well. Yeah, it just costs a lot of money. It's expensive. Swagbag says, I've been abandoning Maya for a while now. Animation is better on Maya, but the tools and extensions. Oh my gosh! Are you saying that it's not just the program that's expensive, but then on top of that, the tools and extensions are expensive? That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. This is the original thing that I made. And the quality, you know, has to drop down because there's way too many polygons when you export this from this program. But I did originally make the alien in here. Yeah, I'm sorry. Maya, that's cool. I didn't know that it had better animation. I believe it, though. I mean, I'm sure it's expensive for a reason. For a reason. The studio I work for has been adopting more Blender users due to US dollars. That can't be what that means. That has to be a typo. Yeah, Blender is incredibly capable. Like you can have a game dev team where some people use Maya and some people use Blender, and that works fine. How come every time I miss a couple streams, the game looks unrecognizable from the last time I see it? Oh, that's nice. The progress just shows. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, every Monday, so there's these member streams that I do. You can only access them if you are a member or a paid patron. I do Blender on those days, and that's when I add like a bunch of assets in here. And that's probably what makes it look unrecognizable, is that I add all of these assets in here, you know? And that, like, I think that increases the fidelity a lot. Like, this building upgrades it so much. But thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. I don't know if we had the character following the cursor at the time. Oh, and then there's this iconic. Bow! We can smack these helicopters. Now, this is kind of part of what I am working on today. I'm needing to remake the walk and run cycles because of a glitch. And you remember the glitch. You remember the glitch where it doesn't blend between the walk and run correctly. I've narrowed that down to being because of the quaternion vector is too much. Like, it's too... I use it too much in the two animations, and Godot has a problem blending quaternions between two animations, and so I'm remaking the run and walk cycles, keeping the quaternion vector as absolutely stable as possible. So that way I can use the animation tree, add in a grab animation instead of just stretching the bone, which is all this is. The bone is just stretching. It's not actually, you know, grabbing. It's just like stretching to the helicopter. And so I want to make a grab animation, but the only way I can insert that in here is if I fix the walk and run cycle. So that's why I'm doing walk and run cycles today. It sounded so made up. The quaternion. The quaternion. Yeah, it sounds like a Marvel thing or something. No, it's real. So basically in game dev, specifically with character rigs, and even more specifically with the rotation of bones, it's calculated with a quaternion, which basically is a fourth dimension. So it's, instead of being 3 dimensions, that is to say X, Y, and Z, it's got a fourth dimension that informs the X, Y, Z, what the relative positions of the X, Y, and Z are to each other. So it's this W, if X, Y, Z, and W. And if I play an animation here, and we look at one of these here, you can see the quaternion just flying all over the place. 4 dimensions are real. Yes. I mean, it's like a theoretical fourth dimension. It's like using a fourth dimension to contain information that's mathematically calculated, right? It's not like necessarily a true fourth dimension. Oh, it was originally conceived by Pixar. You know, I forgot that I might have heard that. But it's a format that saves everything in scene, can even boost performance. Oh, that's not the quaternion. You're talking about USD. Oh, the US dollar thing. Okay, that's not a quaternion. I was like, wait, Pixar invented quaternions? No, that's not true. Okay, got it. Understood. USD is Universal Scene Descriptor. It's quite magical. Interesting. So yeah, so anyway, so I'm finding that in Godot, it does, like, the way that Godot calculates quaternions is a little flawed, particularly when blending two animations together. So that's why I'm remaking the run and walk cycles without having this quaternion value changing all that much. And actually, this one is actually not that much. You can see it's going between like 0.6 and 0.8 and 0.9. It's not that much. Whereas that's the new walk. Here's the original walk. It's actually not changing that much here either. But the run was where the problem really was. And here it's doing a lot more. I don't know. This is an experiment. We're trying experiments. I can't necessarily prove it to you that well. But hopefully it works better. In my experiments, keeping this more stable has led to better results. That's all I can say. I can't promise you that everything I just explained is square with this. It's weird because you see the quaternion changing, but in Blender, I have not touched the quaternion. So I don't know. I don't even want to try to explain why this makes sense, because I just want to do it and find out that we don't have the glitch. Anyway. Anywho's it. Oh, thank you. That's so nice of you to say. Giselle, thank you. I love that you love Blender. Dude, Blender is awesome. Blender is so useful. It's so powerful, and I just like it. It's just fun to use. It's a really good engine to use. Or engine. I mean, it is an engine. Editing software to use. It does the job very well. I'm so glad to hear that you like it. Thank you for coming through. You might have something to teach me, and maybe not. Maybe I can teach you, we'll see. But I'm here every week doing some Godot, sometimes Blender once in a while. It's time. Oh. Psychonic says, I'm still in the past. Had to pause the stream, so I'm delayed. That slap animation is sick. It's not an animation. It's not an animation. It's literally code. My 2 cents helped me do that, but it's all code. It's 100% code. I taught you something in Blender? Let's go. It was a game engine too. Right, it is. Well, and I think you can still kind of use it as such, but right, it got abandoned. You're caught up, Psychonic? Okay, welcome. Welcome back. There's something, but it's outdated. Oh. You're able to fully animate. I didn't know that. I knew that it could be an engine, but I didn't know that like it's because they abandoned that. You're able to fully animate a playing card without an armature. Nice. That sounds cool. So we have like the way that the arm thing slapping works. My 2 cents helped me set this up in the chat. You guys helped me set this up. But we actually are aiming the bone at the helicopter, and then we stretch it using a basis, that is to say a matrix of transform, to get it to stretch. It's completely code, and it's just manipulating the bones. And so I'm actually trying to prepare us to be able to put a real animation. Because if I keep doing these grabs, what you'll notice is that like the walking arms, like when it grabs, it's going to like stay in whatever position the animation is at, and the animation will continue. So you see how like it's kind of like not animated? So technically it's not an animation, but I want it to be an animation. And the only way to do that is if I can blend a grab in with the run and walk cycles. But I can't blend the run and walk cycles together because of this bug, which is why I'm redoing my run and walk cycles. Anyway, you guys know it by now. I took key elements from the last stream I saw of yours. Seriously? Was able to easily get my animation of the card with just the object and timeline. Wait, that's awesome! Wait, that's so cool! That's awesome! I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Bases look so scary. I only had to use it to get vectors relative to where a player's looking. Yeah, it is scary. It is scary. Now again, I had someone helping me do this, but for clarification, a basis is like a matrix. This did not pop it up. like I thought it would. I just wanted to get to the... Here we go. So the basis has many vectors in it, or many axes. So it's a matrix containing 3 vector 3 as columns. X-axis, Y-axis, Z-axis. So it's got all of these values in it, and they're kind of like stacked on top of each other. I don't know, I like barely understand it. But like one of them is scale, and so it lets us be able to stretch it. And then one of them is rotation, which lets us rotate it. So that way it can get there. It is wild, but it was the only way we could do it. The card flips from the animation I gave it, then bounces off the surface like a real card. I would love to see that. Playing the Dreams version versus the Unreal Engine made me realize how bad the Dreams version was. I mean, you can only... I mean, this is gonna be controversial to, like, 3 of you. Okay, like 3% of you. But Dreams isn't that good of an engine. Well, yeah, you clocked 700 hours because you have to work twice as hard to do the same thing you could do in another engine. I'm just saying other engines have more built-in optimized features to make certain things easier. That, you know, in Dreams, it's actually harder to do. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Yeah, it's more of a sandbox, but it's kind of an engine. Like, it's not in the sense that it's all trapped on the PlayStation, but it's very powerful and it has tons of logic that you can use. It uses visual scripting, but it's very, very powerful. If you want to see like some usage of Dreams, I used to use it in the 1-hour game jams. So if you head over to the channel page and go to the Hyper Game Jams playlist, you have to go back a little bit, but you can find, I used to use Dreams for those, and you can see me using it. And it's very powerful. It's a very powerful game engine, but it has a lot of limitations that make it not ideal for actually, like, making real games. Oh, Stormrun asked, does he move his head towards your mouse? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I wanted that just as some feedback, so the player knows that, like, moving the cursor does something and is important. So yeah, it does follow it. And then the idea is that, you know, you're looking for targets to hit. Because otherwise, I don't know, it's just like, it doesn't feel like it makes sense that you can suddenly grab things. I feel like it communicates that there's some purpose between moving the cursor and the character. So that's why I added that in. Blender is free, absolutely. Stormrun says, when I was a teen, I used to pirate the Adobe stuff. Yeah, me too. Photoshop, After Effects, and all. Like $10,000 for free. Yeah, I used to do that too. I don't do it anymore, though. Since they added Unreal Editor Fortnite to Fortnite, lawyers asked them if it was a game or platform now. Is a platform an engine? Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like all semantics. Like, you can make a game, you can have people play it as long as they have Dreams. As long as you're on that platform only. It's a game engine that's locked in to a platform. And that platform is dying. So, we don't recommend it. And we don't pirate. That would be illegal. No, we don't pirate. Present tense. As a child, of course I pirated. I'm a millennial, all right? Like, I came of age when pirating online became a thing. Like, of course I did it. Duh. But, like, I stopped. You know when I stopped? I stopped when I got an email from the government that said that I pirated something. And then I was like, we're done here. Never doing that again. That's the end of that. Yeah, like, there was, like, I don't know how I never understood how it worked, but, like, somehow they knew I downloaded pirated music. And, yeah, that was the end of that. I was done with that. Has anyone ever gotten that? You know what I'm talking about. Dude, it's so scary. It's so scary. Forget that. Hell no. Everyone wants to play pirates when they're kids. Exactly. Exactly. I was just doing what kids do. I think I was bringing the height down. I think that was the last task I was doing here on the run cycle. 0.14. And then it goes to 0.14 here. Right, and then I just need to adjust the foot position. So that way it kind of makes sense for this. I got so scared I ended up washing cars and selling whoa, my dyslexia just like exploded there. I got so scared I ended up washing cars and selling lemonade. I said cars. I did. I need like a sip of... Girl! Alright. You got so scared that you washed cars, and sold lemonade. I mean, that's kind of beautiful. I love that story. You know what? We're done with this. You know what? We're not gonna be pirating anymore. I think I'm gonna go clean. I'm gonna go straight edge. We're gonna get a real job. I promise I'm a good person. I got the letter from my ISP. Oh, maybe it was from my ISP. See, my childhood brain was just like, this is the government. I think that must be what it was. It said something along the lines of, don't distribute this content, which I took as, I can download, just not upload. Wow. See, I didn't read the fine print. I just was like, well, this is scary. Let's just never do it again. But I didn't actually like read it. It looks like you read it. I think that might have been the same one. Karsh. It's what I kept saying. I don't know why. In terms of emulation, it's not illegal to play, but to distribute. I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that. Well, look, certainly for making your games, you're not distributing the program, but it just seems, I don't know. Don't do it. Just don't be doing it. And if you do it, don't tell me about it. When pirating, it's more illegal to distribute than download. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. And, you know, I don't blame anybody for pirating. I understand it. Hey, welcome, Blender Battle. Blender changed my life. I actually can't wait until Godot progresses as a game engine. Love your channel. Thank you, Battle! That's so nice of you to say. I appreciate that. You know, I'm here. I'm doing my best. I'm doing what I can. Yeah. So, and what I love about using Godot and Blender together is that they do have an integration, which has its, you know, it has its struggles, but it is really nice to just, like, you know, if I need to make a change to my character, you know, I know it's going to just happen in Godot. So, like, right here on my character, let's say I wanted to make the head bigger. I mean, this is a terrible idea in so many ways. All right, save it, right? And now I hop into Godot and it's gonna be big head. Now it's gonna be a big head. And so Godot just knows to update it, and it's gonna make that change, unfortunately. Sometimes it crashes. Sometimes when it's doing this like import between here, it'll crash. But it is still not. Yeah, see, there it goes. There it goes. Looks like we will be waiting for Godot. Therefore, we must read from the book of Waiting for Godot. That's how this works. That's how this works. Okay, we got, let's see. This is a real play, by the way, that Godot is named after. Let's see. Sometimes this happens with the Blender Godot integration. It's still cool. It's not a big deal. We didn't lose anything that matters. Everything is fine. I'm trying. Say anything at all. What do we do now? Wait for Godot. All right. Reading from the book of Waiting for Godot. Yes, indeed. The pirate flag flying. Still waiting, though. I should keep reading. Flags flying. Yeah, it crashed. It does happen. The mesh made your character look like a lizard man. Yeah, it's definitely ridiculous. And but as long as we get it all to work, here we go. There's Big Head. So it's nice because I don't have to like export something from Blender. It'll just update it right away. This honestly looks hilarious. It's kind of adorable. Like, I almost like it. Is this is this correct? Is this the way it should be? I don't know. This character has a face, by the way. You don't see the face very often, but it does have a face. Samuel Beckett is actually good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's why I read it. I studied theater. That was like my first thing, was learning playwriting and screenwriting. And that's why I even have that book. Yeah, Samuel Beckett is awesome. It's a very absurd play. Oh, we got a cat. And we got a cat. Oh, the party really do be partying. Did you guys know I set up a cat cam? I set this up during the member stream on Monday. There's our cat. Let me fix this back. You know it. You know it. Let me put this back to the way that it was. As fun as it is. As fun as it is. It's not actually one. So hopefully it won't crash this time. Yeah. Hopefully Godot will update it correctly. Sometimes it crashes when it's updating here. Yes! Yes! The cat emote! Indeed! Now all he wants is to cuddle. He's obsessed with cuddling. He loves to cuddle. So we're gonna try. It means I'm gonna be further away from the screen. Come on, buddy. I know you want to. Come on, buddy. He is a big cuddler. This is Travi. He's a huge cuddler. He just wants to cuddle. That's his whole thing. Now the problem is, he's gonna start playing with my hair because my hair looks very fun to him. So I have to be careful, or else. There, we put up the Travi emote. Okay, there you go. So this time it updated correctly, and you can see the head has shrunk. So I love that Blender and Godot communicate with each other. It's a really nice, it just saves a few steps, you know, most of the time. So I really like it in that regard. Plus Blender is just cool. Thanks for stopping in, by the way. Battle. Swagbag says, it's a Godot, it's a good name for an engine. I thought that's a Godot. See, my vision is bad because I gotta lean back so he can actually cuddle with me. So you'll forgive me if my vision is a little worse. I hope you'll forgive me. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I can make the chat bigger for everybody, but that's not right. Could be an Easter egg that the head gets big. I like all his arm bones. Seems good for dancing. Yes, in theory. In theory. I actually do want to make a dancing animation. That is something I want to do. Yes. Alright, y'all. Let's see if I can get some animation. Hopefully he won't play with my hair. Otherwise, I will be making that Godot crying laughing face. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm just like, is he gonna attack my hair? I love you. Oh, you're a sweet boy. Oh, you're a sweet boy. Okay. So, animation. Yeah, we were doing it. We were doing something like it. And he gets very confused. He doesn't know who I'm talking to. And he thinks I'm talking to him. So, you know, we'll see. Oh, the head is messed up. Whoopsie. There we go. The head was popped off. We need to make sure we select the armature and that we're in pose mode. And now, also let me hide this because we're moving on to the next one. And now we should be able to animate this. Alright, this is all we got so far. We got a lot of frames left. Spoken into existence. My cat plays with my hair too. Oh my gosh. Dude. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Head missing was a feature for remote biting. That's hilarious. I mean, I do, you know, I am imagining making this like a roguelike, and so you'd have like abilities you can get. Maybe that's an ability. You can pop your head off. I like that. Okay. Animation, run cycle. So, we are on the high phase. Right, I wanted to make sure this foot isn't clipping with the ground too much. It looks fine to me, honestly. I think this foot looks good. I mean, we could push it up a little bit. I think it's fine. So if 0.14 is the lowest high point, then when I go to, so that's this. Oh, I can't do the cat cam. Oh, okay. That's okay. I didn't put the okay, let me adjust the cat cam. I didn't make different positions for the cat cam yet. We can put it, but then it's gonna block the animation. I need like one that flips around to the other side. This will have to do. This will have to do. And actually, if we shrink this down, that won't cause any harm. I could even move it over here. We could do that. Finally, hardened assistant. Yes, Entropy. I've embraced the cat wanting to cuddle while I'm streaming. I have decided to try it and embrace it. As long as he doesn't play with my hair, we're cool. Okay. So for the high, I need to actually check on the walk animation. Welcome, Entropy. I need to check to see where... So that's on frame 10 is for the high, right? I assume so. Bringing you back to the Kel days. Yeah, Kel Biones was a dream streamer. We've been talking about dreams a little bit in this stream. And yeah, Kel Biones was a dream streamer, absolutely. And had a cat cam. I figured I might as well. If the cat's gonna be here, we might as well. I'll work on getting a flipped one, so it's like flipped the right way. Okay, cool. 10, so we wanna go to 10. We're at 7 now. I wanna make sure they're lined up as much as possible. So we're gonna go to frame 10, and that's where we'll do the next one. And that's this high here. Okay. I think I know the task ahead of me. I may well. And we want to actually push this up much higher. I think well, I actually might want to do 0.22 because there's going to be a couple different heights, right? There's like this height, and then there's this height, and this one's a little bigger than this one. So I think I'm gonna say 0.22, and this will be like 0.19, and then this one can be 0.14. I think that'll be what we do. So we'll do for the high 0.22. I'm gonna keyframe that right there, and we want the leg to be kicked way back. Really, the arms do something quite different as well. So let's do the arms first, because the arms are just like blocking my view. Elbow, this is the right elbow. These are also flipped, so we don't actually want to look exactly at this, which is a little confusing, but that's the way it is. Because see, between these two, they actually switch positions. So the one that was in the back needs to become in the front. The right one is in the front. So this one needs to go back, and specifically just kind of like bent in the back. So let's do that. Not like that. So pull it back. We'll try to even it out. Unfortunately, I'm gonna need to bend the hand a bit to get that to work right. So kind of like this. Oh, hi. Oh, hello. Getting a little scratchy. You feeling scratchy, buddy? It's okay. Just be careful. Just be careful. Mommy doesn't want to get hurt. And then it's kind of tucked in a bit. Like maybe around there or something. I'm just gonna, I don't want it to be rotated too oddly. Alright, I'm gonna keyframe these. I feel a little iffy about these positions, but I'm not necessarily, my goal right now isn't to have the most beautiful run cycle. It's to see if we're actually eliminating the quaternion blending issue. So, we're okay with imperfection. Now this other arm needs to be forward So let's do that. It's a little tricky, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's rotate that hand a little bit so it's actually facing the right way. And we do want it to be pointing like down. A bit. So it's this arm right here. Even though it's flipped to the other side, that's the arm that I'm trying to make it like. That kind of works. That kind of works. We might want to pull it up a bit. I really like the animation tools in Blender. It's way better than doing it in Godot. Bless Godot's heart. I'm a little worried that that's gonna like clip with the ground. So I might just bring it up a little bit just to make sure it's not gonna do that. It might not, but we'll just stay a little way. All right, I'm gonna keyframe these. And now the legs. Now, do I want to change the rotation as well? The torso does seem to like kind of be like bent a little bit, like it's more like upright. And then it kind of like goes back down. Yeah, especially if I look at like these two. Like this one's going... It's a different angle, so I think we'll push up the posture a little bit as well, because that'll affect how the legs touch the ground. Actually, let me do the leg first, so we can make sure we get the leg as far as we can. So we want the leg to be straighter, and we need it to, this is gonna be hard. It's gonna be, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm gonna get the leg to touch the ground. So we might need the rotation to do that. This is where it can get a little tricky. Is getting it to actually touch the ground. And we could fudge some things to get that to work right. But I need that leg to be as long as possible, so it actually touches the ground. I mean, that seems to be about the closest we get. Does that change much? But yeah, it does change between these. Not much. It's pretty much the same. Which can be okay. That can be okay. I have a few concerns about the arms, but again, not going for perfection here. Just good enough. So... the legs. Oh, let me go back to the... Did we keyframe it? Yes. Let's go to the rotation, actually. So we wanted it to be a little more upright, I guess. What's the other rotation that we have back here? We have negative 35 degrees here, and then it goes to negative 25. And it stays like that. We want it to be more upright. So maybe we'll say like this. It's kind of far. I'm gonna say negative 21, keyframe that. So it's a small difference, but maybe it just helps it make more sense. Maybe. Big maybe. Okay. Cool. Now the leg is not necessarily more on the ground. It's technically not supposed to be off the ground. Cat cuddle is effective. It's effective for him, I'll tell you that. Although I guess it isn't not helping me concentrate. It's forcing me to like be very still. Oh, he's like, you wanna play? You wanna play? You want me to play with your hair? I like playing with your hair, mommy. I know you do. I know you do. That's all you, buddy. That's all you. I would prefer it if you didn't, but I know a cat's gotta do what a cat's gotta do. Can I take a drink of water? Is that gonna be okay? Yes, just a cup of water. Yeah, so humans like to drink water. You like drinking water too, so I think you know. This is a cup. You usually drink it out of a bowl. We use cups. They're similar. Just shaped a little different. Yeah. Alright. He is such a cutie. He is such a cutie. He's such a cutie. I love him. I love him dearly. There he is in all of his glory. I too am a fan of water Kool-Aid and orange soda drinks, and maybe my favorite, whole milk. Okay. Alright, I hear you. I hear you. Those sound like tasty drinks. Whole milk. I like water. I like water. I'm a big fan of water. It's my favorite drink. It gives me the most, like, energy, I feel like. Oh, he's such a sweet boy. He just wants love. That's all he wants in his life, is love and food and fun. Water and Kool-Aid, both okay, I see. Gotcha. Nice. Fuel. Oh, is he done? He's like, well, that was nice, mommy. Thank you for cuddling with me. I got business. He's got cat business to go take care of. So he's heading out. All right, buddy. See you later. Goodbye. Thanks for hanging. All right. Now I can lean forward. Yep, I'm out. At last, I can lean forward again. Okay. He's a good boy. Maybe he got thirsty. All this talk of drinks. He wanted some. Okay, so we go up. So the legs, I think we need to adjust the legs more. I mean, the leg not being on the ground, we could kind of let it go. It's kind of not the end of the world if the foot isn't quite touching the ground. I mean, we're going from 0.14 to 0.22. I kind of don't need to go that high. Like, we could bring it down. If I do 0.18, it's barely touching, which is good. Yeah, why don't you just do that? Just, you don't gotta go to 0.22. There, bam, touching the ground, done. I don't know why I was so hooked on 0.22. Okay, and then the other leg is pretty much in the right spot. But it's bent, like the foot is bent the wrong way. So let's fix that. This is our right leg. And we'll just try to like bend this the same. It's kind of like pointing up, which is a little tricky with the way I rig these bones. And the reason why I had to rig these bones so bizarrely is because I made the character have very bizarre shaped legs. Something I would reconsider in a future iteration. Technically, the limbs are supposed to be like wiggly, like jelly. I'll probably use a shader for that, but I wanted to like represent that wiggliness in the mesh. In retrospect, I didn't necessarily have to do that, but I did do that. So that's why they're all kind of like bent and like wavy. Is to just represent that in theory, they would be like jelly. So someday we'll do shaders and we'll figure out how to get them to like actually be like wiggly. For now, this is good enough. Okay. Cool. So I think we've got everything keyframed. I think that's that whole thing. So we go up. Yeah. All right, good. What's the next stage? The next stage, I'm gonna check out my reference here. Just want to make sure we're doing them all on the same ones. 13 is the next one. 13. Okay. Hey, what's up? Thank you, Radoslav. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Radoslav. Can't wait for your next Game Jam stream, and I will just watch it. All right, thank you for stopping in. Get some sleep. If you ain't get some sleep, yeah. Well, I mean, it will be. So the next, that's gonna be right now is when the Game Jam would be starting on Friday. So hopefully you were able to stay up late. I'm sorry that it's so late for some people, but I really appreciate you stopping in. And yeah, just so everybody knows, every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, basically literally right now. Wow, you're like right on time, except the wrong day. Yeah, right now on Fridays, we'll be doing a 1-hour Game Jam every single week. And yeah, you're welcome to join. Check out what happens. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate that. So nice of you. That's so nice of you. Yeah, the game jams are so fun. Scary, but fun. Scary if you're participating. Of course, you don't have to participate. You don't have to. Animate by hand? That's hard. It is hard. Yeah, I know. And like, you know, I could like go to Mixamo or something and like yoink an animation off of there and put it in here. But for me, I want to learn all the things. I actually just watched a video last night from, what's his name? Is it Tim Cook? The guy who made Fallout, or like was part of Fallout initially. He has these videos that he puts on YouTube. They're awesome. They're awesome game dev videos. And he just sits and talks and shares his experiences. And what he talks about are these generalists. And people in game dev are like, who are good at like a lot of different things. They can do animation. They can do internet stuff. They can do modeling. They can do coding. They can do UI. They can do all these different disciplines. And that's sort of like a dying breed in game dev. And I didn't really realize it, but that's kind of like what I want to be. I want to be able to do everything. So that way, if I do bring in an animation from Mixamo, I'll at least know how to modify it. I'll already have all the experience in here, and so I'll know how to do it. Plus, I don't know, I just kind of like doing things from scratch. I just like enjoy it. So, I don't know, that's just me. But yeah, I do it by hand. Game Jam starting at 6 p.m. I'll need more hours of sleep. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry about that. That doesn't work for everybody as well as I want. Is it Tim Cook? Is that his name? I just don't want to be getting his name wrong. Oh, Tim. Oh my God. Tim Cook is the guy from Apple. Wait, who's the guy from Fallout? Tim Kaine. Okay, you can forgive me. They're pretty similar. Okay, Tim Kaine is his name, not Tim Cook. Check him out on YouTube. It's awesome. He has such great game dev videos. Really, really, really awesome stuff. Tim Kaine, and then it looks like his YouTube channel name is Timothy Kaine. Really, really helpful stuff. I'll at least try to make terrain in Unreal Engine for my own project because I haven't made anything for slacking too much. I mean, look, game dev is hard. It's hard, especially if you've got like work and life and friends, and then on top of that, you're trying to learn game dev like as a hobby on the side. Like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work, and there's so many different disciplines, right? There's the art, like I was saying, the music, the UI, programming, so many different things. So you can't be expected to handle it all. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Even the best ones do mistakes, no worries. That's right. That's right. That's right. I agree. But make sure to be easy on yourself. It's hard to do game dev all by ourselves. Sounds like you're doing cool stuff though. I love Unreal Engine. And yeah, UE is nice because UE has like a lot of built-in creation features, which I really like. They have like the terrain editor, and which is pretty new in Unreal Engine. They've got a lot of good built-in tools for sure. Hey, Godot. Okay, so back to animating by hand. I like it. I don't know. I like doing it. I like learning every step of the process. And that's certainly not honestly, for some people, you shouldn't, you know, like depending on, you know, your scope and your time budget, it could be better just to grab something from Mixamo. But for me, I have all the time in the world. I'm just here to learn everything that I can. And I don't have like a due date or something. So I'm just going to learn it all. That's just me. So we're on the next stage of this movement. So I'm gonna move this down. Oh, right. Oh, this one is double. Right. I forgot about the doubles. So I have to fit this in before we get through the next frame. Okay, so how much room do I have to do this? Oh, we also need to make sure that I'm not clicked on the wrong thing. So that's gonna be on frame 16. Now, on the walk cycle, frame 16 is gonna be back to contact. But I need to wedge in another animation before then. You know, without changing too much. It's gonna be a little tricky. I kind of want it to be as close to contact as possible, because again, this arm is going to be way up. So I don't want these animations to get too out of sync. And you can see these are lined up pretty well, where these arms would be. But this arm is really far out. So I'm going to kind of want to make sure I'm as close as I can possibly get to 16. And we're at 13. Oh, that's not a lot of space. Oh, man, there's not even a middle between 14 and 15. Oh, my gosh. I mean, honestly, I'd rather put it on 14. I don't know. No, actually, I'm gonna do it on frame 15. I don't know, I'm still kind of experimenting with what makes the most sense here, and I'm still not sure what does, truth be told. So I'm gonna put it on 14. Wait, did we do... Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. Did I keyframe in the wrong place? Wait, now I'm all confused. I'm confused. Contact, recoil, passing, high. Contact, recoil, passing. High is on 10. And I'm just, wait a minute, have I made mistakes? Okay. High is on 10. 13 is the next one. 13 is the walk cycle's contact. Yes. Okay, so not 15. So we still only have 2 frames to choose from. It's 12 that I need to put this on. And then 13 will be this one. Okay. All right. 12 is where we want to go. That was a little scary. I was a little afraid for a second there. We're fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. What do you mean? So I'm going to come to 12. And this is where we're going to make this leaping in the air here. We getting there. We studying it. We carefully studying it. We'll figure it out, probably. Everything will be alright, probably. Alright, so for this one, we want to actually be in the air. And this one is a little lower, actually. So we were on 0.18. I'll just start with that one. So I think 0.14 is our lowest elsewhere. So I guess I'll just go in between. We'll say 0.16. Keyframe that. And let's go ahead and kick those legs out. That looks like a pretty easy step here. Oh, we're in object mode. That's risky business to be chilling in object mode. That can be dangerous. We gotta be careful chilling in object mode. Things can get broken doing that. Is it already? Did I already make a mistake? I'm actually a little afraid here. I'm just gonna do some undos here. I'm just only a little afraid. Let me go back to when we first moved this. You just have to be really careful. So we move that. Grab the armature, hop into pose mode. It was fine, I was just scared. I guess I kind of wish like that back leg did more between these two. But I think it's okay. Everything's fine, don't worry. Just gotta double check. So, let's do the armature again. Bringing it down to 16, keyframe that. Rotation-wise, it kind of looks the same to me. I'm just gonna leave the rotation. And then I'll grab our left leg. The left leg is the one in the back. And that's the one we need to be... That's this one. So we'll rotate that like this. Easy peasy. Might want to change the foot position a little bit. But it's pretty okay. Yeah, it's pretty okay. We could do it more like that. Then we could even bring the leg down a little bit. Maybe like that. Alright, not too bad. Now the other leg. This one's just kind of more forward. And then that foot is just bent a lot more. Just gonna like tuck that in. And then push this leg all the way out. It's a bit extreme. You know, it's not gonna quite get exactly the same. And that's okay, like as the reference. So maybe we'll just do it kind of like this. And then for the arms, we want the right arm to be like kicked back. So this arm that was just sort of tucked in here, we want it to be straight, not straight back, but back further instead of like next to the side. I always get a little confused moving this because it just is kind of weird. Okay. And then the hand, we want it to be a little more extended. Seems pretty good. Keyframe that. Keyframe the elbow. Alright. I could rotate it a bit, but I think it's fine. And then the other arm is gonna come up a lot more. It's like popping up. Oh, kitty cat's back. Does he want to cuddle, or do you just want to say hi? I think he needs. I think he demands cuddles. He demands cuddles. And so who am I to deny him? Come on, my friend. Yes, I love you very much. I want you to cuddle if you want to cuddle. I'm here. The lap is available. Okay? It's available for you if you're interested. Yeah, come on, kitty cat. It's okay. Yeah, come on, Trevi. It's okay. You got it. You got it. He unplugged my microphone. Oh, he unplugs. He's unplugging my microphone. He doesn't mean to be. All right, come on. Yeah, you got this. We'll work it out. Yeah, get comfy. Okay. Now I'm far away and everything's tiny. Okay, so the other arm. Are we on it yet? So that's the arm that's going back is the right one. So we need to come to the left one over here. And this one is pumping forward now. Oh, you're gonna knead on my arm. Ouch. 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 That's sharp. It's sharp. Ouch. It's very sharp. I don't know how I feel about that. I know you don't mean anything by it, but oof. I don't think I can handle that. Oh. He's like, I'm not comfortable. This wasn't comfortable, Mom. Where'd he go? He's gone. Jeez. He said, forget this. This ain't it. He gave up. He said, this isn't comfortable. I'm like, I know. I don't know why you want to even be here. Alright. The arm's always the weirdest. It just like has the weirdest positioning of all the parts. We can probably angle it a little more there. Like that. Nice. Oh, it's their lunchtime. That's why he bailed. He's getting lunch right now. So kind of like that. Keyframe it. Okay. And that is almost all of them. Oh, shoot. Wait, why am I keyframing on here? I'm keyframing in the wrong place. Interestingly. That was a mistake. Let's get rid of this keyframe here. Push these over there. Alright, here we go. So that's that so far. It's, you know, it's interesting. It's something. I'm worried it's gonna be a little slow for a run animation, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to like speed it up probably. But it's getting there. Okay. And then what's the next one again? The walk is so 13. I keep forgetting. Contact recoil passing high. Contact recoil passing high. And then contact again. So we're doing the second stage of high, which should be like 12. And then 13 will be contact. So we don't want to be on 13. We actually want to be on 12 for this one. Let's scooch that over. And then for 13, we need to come all the way back down. It's going to be such a big difference all of a sudden. I mean, we're not coming all the way back down. It's just a little bit. All right, so I'm going to move my reference image in the back. Make sure I've got my armature selected. Hop back into pose mode. And 13. is where we're at now. So as far as the body positioning goes, we want to bring it a little lower, probably back down to that 0.14 position. And then the angle of the body, it looks like it's leaning forward a lot more as opposed to being more upright. Which is a little wild. You know, it's hard to say like whether or not this drawing that I'm referencing is like intending for the torso to be in such a different spot, but it is. So this is actually leaned forward the most. So it's going from leaned back the most to lean forward the most, and then it like kind of goes back to normal. And so we've got it at the rotation at -35 degrees in the beginning, which is leaned forward a bunch. That's this one. But we want to lean forward even more than that. Then -25 is its like most upright in the log. We go down to -21 for the high. And so then here for this contact, I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't. I feel like this should just be normal. I don't know that I want to like, well, but then again, I kind of feel like we should. But aren't we already doing the high contact here? Right, -35. Okay, so I think we want to do -35 here. I see. We don't want to go more than this. -35 is what we want for this. Because it's actually the same stage. It's just the arms are flipped into a different place. Okay, I see. All right, so for this one, we're going to want this at -35 rotation. Quite a big difference. Quite a big difference. Like, significantly. And in one frame, mind you. Yeah, this might be a little ugly. This might turn out a little ugly. That's okay. It's fixing the glitch. That's what this is all for. Fixing the glitch. And then we can fine-tune it later. So as far as height goes, it's going to be lower. We're on contact now. We want it to be whatever the height is here, because it's basically going to be the same as that. And that height is 0.14. Right. Okay, so this will be 0.14. So I'll bring this down a little bit. Keyframe that. And, you know, we can kind of imagine it the same as this one, just with the arms flipped. So I could even use itself as a reference. Whoa. This is very extreme. I feel like this is too extreme. I'm even gonna change this right now. I don't like this. That is not the way I think I actually want it. So I'm just gonna fix that real quick. I think we can bring this down considerably. It's a bit of effort, but I think it's worth it. Adjust that. Might as well fix it now. I don't know why I did it so extreme, but I did. And at least we're kind of getting some familiarity with how it's going to be in the other one that we're about to do. So yeah, maybe like down here. And then for the bend, I want to bend it a little bit. And this leg is way too high. What was I thinking? Sometimes it takes a little perspective change. Expect it to be more of a bend than it is. Why? What is that? But like then I start looking at it, it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And then I want to kick that foot back a little more. Hopefully this doesn't mess up how it blends into the next one. Probably not. Nah, that looks great. Okay. A little more subtle, as it should be. So this is what I want to recreate now in the other one. I got my character in game and realized he bobbed up and down a little bit too much, like an old cartoon. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, is it's really hard, and run cycle is tough, because, like, you can't, like, see the run cycle until you finish it. You know, you can't really see the full arc. And then to actually put it in the game and have it, like, immersed in the world, it's like there's so many different things to fine-tune for. Or, like, contexts to fine-tune for. Not too much bobbing. Not too much bobbing. Unless it is an old cartoon. Unless you're making a Steamboat Willie game. Maybe you don't want too much bobbing. Alright. So we want to emulate this with the arms flipped. I don't know if I can just do that from memory. But maybe. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Probably not. Maybe. So we want to get that arm that's already in the back, which is, in this case, the right arm. And really, we're, like, flipping it entirely. Let me just make sure that that's right. Wait, that can't be right. No. Oh, I see. Okay, we're not flipping it entirely. I see. These two are the ones we're going in between here. These are the ones we're going in between. So actually, the arms aren't that different. The arm kicks out a little bit more, the one in the back, but really, it's not that different. It looks like it gets a little more. They get a little less smooth. They're less. I don't know. Actually, the back one kind of. All right. It's a little confusing. We're just gonna use the reference. I don't think basing any other one actually helps that much. So the right arm needs to be a little more bent at the elbow. I think. Or less bent? Less bent at the elbow. So kicked out like that a little more. And it looks like we want to put it up a little higher as well. A little awkward to get that tweaking right. So maybe like this. And then for the other arm, you know, overall, they're just like a little. It doesn't really change that much. I was gonna say higher. It's honestly even lower, I would say. And then for the bend, it's a little more at a right angle. Kind of confusing. Okay, and then for the legs, we're starting to land on the ground again. So they're kind of just normalizing a little bit and not so kicked out. So left leg. I'm gonna change the foot. The foot is still bent pretty well though, but we want to kick it out more. Or bring it in more. So maybe more like that. And then for the other leg, let's bring that down. The foot's kind of pointing up on this one. I'm okay with it if it doesn't. Just because of the way I put these bones together, it just like kind of doesn't like necessarily work out that way. But we can kick it up a little bit. Does this feel different enough? We've got all the keyframes. Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference is the rotation, but... Oh, that's so sudden. Let me try moving this over. I mean, that's much better. You know, and I could try, you know, adjusting this like that, right? So it's a little more smooth. We probably won't go too out of sync with the walk if we do it that way. You know, the tough thing is you know, since there's more stages for the run, I don't have as much space for blending in between frames. That's what I actually had it more like every 5 frames, but it was too slow. And then that makes me think, so I'm kind of starting to think I need to figure out a way to blend it or speed it up in the engine. But then the problem with that, is, wouldn't I want the run to be faster? I don't know. And then will it be out of sync? I don't know. I think I can blend it or speed it up in here. This is all kind of messed up right now. Let me see if I can fix it. I may be able to fix it. There we go. Okay. So come here. Oh. Not animating the armature. Don't exactly know why. I forgot. We had this problem before. This was a super annoying problem where, like, here we got the bounce up and down, but then in the animation tree it like doesn't. I don't remember why it does that. Make him wobble side to side slightly. What? Oh no. Oh no. Let's call that an advanced thing that we're not gonna do today. That's some extra stuff. Considered, but I would have to like add keyframes that I haven't been doing. I don't know, like I bet that would look better. But just know that like my goal today isn't to make the best looking walk and run cycle. My goal today is to make you know, basically hit the most important points of the run and walk cycles, so I can test to see if the glitch, like, is still happening. The glitch is this problem that I've been having, and it's why I'm remaking the run and walk cycles in the first place. Make his head bobble with every step? That sounds awesome. These are definitely like the kind of polishing things I want to think about at some point. But this is where it starts to be a little outside of my goals. You know, perfection isn't what I want, but I bet, Stormroom, that would make it look better. I bet you it would. I deeply believe you that it would. You had to animate a cape with your character, so you went all in from the start. Oh, okay, alright. I mean, look, you should do what's fun for you. And for me, you know, it depends what your goals are. Like, my goals are to pump this out as quickly as I can, you know? Not have the best looking thing. But sometimes, you know, your animation is just, like, more interesting and you want to, like, work on that, and that's fair. Now, I don't remember why this happens. I forgot why this happens. I wanna try to puzzle it out, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. So I might give myself like a timer for how long I'm allowed to try to puzzle this, because I've had this issue before. Let's just, yeah, don't save anything. Don't save anything. We don't need to save anything. I've had this problem before, and I forgot how it was resolved, but let's see if we can just close it and reopen it. And maybe that's good enough. I certainly hope so. Stormwind says, every step the cape had to move certain ways because of gravity. I don't know how to do the advanced cloth stuff, so I just animated everything. Oh, I see. Even hair. If you started running, his hair would go back. I mean, certainly in Unreal Engine, there are those ways to make it procedural, but I bet you had fun animating it though. Sounds like a lot of work. It sounds like a lot of work. Oh, it's still doing it. All right, here's what's gonna happen. I'm playing the chin scratching music, and I'm gonna put up a timer. All right, this is the chin scratching song. Okay, and I'm gonna put up a timer. I'm gonna give myself 3 minutes. If I can't figure this out in 3 minutes, we move on. But I don't know, I don't even remember why I wanted to say this. Why did I even want to do this? I don't even remember. And so the issue that I'm having is that for some reason it's not playing the armature animation. And I don't really know why. It's only doing the bones, the limbs. What if I switch it to the other walk? See, that one works. And so I think like the armature thing that I'm doing in Blender, so this is our new walk animation, right? I'm not happy with the arm movement. So kind of like Stormrun was talking about, like, you know, polishing type things. One thing I would want to go in and polish is like those arms kicking out. But for right now, I don't really care about it. I just want the glitch not to happen, but I need to finish the run animation. But the run, it's just like something with the way, because it's different. So in walk 2, the armature is just like we just do like dot, and that's the armature. If I come to walk 1, you can see, oh, I know what it is. It's the position. So we're doing the position here, right? The position is a property in Godot. And I don't know any way to actually access position. I don't really know how to access position as a property in Blender. Don't know how to access it as in Blender, which is actually for the best, because this weird issue happens sometimes where the armature doesn't animate on the animation tree. This is the same animation, but for some reason the animation tree, sometimes that property doesn't actually work for some reason. So see how we're not moving up and down? Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that like this doesn't have the up and down, right? Yeah. So it's not. So that's what I'm saying is like that's supposed to be there. So we have two things here. We have the animation tree and the animation player. All right. The animation tree is based on the animation player, but the animation tree do be animating things differently sometimes. And in the animation tree, what it's doing is it's ignoring the bobble and the lean. Whereas this is the exact same animation right over here. This is exactly the same animation, but these position and rotation properties are present and are letting it bobble and rotate. Okay? Now, from Blender, it looks like we gotta stop. The time is up. The time is up, so I just have to let it go. It doesn't delight me, but sometimes what it is just is. Now, if I look at it here, this is the one from Blender. This animates it differently. This isn't the property position and rotation. This is like actually some other fundamental component on the armature that is accessible via Blender. And so this one, for some reason, this one doesn't have that issue where it ignores the bobble and the lean. I don't really know why, but that's the way it is. So we're just gonna let it go. I was hoping to explain something, but we can't, and that's just gonna have to be fine. The keyframe got me. I thought you were in Blender, but a fancy pink and blue one. Oh, no, we're not in Blender. Yeah. Oh, so I know what I was looking, so that's why I was coming in here, was because I wanted to see, you know, if we can come in here and speed this up somehow, which I'm sure we can. So there's the walk. And if I click on this node, we have play mode. Not actually sure. I don't know. I'm not doubting that there's some way we can speed it up in Godot. I just don't really know what that way is. I do have it sort of set up in code. And so it's like possible that we could adjust the speed in code. But I don't know. So like if I comment out this, I'm kind of still solving it. I guess I just needed more time. If we do animation set, yeah, we don't even get a speed. We don't even do a speed. It's just the animation that we're doing. Oh, it's also probably doing the wrong set. It's not doing an animation tree set. It's probably searching something else. Animation tree. And then in here, we can find the set. Oh, back. Control find set. But just regular set. Yeah, I don't even, honestly, I don't even know. Active. How did we even do this code? I like barely even remember how this works. Set parameters, walk to run. Yeah, it's a little confusing to me. I guess I could always bring this in if I wanted it. Oh, okay, never mind. No, maybe we can't do that. All right, we gotta let it go. I gotta let it go. So, yeah, so I can't really speed it up, so we're just gonna have to let this go. This is a problem for another time. For now, it just looks a little jumpy. Honestly, I think it'll be fine. Like, stop motion can actually look pretty good. I don't think everything needs to be super fluid. The other thing is that if I put these in weird positions, so on frame 9 right now, we're at that passing pose, so both arms are down, right? Now, if I come to the walk, so let's switch to the walk. And then I'm just kind of curious. Where we're at on... Yes, they're not both kind of down. I'm not starting at 0, I'm starting at 1. Is that... It is 1. I don't know, that's what... In Blender, it's weird, because I can go all the way to 0 on the left. That was actually something I wasn't sure about what I should do. But in like the timeline, it starts with 1. So the timeline starts at 1. But there is a frame 0. So that's why I didn't bother with that. If I start at 1, it pauses for 1 frame in game. Maybe your start is at 0. Which I can make it start at 0. You might be able to move your start to 1, and then it will be fine. That might be why it's pausing. So I think that might be where the issue is. And then maybe like going into Blender versus Godot, it might behave differently. I'm not sure. But I don't have this issue at the moment. But yeah, I am starting at 1. So anyway... Oh, we don't want that. We want the NLA editor here. Your run is all 40 frames? Okay. Five apart each. Contact recoil passing high. And on this one we have contact recoil passing high. Contact recoil passing high. So by 11, we're on the second high, and by 13 is when we get back to contact. On here, 13, we're on contact. I think it seems okay. Let me see where we're at on 10 on here. Yeah, I mean, I have some concerns going between these, but mostly they're in the same kind of positions. It's a little different. It's a little different. Hopefully it lines up okay. I mean, that certainly isn't better. That ain't better. Would it be that I'd move this one back? Yeah, that ain't better. We might be at our best case scenario. I don't want to worry too much about it, but we'll think, well, you know, we'll keep it all in mind. All right, anyway. Contact. So then for the next contact, right, because for the walk cycle, recoil is the next one. The recoil is right here on frame 16. 16 is our recoil, which means in between, I guess, 13 and 15, I need to get the second stage of contact. And so I'm not sure where I want it to be yet, but that's what we gotta do. All right. All right, let me hop out of pose mode. Make sure I have this selected. Go to object, move this back. Reselect the armature. Go into pose mode. And get back to that animating. Get back to that animating. So we want to actually be on the ground now. And I think, so we do get a little lower on recoil. Did we get lower before here? I mean, we do between these, and I'm kind of okay with that. I think that's fine. So we'll keep the height the same between, we just need to get back to normal height. Which on the armature is 0. That makes sense. So we want to bring it down to 0. I feel like we do want a little blend time there. It's coming down to 0, keyframe that. And then the rotation, we want that to go to -25 degrees. And keyframe that. All right. And we want to bring him down with the legs. And this one isn't flipped, so now this is actually correct. The way that these legs are oriented and the arms are oriented is how we want this character to be set up. So that's nice. At least I don't have to do that calculation in my brain anymore. Bring this down. Let's kick that foot out a bit. Looks like it's basically straight. And we want to make sure it's touching the ground. All right. Looks good. Let's do the other leg. This one. Get that straightened out. This one is just kind of curled in a little more. The foot kind of kicks back more. There's more of just like some more angle on the leg. So maybe a bit like that or something. All right. And as for the arms, they just sort of bend a little bit more. And more at right angles than smooth. And they actually look like they're like higher. Actually, the back arm is higher, and then the front one is kind of lower. Okay. Right arm is gonna be the one that's up. So we want this one to be up higher. Maybe not that much. Keyframe that. And let's bend it down. So it's more at that right angle. things do get a little weird here, bending these arms, but, you know, again, fine-tuning I'll do later. And then for the other arm, this one comes down a bit. And we bend that hand more at the right angle. Seems good enough for now. I think that's all of them, probably. Yes. Alright, so there we go. It's a little sudden. That can be okay. That can be okay. And then by 16 is where we're gonna do the recoil. So let's get that recoil. I'm gonna hop out of pose mode. I'm gonna make sure I have my reference selected. Get into object mode. Scooch it down. Get rid of the reference there. Select my armature. Go into pose mode. And put this recoil together. Now the recoil we want to be lower, alright? No, we can't be lower. We're gonna keep it the same. That's what we're gonna do. So let's kick that leg back. Although I do want it to be bent. So it might be easier if I bend it first. We want that foot to be flat on the ground. So that's gonna be quite interesting. That's gonna be a little tricky. We're actually gonna need to kind of bring it forward a bit. It's kind of weird, but again, I made these bones weird. I made the mesh fundamentally weird. So it's okay if it's a little off the reference. It's not a typical body that we're working with here. It is an alien after all. It's probably good enough. Keyframe those. And then the other leg, it's actually already pretty close. Just we want to bring it down more so it's not sticking up in the air as much. I guess I'll straighten out the foot first, since that looks actually pretty straight. And we can say that's right about there. Alright. And now the arms. Left arm. That one's gonna be pretty similar. It looks like we want it up more. Is that correct? Kind of. It's kind of angled a little more highly. But then the bend is a little smoother. So a bit like that. And then the other arm. Pull it up a bit. Smooth that bend. That seems a little on the high side. Just a bit. Okay. And then we gotta do the armature stuff. I think we're keeping most of that the same. You're keeping all that the same. Yeah, it's close enough to the same. In theory, it should be shorter, but we'll be alright. Alright, so that's it landing on the ground. I feel like that works well with like a sudden change because you are like coming down from the sky via gravity. So I think it kind of works. Something kind of weird about like the center point. Like we don't... I'm not gonna worry too much about it, but... That's okay. Alright, next. That was fast. You're getting faster, we're getting faster. Next step, I'm gonna grab the reference, scooch it back. Getting there little by little. Object mode, push this back. And we're doing passing now. Except the other side. Grab the armature. Switch to pose mode. And then just curious. So over here for passing. Wow, we put a lot of distance there. So that's gonna be all the way on 22 is where we end up on passing. So this is gonna be a long way. Which I guess makes sense. I mean, since we're literally switching the arms. Really, we're switching the legs, not the arms. The arms just going in the middle. The legs are what are passing. So we want to bring that back leg to the front leg to the back. Okay. Left leg is going to come up. And it's going to be up in the air as well. And then we're a bit bent at the knee as well. So kind of sort of like that. It's a little tricky to get it just right. And then we go higher here as well. So we actually have to increase the armature height or the location of it to be higher. What was the height the last time we did passing? Before, we did it at 0.14. So let's do that as well. 0.14, keyframe that. And then we'll be going higher up to 0.18 for the next one. And then gradually coming back down. Okay. So let's do the other leg, since this is one that it's going to be contacted with the ground. That'll be important to establish. That's going to be the right leg. I guess I'll do the foot first. We want it to be even with the leg, sort of, kind of. More or less. And then kick this back until it touches the ground. Perfect. Almost. Perfect enough for me. A front leg looks messed up. I'm gonna fix that. I don't know. It's tough because the rotation of it gets a little goofy. Is it possible to just copy and paste rotation values from bones to bones so they mirror on other side? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I probably could do that. You're probably right. You probably could do that. But so the only thing I will say about that, and I'm not saying that won't work, but I'm working with an irregular thing here. So if we look at this in T-pose here, hopefully you can kind of see these legs. They don't quite match. And that's sort of my fault for doing it that way. I did have some degree of a reason for doing it that way. But it's yeah. So it might work, especially for like maybe the arms and stuff. It might work. Certainly a possibility. Let's do it for the next one. I've already got this one. Well, let's do it for the arms. Let's try it for the arms. Let's see what happens if I do it on the arms. Let's give it a shot. Oh, I guess I could do the leg too, since I felt like the leg was kind of weird. I don't know if that's going to look better, though. So that's the left leg here, so it's going to be the right leg on this other one. So on this one... Wait. Is this the right one? No, it's the other. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So this is at negative 2.2 on this side. For this one... That one's at 1.6, so quite a bit different. If we do 2.2, goes there. So that's at least more similar. Actually, that looks pretty good. That don't look that bad. That doesn't look that bad. If I want to do... Alright, let's try it. Let's see what happens. If I want to do the leg... This one's at 1.02. Yeah, it's not symmetrical. That's the way it is. 1.02 here, except negative. So this would match the other side more. So I'm looking at this over here, mostly. You know, I'm not sure how mirrored it really feels like it is. So, you know, you can see, like, this foot just bends in more, right, than this one does. Which, you know, whatever. I'm kind of okay with that. But now these are symmetrical on each side, technically. It does save me a little time. It would save me a little time than finding the positions. So let's do the same thing with the arms. Let's do the same thing with the arms. I have to remember to flip the sides. So, elbow right has got negative 0.1, so we're gonna need to do 0.1 and 0.7. Except we want to come to the other side. 0.1 and 0.7. 0.1 and 0.7. Point 1, 0.7. Oh, that didn't. What did I do wrong? I did something wrong. I just did something wrong there. Yeah, somehow it just like confuses me more. Yeah, but it's different. It's like, oh, I just need to do negative. I guess I don't have to do. I guess I thought I had to do negative. Wait. Yeah. I really don't want to do it this way, but I'm doing it because you asked, you suggested it.
but it overall makes me uncomfortable. Hover over it, Control C. So this is on the right side over here. And on this one, we want to do it on the left side. Control V. You see, it doesn't look the same. Well, we gotta do the other one too. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is just 0.7. Like, I'm just gonna type it. I think, you know what the problem is? We just have to do the other hand. I don't know about the Control C. I'd rather just remember it. Negative 0.8, 0.2. Negative 0.8, 0.2. Negative 0.8, 0.2. Yeah, I don't know. The bones have different rotations, I guess. Yeah. It's like, to me, this is like much more confusing than just trying to like do it. But I see the value of like making it balanced. Like I get that. I can appreciate that concept. For sure. Right hand. Well, we want to be doing the left. Wait. It's like, I don't like it because I gotta like flip my brain around and I don't do that very well. Like, it's like some kind of dyslexia issue or something. Like, it's really hard for me to like do this. I'll do it. Negative 0.8, 0.2. So we come to this one, hop over here. Negative 0.8, 0.2. And then for the elbow, I forgot to save that. Elbow right, come over here. Negative 0.1, negative 0.7. Negative 0.1, negative 0.7. This isn't right. What am I, this is so good, I hate this! It doesn't work in this situation, okay. I hate it so much. I hate it. Okay. But I love that we tried it. Thank you for your patience. Alright. So we'll just do it. Oh, hi, buddy. You want to cuddle? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to cuddle? Mommy really doesn't want to cuddle, but she loves you so much. And so she's willing to do it. Come on, come on, come on over. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you, buddy. Yep. Yeah, come on. Yeah, we'll work it out. We'll work it out. Just don't you go playing with my hair now. Don't you go playing with my hair now. You know mommy don't like that hair play. Okay. So here we're on passing. So we want the arms down. The legs look good. The legs worked out well. This is the elbow. Down. We're gonna want to pull that bend up a bit. Sorry, I couldn't handle it, Olaf. I'm sorry, I couldn't handle it. I don't know. It's like I get in like the rhythm, and then like having to change the rhythm breaks my brain. But then also I saw that like it maybe didn't work too. But also it was just like hard for me to wrap my head around. Sometimes for me it's easier to establish a rhythm than necessarily like change the way I'm doing something. Just kind of depends on the situation. Yeah, buddy, it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. But I know you're determined. I respect that about you. Determination is a respectable trait. Alright, and then this one needs to come down. close to the side of the body. Yeah, the arms are very strange, the way I have it rigged. Yeah, there's things I would do differently. There's things I would do differently next time. And then we want this kind of kicked back a little bit. This hand, I don't want it to be clipping with the ground, so I will make some changes. I will bring it forward. Even though it's not quite the same position as the reference, I do not want it to be clipping with the ground. That is not acceptable. So we'll do it like that. And so if we go between them, you know, they're pretty similar. Flip, I mean, it looks pretty mirrored. You know, I find that it tends to end up being pretty similar. All right, that one is done. Height is good and everything, yeah. Are you about to get up again? I love you. No, I love you, I love you, I do, I do. Now on the other one, 25 is where the next one is. Oh gosh, we're back to double again. We got 2 frames here. Oh, the rest of them are all like double frames we gotta cram in. Now I already had done this before over here, so I guess I just have to emulate what we did before. So at least there's that. At least there's precedent. Oh, he's playing with the hair. So we did it at 712 frames away. And then that was 9 in that case. So we want to go a couple frames away for the next one. I'm just gonna like put like a marker down. 1, 2, and then let's just, I don't know, what do we want the height to be? I guess I'll do whatever that is. So that goes up to 0.18. And we change the angle to -21. 1, 2, 0.18. Was that 22 or 21? I forgot. 21. -21 degrees. Keyframe that. And then for the second part of the high, so that was the first part of the high. There's the second one, or the one where we're leaping in the air. This one we've got 0.16 and it stays at -21. And that's 2 away. 1, 2. 1, 2. So this one we bring it down to 0.16 and we keep that the same. All right. So at least now I've got those positions marked. We're almost at the end. And then the last one that we'll do is also 1, 2 away. Might as well just do that. It says 0 and -25. 1, 2. Bring this down to 0. We're almost there. Oh man, it's gonna be a moment of truth. Oh god. And then it goes back to, wait. This is gonna look weird. I just realized. I'm only a little concerned. So there's 4, because we don't have an extra frame to blend in between, which makes me think we do want to open up 0. We might actually want to do 0 because otherwise we're going to be missing a frame. But then they're not going to be the same. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. I'm only a little concerned. I mean, just do it. Just open up 0. Just do it. Just do it now. Don't ask questions of yourself. Well, I'm a little worried. Did we do this right? 1, 2, 3, 4 from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I moved it too far. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, okay. I put him at the wrong place. Thank goodness. There we have the space. So, okay. That makes a lot more sense. So I probably want to put this at the end here so those keyframes match. 1, 2. I think is what I want to do. Had to eat and feed the kitties. It's dinner time in the Storm Run house. It's dinner time. I can't copy that. Copy, paste. There we go. So that would be ultimately where we're going to. Now this is not, I really don't want to copy that right now because otherwise it's gonna animate things I don't have animated yet. It's all gonna be a little confusing, but we'll get there. But it's almost all together. In its current form. There's some eccentricities, but that's okay. Alright, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not gonna worry about the future here. Okay. So now we're on, we just did passing, and now we're on high. So let's get out of pose mode. I'm gonna grab the reference image in the background, hop into object mode. I'm gonna move it over to our next one. Hide that. Grab the armature, swap to pose mode. And let's start with, it all looks so tangled. Like the leg looks like the arm. I guess we'll start with the legs. And then what's like the difference? So this leg is gonna come up higher. That leg's gonna get straighter. We really should, and we're higher, right? We are higher, right? Yeah, it gets higher. It does. The rotation almost makes it look like it doesn't. Let's try to get that back leg. So that's the right leg. Gonna need to change that foot bend a bit. And that's touching the ground. I feel like I should animate the leg a little bit too. But if I do it too much, now it's not gonna hit the ground at all. So I guess we just leave it. And then the other leg. We want that bend on the foot to be quite different. Well, it creates kind of like a right angle. This one we might be able to copy from the other one. I'm glad you said that, Olaf. It does like give me an option that I wasn't giving myself before. Especially with the legs, I think it works a lot better. Let me see what we got. This will be for the other side. 0.82 and negative 0.4. 0.82 and negative 0.4. 0.82. Negative 0.4. It's actually in the same place. Wait, I'm confused already. I already got confused. That didn't work. When you make your next model, you can mirror right versus left. Yeah, yeah. And you know, I wanted it to be like irregular, but that was a mistake. The reason why I made it irregular is because I knew that I'd be live streaming, honestly. I knew that I'd be live streaming, and I knew that I wasn't going to be implementing what I want to implement right away. And what I want to implement is I want to put a shader together in Godot that makes
the arms and the legs wobbly. So like they're like jelly. They just like, jiggle. I want them to jiggle. And I knew I wasn't going to. So I knew I wasn't going to set up that shader anytime soon. And so this is a mistake. I made the mesh look like they were mid-jiggle and mid-jelly. That's why they're all irregular. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. But it is what we got now. And so, yeah, it's not mirrored, and the bones are, you know, not in the same places. So if we, like, look at it, or try to look at it, I guess I need to be in pose mode. There. So you can see these bones, right? They're not all in the same place. You have to walk with a limp. Yeah. So, you know, so that's why I ultimately did that. And so what I'll end up having to do, so I've just created all kinds of work for myself. So what I'm going to end up having to do is to actually remake it, right? So they're straight, and then add the shader in. That's for Lee's of another day. Yeah, so yeah, next time. Yeah, next time. I mean, I'll probably remake it. I'll remake, my plan is to remake the legs, basically, at some point. Not anytime soon. But yeah, my thinking was I wanted it to look like it was wiggly without applying a shader yet. That was a mistake. But that's why I'm doing this, you know? That's why I'm working on this game, why I'm taking it slow. I'm going with my gut, even if my gut leads me wrong. So that way I can learn these lessons for next time, you know? And know better. And make better choices in the future. I love that. I love making a mistake that can teach me how to do something better in the future. I live for it. Jelly meatballs. So, okay. Okay. Alright. So, a lot of different things come to my mind when you say that. What comes to Google's mind when we say that? I'm actually a little scared. I need to search this off stream before you just don't, dude, you just don't know. You just don't know when you look it up, when you look things up. Alright, nothing weird. Everything's fine. Oh, so it's like, I see. Meatball flavored jello. There's lots of recipes. It's how you use grape jelly to flavor your meatballs. That is what it brings up. So you know what? It's a thing! It's a thing! Meatball flavored jello? Oh, interesting. Oh, yum. Yeah, apparently this is a thing. Why not, right? I mean, if you think about it, that's basically what meatballs are, is they're sauced meat. And sauce, at least in American cuisine, typically means sugar. Not just American cuisine, but especially. Typically means sugar. Where more can you get sugar than from freaking jelly? Or jam, as it may be. So I gotta say, it kinda just makes sense. Oh, and you're thinking of like the grape. Yeah, like the flavor of grape is not the most, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that would be. It might be okay. Maybe some of the grape flavor like goes away when you cook it. I don't know. Yeah, grape and meatball does sound kind of weird. It actually does sound kind of weird. But I guess I'm imagining like jello like shaped like a meatball, or like a meatball that is so, the meat is so bizarre that it has the quality of jello. Well, this was evocative and fun. Oh, was I gonna try to match these? Oh god, I hate doing this. I don't want to do that. We're just gonna do it. Jello spaghetti. I mean, wow.
All right, I gotta search it off first. I have to search it off. Just in case. I've made these mistakes before. If you don't search it off camera, you run into dude, I hate what's coming up. What the hell? What the hell, America? This is some America shit right here. Pardon my language. SpaghettiOs and Jello is what we have from searching double quote Jello spaghetti. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? I hate it. I hate it so much. This is wrong. Why is it a retro? It says it's a retro recipe as well. What the hell, 1950s? What are you doing? What is... Thanks, Stormrun. Is that a ham cake? It's like, yeah, I guess, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Like, why did you have to bring cut hot dogs into it? It honestly doesn't even look that good. Like, why are they in the middle? Like, it's like a flower arrangement or something. Oh, something else? Oh, a ham cake? Oh, what? Oh, come on. It looks like bologna to me. I'm not gonna click on it because it might slow down my internet. We can't risk it. Yeah, it's bologna, it is. It's bologna cake. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. You would not... You might catch me trying it if I wanted to be polite. Is this AI or real food? I mean, considering that this is a YouTube video, I think this is real. This doesn't strike me as AI, but that's a good point. We could try a little before 2022. This isn't foolproof, but it can help. I'm pretty sure we're looking at real stuff. It's still there. I think this is all real, man. This guy made it. He wasn't happy. I hate it all. I hate it all. I need to eat something real. I have to cleanse myself. What I imagine things could taste like, I don't want to know. I'm gonna eat some of my kale and pinto beans. That's what I eat. So maybe you can imagine why I'm alarmed. The red jello on the spaghetti is what you imagine. Oh, maybe that might have been AI. That might have been AI for all we know. Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, this kind of looks like what I imagined you meant too. This also bothers me, but not in the same way that the other thing does. This bothers me much less. This I'd be willing to try on my own volition. Like, I would actually be curious to try this. Not just to be polite. I don't know if I'd eat much of it.
I hope it's sweet and sour sauce. Ooh! Me too. All right. Jello spaghetti. It's still cursed. I still think it's cursed. But it could be that. Spaghetti Jello, very different from Jello spaghetti. They're not the same. You must not get them confused. They are quite different. They are not the same. Be warned. All right, so we're getting this foot. We're on the high point. Oh, the front foot. I think I was feeling like needed some work. That's our left leg here. We want it to be a kind of a right angle. And then the leg, we gotta pull it. We just gotta pull it like so far up. It just gets like the leg is like coming out of the chest. Like that's how ridiculous this is. That's pretty silly. That's pretty silly. So I think we can just make some concessions here. And just like not do that. And it'll be fine. I think this is quite good enough. Yes, I will try to make my meshes better next time. I hope I don't want to do that anytime soon. It sounds like so much work. Right, the player only sees the back. Right, exactly. And so that's the thing. Like, I just have to ask myself, like, how much do I really care to change it for this iteration of the project? You know? Like, this isn't necessarily supposed to be perfect. All right, so there we get at least some animation between it. So the legs are all very similar between these two, but it's actually also true for this one. The legs are pretty similar here. It actually kicks forward more. Back here, it's like the foot. Oh, but that's the other foot. Wait, is it? Oh yeah, we kick it forward more in this other version. Well, we could do that. Let's do that. Let's make it kick forward more, so that way it just like has like a difference. Oh, I see. So I kind of did it like this. Sort of. Oh, but the legs are so different that like made sense for the other one. It's fine. I like this. This works for me. At least that gives it some more of like a difference. Okay, and then for the arms, I'm gonna want the left arm to come back. And we gotta rotate that hand around. Give it a bit of rotation there. Let me bring the other arm forward. I feel like that the other arm is kind of blocking and it's confusing me. Just a little bit. This arm comes much more forward. It all gets, the whole body just gets all tangled up in itself. The character has a weird body, and it's supposed to have a weird body. I also like don't know, like we'll see how the shader thing goes. Like I don't even know what that's gonna be like. Maybe the shader thing will go great,
and it will make sense, and it will look jelly like I want it to. There's a lot of shaders that I need to learn. One of these days, we'll do a month of shaders. It's also kind of like a different language to learn in Godot, the shader stuff. It's not exactly GDScript. Which just makes me more likely to procrastinate it. Hi, kitty cat. Do you need to cuddle? Are you sure? Are you sure? You'd probably be fine without cuddling. This did not help me see the other side. I'm gonna rotate it, spin it around, because I can't see anything. Hi, buddy. You back? You back for more cuddles? Alright, come on. Let's sort it out. Let's sort it out. I guess I'm getting more used to adjusting to him cuddling and then running away. It's just another part of the stream workflow. Cheers. Okay. Whoa. This is weird. Nope, don't like this other angle. Nope, it's confusing me too much. So the left arm, I want to pull back a bit, I should think. Yeah, because we kind of want to be able to see it sticking out. Yeah, get comfy, buddy. That's a good spot. I like this spot. Yeah, I love you too. It's like getting there. Sort of like that. The arms are really weird. They fit together the weirdest. We're so close to the end though. Okay. All right. That's that one? Yeah. Almost. We're almost there. Just a couple more, probably, I think. I'm pretty sure. Alright. I'm gonna grab my reference photo, switch to object, move it. Can't really hide it because those are one chunk. That's okay. Get the armature, pose mode, and now we're doing the leap up in the air. We've already got the armature animated, the height and the rotation. Ouchies, that hurts. You got some sharp claws there, buddy. I know you just want to knead because it's what babies do. They're mommies. He's like, no, I want to put my arm on there. I want to put my hand on your arm. I know, but... Oh, it's so uncomfortable. Oh, he's putting both of his hands. I don't know if you can see, but he's putting his little paws on my arm. Oh, it hurts. Okay. It's fine. I can animate with that. Yeah, I can totally animate with this happening. This isn't, like, crazy distracting. I'm fine. Oh, God. You're a sweet boy. You are. Let's do the legs first. I think that's gonna be easiest. So we want the right leg to be up in the air, kicked back. And then we want the foot at like an angle here. So let's just do that right away. Angle that foot. And then the whole leg. Bring back like that. Let's actually get that right arm out of the way, since that's gonna come forward so much. Guess we'll start with the elbow. Bring it up. Kind of try to fix its placement. It's a little hard to tell, but I think that's about as good as it gets here because of the way that arm is already kind of crooked. Oh, he's playing with the hair. He decided the hair looks fun. It looks like fun hair. What's he gonna do? Not play with it? Uh-oh, now he's distracted. Okay, I might have to take care of him for 1 sec. Hold on, I'll be right back. Real quick. Real quick. BRB music. Hold on. Give me like 1 minute. 1 minute. Be right back. Everything is fine. Alright. We back. Sorry about that. We back. We alright. Okay. Get that BRB out here. We ain't being right nowhere. We being right here. That's where we being. Okay. So we're on the right arm. We want it a little bent. It's gonna be kind of hard to get it to be rotated the way I want it, but that's gonna have to be all right. Yeah, that might have to gonna be all right. I would say maybe gonna have to be all right. Okay. Oh, there we go. Never mind, that's fine. Good. Okay. And then for the hand, that seems fine. All right. Did we do the other arm yet? No. This one comes out more to the back. It's not like tucked in the same way. That's our left arm. More so the bend of the hand, I would say. Let me reset this. So So you can see what it's actually going to look like in the game, for example. Approximately. Looks pretty good already, actually. That looks kind of fine. We might want to bring up this part a bit. Yeah, and then I kind of want to bring this back down. I mean, it's pretty good the way it is. And then finally, the left leg. This one we get a lot more bend. Maybe, kind of. And then we just want to bring the leg up higher. This one just kind of is gonna look weird. This one's just gonna look weird. Because the leg is weird. It's a weird leg, it's gonna be a weird run. Probably better if we do it more like this. Probably makes more sense. Alright, I think that's done. And then this actually is literally gonna be the same one. Literally the same one as the first one. It's actually the same thing. It's genuinely the exact same thing. So I'm gonna want it to connect to which one now? I guess just the first one. I guess that's it. Copy this. Wait, but that's this one? No. I'm confused. Oh, wow, it is. I think I didn't want to start with that. This is a bit of a yikes here. Wait, I'm confused. Why is that? I have questions. They need answers. What did we actually start with? I mean, I started with this one. This is our passing right here. And then we go high. The second part of the high. And then it goes back into the contact. I think I just didn't maybe finish setting this one up right. It would be my guess. I'm a little concerned. Oh, actually we might be able to work this out okay. What if I delete this one here? Oh, we locked all these. Right, because that, yeah, lock those, that's fine. Okay. Because that's just the starting position. And what if I drag this over here? Yeah, and then I would want to copy this one and paste this at the end. Like that? Almost. You're almost there. It doesn't look that bad. I think I just gotta figure out how to tie it off at the end. Because that should be the same. Is that what we have on the walk as well? This is the same as this? Yeah, they're the same there. So I think it might just be the way it looks in Blender. And if I bring it into Godot, it might blend okay. Maybe, potentially, possibly. Something weird happens here. -35 to -25. You can draw annotation in the viewport. What? What does that mean? Why would I do that? You see, there's something we like move. Why are we moving so far? I think something odd has happened. Because we never move that way anywhere else, but then here we're like, it's like moving us back. I mean, it's almost like it's moving us on this axis or something. Is that the... I think it's not... Annotation if I need to. Oh, you mean like here, just like draw like a reference point? I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. Why is this so weird? I will say this. This is closer elsewhere. That looks much worse. The other thing I could try is moving these forward. Why is that so weird? I could also try moving this back. I'm so surprised with how far back it looks like the body is going. It's pretty unexpected. From behind, it doesn't look bad at all. It looks fine from behind. I mean, obviously it's all a little like clunkety. Try debug animation with constant interpolation. Oh yeah. I have yet to find that helpful, but that does... I have heard that as a suggestion before. So let's try it. I mean, this almost looks better. I mean, you see how far this is going between these two. And then, so this should be doing the same thing here. Wait. 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fifth. Negative 35, negative 25. So like this doesn't look as weird, but it kind of does. Let me get rid of the image in the background too. We don't need that anymore. That's just clogging up stuff. I don't know if that's helping me. I think it's just like, I think it's fine. I think I'm just like, I think it might be fine. I think it just might be like, okay, honestly. Like, I think it might be actually fine. Let me try to save it. You know, maybe I don't know what I expected, but let me just try to save it and put it in the game. Really, yeah, it might be. So I'm gonna bring it into Godot and let's deal with this here. Let's judge it there. That's really the most important place for it to look right. Let me see what it looks like in Godot. And then there's finally to find out, do they blend without the glitch? That's even more important than anything. Is if we got a nice clean blend going on. I don't know. I'm not so sure. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous that the glitch is gonna be there. Yeah, it kind of does look good. I don't know. It's like, I don't know what I expected. I think I just needed to change my perception. Okay, we are deep waiting for Godot. We are deeply waiting for Godot here. I don't think, oh. It's coming together. Oh. All right, it worked it out. You usually don't have to wait for Godot long. I think that speaks plenty to Godot's speed. All right. So now, I probably am going to need to drop in the other one. But let's find out. Earlier, I wasn't able to get this to update. Yeah, it's still not updating. And so neither is this. Okay, that's fine. So then what I'll do is I'll drag in the Blender file. And then on that file I just dragged in, I'm gonna hit Editable Children. Click the animation player. And we will have the animation right here. So there it is. It's a little, you know, it's alright. It's alright. I think it could be smooth. The arms need help. For sure. It needs fine-tuning. I think at the end, it, like, stops a little too much. I think there needs to be a little bit more smoothness on the end, the way it connects. But other than that, it's alright. Like, I could try, like, adjusting this a little bit. That doesn't help. So, like, technically, this is maybe more... Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about it too much, but there's something to think about here for sure. Let's just see if it blends. That's the real moment of truth that I care about above all else, is seeing if it blends without the glitch. So we're just gonna be okay with the way it looks for now. I'm going to save it. I liked the original run animation just fine, but I had to redo it. So we're gonna save this one as player, animations, and we're even going to create it fresh. This will be run 2. All right. And then I'm going to get rid of that model that I just dropped in. We don't need it. We just wanted to get that animation. Come to the animation player, manage animations, open, run 2. And then we have to make sure we add in blank keyframes. We also are going to have to rename everything because it's going to have the wrong path. So let's do that before we add in the other keyframes. So that one comes in. See, the arms, I feel like with the arms, I need to embrace them being out. I know, please blend, please blend. I know, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I mean, if it doesn't, I'm just gonna anticipate. If it doesn't, it's okay. It's okay. We just have to do some debugging. It's weird because it's like, why has no one else had this problem? Like, I mean, I've done as much searching as I can. And there's one other, like, GitHub issue that I found where somebody raises the issue of blending things and blending 2 animations or multiple animations together and it having a quaternion. And the quaternion is, like, the issue. But it's not exactly the same situation, so it's hard to say that it is the same bug. So it's just like, how has no one else been trying to blend a walk and run cycle together in 3D? Like, is that real? Are we sure about that? Am I really the only one to have done it who... I mean, maybe no one else is saying anything. I don't know. All right, there's the animation. And then I need to add in all the blank frames. So I'm gonna come to the beginning and I'm gonna grab the skeleton. Then we have this insert. This option right here will insert key for all bones. I'm gonna save it ahead of time. Sometimes this crashes the engine. I've had clicking this crash the engine before. Insert key for all bones. I'm not gonna create a reset track. Create it, there we go. Now we have bones for each one, which we need if we don't want it to conflict. That should be all we gotta do there. And now, please blend, please blend, please blend. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. What's gonna happen? Oh my God. All right. So this is the animation tree. We've got walk 2 loaded in there. Now we're gonna load run 2. Oh man, I hope it blends right. So, we want it to go smooth. When I go between this walk and the run that we just did, what I'm looking for is for it to be like doop, 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 and then like blend into it, right? That's what we want. What I don't want is for it to be like doop, 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 right? I don't know if that illustrated it, but that second thing I did is what we don't want. I'm so I don't even want to find out. I just want to like, I don't even want to know. Oh my God. All right. Here we go, y'all. Rub your hands together, clap them, put the energy out for me. All right, here we go. Woo! It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. What's the big deal? We'll just do it again. Okay. Transition time. It's smooth!
It's smooth, baby. It goes between them with smoothness. Let's go. Oh, thank you, goodness gracious. Look at that smooth transition. Yes, no glitchies here. Oh my gosh. Let's go! Woo! Oh man! I didn't know. I didn't know what was gonna happen, man. I wasn't sure. Okay, so that means I should be able to just add this right in to our game so I can finally switch. We already have it set here to the animation tree. Is it the best walk and run cycle? No. Does it not glitch? Yeah, it doesn't. Let's go. There's some eccentricities here, that's for sure. It's kind of weird. It don't look good in a lot of ways. But you know what does work fine is the blend isn't glitching. It's very strange. So when I press the W key is when it is blending between the two different animations. So let me bring up my keyboard. I'm gonna try to bring up my keyboard. There it is. So when I press the W key is when you can see the blend is definitely a little bizarre. And I mean the arms need a lot of love. Yeah, so the blend is not looking awesome, but it isn't glitching, but it doesn't look great. I mean, look at that. Look how harsh. We have some issue here. It's not blending something. Something isn't blending right. Cause see how it's crossfading the arms? It would seem that it's not crossfading the angle. I think that the armature, for some reason, isn't getting crossfaded. There's a lot of problems with it. The glitch isn't there, so that's good. But it's not crossfading the armature properties, which is concerning. So we do have, if I click on our transition, we have a 2 second, for one thing, that's too long of a transition. We only need it to be 1 second at most. So that should improve it a little bit. In terms of why it isn't doing the angle, I'm not so sure. You know, the arms kind of flail out in a weird way. So there's still some problems here. It's weird. It actually is. There must be a keyframe missing somewhere. Because see, it is leaning forward sometimes. Look. It is actually leaning forward sometimes. When I press W. See, that leaned forward on a blend. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it jumps all of a sudden. The legs shrink because that's a mechanic that's half finished. The legs are supposed to shrink. There's some things to think about here. There's definitely some funny things going on.
It almost seems like if we start moving before the other transition is done, that's when it jumps. So I have to make sure that 1 second is complete and then it blends much more clean. So it seems like, and maybe this is an animation tree thing, I don't know, but it seems like it's not able to interrupt the previous blend. So here I'm letting that full second go, and it's not getting jerky. But if I interrupt it, then it's not great. So we might want to try to find another way to connect this to the code. There might be like a setting we can click somewhere. I don't know. But I would say that that's at least a problem. Obviously the arms are doing some really weird things. So there's some things to tweak here. There's some discoveries to make. I wonder if I can reproduce that in the viewport here. It's hard. I gotta click before 1 second is up. Actually, in the viewport, it seems like I can interrupt it with no problem. So it might be the way we're trying to run it in code. Perhaps there's another way to set off the animation tree. Because here, I seem able to interrupt it just fine. And we don't have any issue. So I think there's just going to need to be some troubleshooting just in terms of what the heck goes on. With the animation trees. There's also this allow transition to self. That's not really what's happening. But we can just try clicking it. See what happens. Whoa. Okay. Okay. That's a negative. Yeah, it immediately fixes it. I don't really understand why that breaks it. But it does. It breaks the hell out of it. Alright, never mind. Animation node sync. That doesn't seem to fix that problem. If we interrupt the crossfade, it's making it jerk forward. And it's just not blending anything. But it blends it really well as long as we don't interrupt the crossfade. And so, you know, in theory, I could slow this down. Right? We could say 0.5 instead of 1. And then maybe we could literally say you can't, I mean, I hate that, you know, tell the player you can't spam walk and run. That was something I was kind of thinking I would have to do anyway. But we could also shorten it considerably. Because they seem lined up pretty well, actually. If I don't try interrupting it, they blend good together. The arms need a lot of help. I think the legs are fine. Well, there's a little bit of stumbling that happens. Yeah, you could even see it right there. So there's some misalignment between them for sure. Oh, did you see that? You see how it looks like it was skating a little bit? See? It's like the feet are kind of tripping over themselves. So I'm really not sure how to fix that. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm just not sure. See how it kind of like stumbles? So I don't know if that's because I didn't line them up well in the animations, and if so, like how am I gonna line them up better in the animations, you know? Like how do I even do that? And then we have the problem where if you spam it before it ends, it jerks around. So there's some problems here. You know, we could try adding a curve in. I don't really see much purpose of that, but maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help. Maybe it will. It's worth a shot. Yeah, they still kind of jerky. Weird that like the feet are cut off now. There should be some kind of graph with curves to fine-tune blending animation in Godot. Yeah, maybe that's just what I just set up here. I don't know why the camera position's so different. Animation tree. Yeah, so I think it's this right here, this crossfade curve. So we can set presets. I just set it to smooth step so it goes on both ends. Let me just clear it and see if that brings the position of the walk cycle forward. Kind of. And then if I put that back in, are we cut off more? Not really. So there's that. So let me actually have these both open. Oh, let me close this in Blender so we're not draining our resources. And let's try to keep both of these open here. I mean, it's hard, you know, if we do like constant, it's weird because I gotta get it at the time where it looks weird. You see how I kind of skipped a step? Almost like the foot got caught. Almost like it did like 2 steps there. And this is with a constant curve. For the crossfade. See, it's like, it's weird because I gotta like get it right where I see that happen. So if I switch this, there's an option in Godot to have debug window with game always on top. That sounds nice. In project settings? Thank you. Thank you for finding that. Here? Display window always on top? Oh, wow. I never knew that. Thank you. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. That's so much better. Oh, there's some weird things happening with this animation. Oh, now why is it spreading the arms? Genuinely very confused. Wait, it's glitching now. What has occurred? But it's not glitching in a way I would have expected. Okay, constant, definitely not ideal. Definitely not loving constant. Thank you, Olaf. Thank you so much. I gotta give you credit for Godot consultant for that one. That's some straight Godot consultantry. That's super helpful. You are on the credits list. You must be. If you're not, yeah, you are. We gotta get you that Godot consultant credit. Immediately. Do you know who gifted me a membership? Olaf, actually. Olaf did. Oh, I keep... I meant to put it in dark mode, but it like takes a while to load. So I clicked it like 8 times. Olaf did. Data sort sheet. There we go, Olaf. There we go. Got you up there in the credits. Yeah. Yeah. Pierogigon tagged you in the Discord to let you know that you were gifted. Yeah, it just happened. It actually happened during a member stream. Olaf gifted a couple memberships, and you were one of the people that it just randomly picked somebody, and it picked you, which is kind of awesome. It happened on Monday though, so it like just happened. It just happened. Alright, so looking at this curve, thank you, Olaf, for being so generous. I appreciate it. So yeah, so Stormrun, that means of course you get the emotes and access to the Monday member streams. Yeah, the Monday member streams, I pretty much only use Blender. And hey, you know, no pressure to be here. If that ends up not being true, I won't be bothered. Just know that. It seemed like constant was causing some oddities. Yeah, the arms, there's just weird stuff happening with this blend. I don't love what's happening with the blend. But I mean, it's not glitching. So like, that's a huge win. Thrilled that it isn't glitching. Just wonderful news that there's no glitch. No complaint there. But there's definitely some strange things happening. And I wouldn't be surprised if it has a little something to do with the weird ways that I have the body set up and the bones set up. The arms, they keep like doing this. It looks like they're swimming. We get super busy when it freezes because I help with property maintenance for families, so hundreds of houses have a chance to freeze the pipes, but we're all caught up now. Nice. Nice. Nice that like that. That's good business though. That's cool. I didn't know it was like a family business that worked on like property maintenance and stuff. So you have like, you've got like houses, like people who like, you know, regularly call your family. They're like, oh yeah, these are our people. We recommend them. That's pretty cool. So look, I don't know that I'm gonna figure all this out. I'll tell you what. Points? Like, what the hell is all this? What even is all this? I almost need like to learn a whole tutorial on this, you know? This might be good tomorrow stuff. Like, now that we've got the animations down, you know? Just kind of be happy with that. The glitches don't occur. And now it's just a matter of kind of figuring out the animation tree. You know what I'd like to test? You know what I'd like to test? Is not using the animation tree. So if I turn off the animation tree, what if we set it up in code, right? So that is to say, just with the animation player. So I'm gonna comment out this, which this part of the code, make sure that it uses the animation tree. But I'm gonna bring this code in, which will make sure it uses the animation player. So this is the old run and walk, which had its problems as well. It had its problems as well. But it's much smoother in a lot of ways, I would say. Much smoother between the run and the walk. It still has, it has some awkwardnesses. You know, in the arms, and I fine-tuned it more. I like this walk and run cycle. I have no interest in not using it, but it's just because it causes the glitch. That's the whole reason I'm remaking it. And clearly using the Quaternion makes it easier to make it animate better. But you can kind of see with this one where those problems creep up. But I'm able to interrupt the transition on this one. This is supposed to be 1 second. So I'm kind of curious to know if with the new animations, if I do it in the same way, will those same issues occur? So I'm gonna switch this to run to and walk to. This is not using the animation tree. Animating without the animation tree. Oh, much better. Oh, it's so much better. I can spam it. It doesn't. So it is animation tree stuff. And then, I mean, we still get some weird blending. The arms are just the whole thing. So I'm like trying to focus on the legs more. Oh, it looks so much better. I wish I didn't have to use an animation tree. But actually, I can see the foot, like, getting caught a little bit. But it's much less noticeable. It looks fine. Like, how is that? How is it the animation tree makes it worse? You know, we still get the arms flailing in an undesirable way. Oh, there the foot got a little caught. So, I don't know. So I might want to spend the rest of this stream just improving the run and walk in general. And then tomorrow, get more into the nitty-gritty of how the animation tree can be tweaked to look better. I'm frustrated that I can press, you know, this, and it doesn't look good. Like, it causes some weird issues. Like, obviously, if I were to spam this, right? So here's without the animation tree. If I spam it, you see it tries to blend between them constantly. So in some ways, it might be a good idea not to allow the player to spam it in the first place. If I switch this to the animation tree and we spam it, it's not even gonna bother trying to blend them. Which I'm not a big fan of. So see, it jerks it around. unless I let the whole crossfade play out. So I might want to make sure that the player just can't change their speed. I don't know. Because either way, it doesn't look great, but it looks much worse with the animation tree. That's for sure. And then I swear, it just, like, it doesn't blend it right. Like, more so. You see, like, the foot kind of, like, hangs a little here with the animation tree. Sometimes. I don't really know how to reproduce it. I don't know. I have a lot of questions. We'll see. Stormrun says, my mom and grandpa are the managers of a lot of houses, not owners. They live in other states or something, so they collect rents and fix stuff that breaks. I help with those fixes. Oh. Oh, so they're like superintendents. They're supers. They're supers. Nice. I gotcha. Would rather be on my PC. Yeah, that makes sense. I would too. Animations look good here. Yeah, right. He kind of slaps the ground with his right hand. Yeah, there's something. You know, the slapping could be okay, but yeah, it's like going between them. It sort of just like does this swimming thing. I don't fully understand. So I don't fully know what's going on with the animation tree. So I'm gonna not think about it too much for now. There should be one more state, maybe between run and walk. Is it because of how the animation started? I don't know, maybe. Like the 0 in the timeline? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I could try adjusting that, but the thing is, with the 0, it shouldn't matter. Because, remember, we're actually starting our loop. The loop itself starts at 1. So 0 just doesn't even exist as far as it's concerned. 0 is the same for each. I hear you. I mean, we can try it, but it's not gonna make a difference. But I mean, we can do it if you just wanna, if it'll just make you feel like that we tried that, you know. Because it should, the reason why it shouldn't matter is because we're starting at 1. The biggest thing is like whatever changes we make, it's like a big process. It's kind of a big process to like try out a new animation change. Right, Olaf. Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing that I'm thinking. Because really, even if I don't use the animation tree, that spam still looks bad. Yeah, that might be what I want to do. But this is interesting what you're saying, Olaf. There should be one more state between run and walk. One more state between 1 and walk. Yes, insane, I am. I usually do 8 hours on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Sometimes a little less or a little more. But yeah, I do 8 hours. So I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, you know, when we set this up before, we kind of didn't get it all finished, and I barely knew what I was doing. So, what would that even be? Because I could add more, right? We can add more states in here. Easy. I just don't have an animation to put in there. But we could. Yeah, in Godot. So, like, I don't yet have something to put in here, but I'd be down to put something in here. So if I click on this transition, we do inputs. We can add a new input in here, and I could, you know, literally jam this in between. And we could have this intermediary state. But the thing is currently this is being set up in code. So like, why would it stop there? You know, like, and so it raises the question of like, how do I don't know. How do I connect the code to this to make it do that? I just don't know. I don't know nothing about animation trees. Someone was helping me set up the animation tree, but then we had that glitch problem, and I said, oh, okay, well, never mind, we can't keep going. And I have to, you know, fix this. And then I didn't really get to, like, follow up with that person. You're having a YouTube glitch? Oh, it does do that. The comments are below from a previous video. It does do that. I wasn't sure if that was just like on my side. I've seen that happen. That is really weird. And it's frustrating. It can be very confusing. It can be very confusing. Yeah, it'll do that. Yeah. That is such a YouTube bug. That is such a YouTube bug. YouTube would. YouTube would. So I don't know, that sounds like a possible theory, but you know, maybe I don't want to do the animation tree in code this way. I just don't know. So I think what I'm going to do is, after the stream, I'm going to reach out to somebody who might be able to help me. And then I'll do some research and see what I can figure out. And tomorrow we'll tackle this animation tree stuff. For the rest of this stream, I'm going to focus on, just improving the run cycle and the walk cycle in general. So I think that's what we're gonna do for the rest of the stream. You gotta go get groceries. Your Walmart delivery delivers them, and it's so nice. I haven't been there in years. Oh, usually you get them delivered. You haven't been in years? Good luck. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be an interesting experience. That's gonna be an interesting experience to go back after not having done that in so long. It can be, Walmarts can be intense. Not necessarily, but potentially. Good luck. Yeah, we usually go pick them up. I'm skeptical of delivery. I don't like, I mean, for some people, it like they need it delivered. If they don't have it delivered, they don't get groceries. So like, you know, I get it. But I'm very particular, if I can be, like, of which things I get. You know what I mean? Just from outside. Oh, you're saying, I see. You're saying you don't have to go to Walmart now. You just have to go get them from the front door. I see. I see. You know, you say antisocial. To me, and this is just my take, that's always, when people say that, to me that's unsocial. So I always say unsocial. Because antisocial feels like you're against social. Like if you're in a social situation, you try to like divide people and cause negativity or something. Because you're antisocial, you know? You like repel social on purpose. But that's just me. I've always thought of it as like, but that's the word that people use, is antisocial. But I don't like it. I'd say unsocial. To me, you're unsocial. And I relate, because I too am unsocial. Now, internet is different. Oh, hell yeah, what's up? Let's chill online. But like, in person, not the same. Not the same. Insane Alpha Beta had that glitch happen on Twitch as well. It was wild seeing another stream's comments in a different stream and it being on loop. It was wild. It is really weird. That does, especially on Twitch, if there's like a lot coming in. Yeah, so I think what is gonna happen, let's just not get into the weeds with an animation tree tonight. Let's not get into the weeds with that. And I'm just going to observe sort of these transitions. I mean, oh, see how the arms kind of flung out there? So I think we can just sit in here and just see how these transitions are going. And try to tweak this for the rest of the stream. And like I said, tomorrow we'll do the animation tree. All right. That's it. That's what it's going to be here. Just getting a good position. Those arms really hit me in the face. approximately what it's like in the game or something. Not perfect, but kind of good enough. Kind of good enough for our purposes. Alright. And then in Blender, I'll make these changes and we'll see what happens. Hey, kitty cat. You need to cuddle? Is it cuddle time again? Are you gonna leave right away? That's okay if you do. No, I don't mind. No, it's not that I feel rejected. No. It's just like, you know, I just like have to like make a lot of adjustments. Yeah, but it's okay. Please come on. Yeah, come on over. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, don't he's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Okay. Oh, he's a sweet boy. He's a very, very sweet boy. Yes, he is. Stormman says, I've been following a tutorial, but I hope that kitty isn't an arsonist. An arsonist? Wait, what? What does that mean? Wait, is there something that could be... I mean, he does like to play with my hair, unfortunately. So, it's not as bad as him being an... I'm sorry, an arsonist? But... It's pretty annoying. The brightness is kind of off on this other camera, on the cat cam. Yeah, the cat cam brightness ain't right. Set that a little different. I had a cat. Oh, I remember. I see. You're referring to your own experience. I see. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that you telling me about that. He likes sitting on paper towels. He knocked paper towels onto the stove. Oh my god. And somehow turned it on. Oh my gosh. That's horrifying. That's terrifying. I can see how they would turn it on. How they could potentially accidentally turn on the gas. I mean, but then don't they have to push it in too? That's actually a little surprising. Dang. Dang. You just never know. It's scary. Stormrun's been looking into a tutorial for this landscape. The guy's words are not useless. If I miss 2 words, I miss objective. I've definitely seen some tutorials like that. Oh, you just turn the knob. A proper Instagram cat. All looks, no brains. Darn, why you gotta be so beautiful? Oh, you're a sweet boy. I guess it's better than being ugly and dumb. I don't like where this is going. I've definitely had some tutorials like that. In my experience, it was like very fast as well. And like every single thing the person said, yeah, it was like really important. There was no filler, which was nice. At first I was like, oh, this is great. This is nothing but what I need to hear. And then, yeah, if you miss one little thing, it's an issue. This is Travie. This is Travie. Travie showed up in our backyard one day. Skin and bones. And he was pretty friendly. You know, no collar, nothing like that. He was dirty. We took some pictures and we put him up pretty much close. We use an I instead of a Y, but that's it. We put some pictures up in our local like neighborhood community social media page, and somebody recognized him. They said that the neighborhood named him Traveler. They named him Traveler because he goes from house to house looking for food and cuddles and all those things. Not cuddles, because I don't think anyone was willing to cuddle with him, but food. So they called him Traveler. And, you know, we tried to see if anybody, like, claimed him, but nobody claimed him.
He was, yes, exactly, Stormrun. And that's why I want to honor the name the neighborhood gave him. But his name is different now because his traveling days are over. So we call him Travie instead of Traveler. Look at him chewing. Do you see him chewing on my hair? I don't know if you can tell. But he finds my hair to be basically a toy. So yeah, so we call him Travie because his traveling days are over. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Traffy? Like traffic, but F-ier. The way that we spell it is like this. But, I mean, it's open to interpretation. Welcome, Milo. Milo! Oh, we got a Milo in this house. Milo is a member. So we're gonna sing Milo a song. Milo, oh Milo, welcome Milo, welcome Milo, welcome Milo to the stream. I hope you're doing good, Milo. I hope you're doing good, Milo. I hope you're doing good, Milo. Oh, welcome Milo. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for that. You're also welcome. You're also welcome. And we got Insane Alpha Beta in the house. We got the old crew. The old crew is back. What? We gotta do the song. We got to. It's the rule. Travie wants to play. I know those gestures. Yes. Well, it's because my hair looks so fun to him. And that's Travie. And it makes sense why he was Traveler, going from house to house, because he is like desperate for things that make him feel good. He's desperate, I tell you. He wants to play. He wants to eat. He wants to cuddle. These are his priorities in life. In the order of food, number 1. Number 2. Oh, he really wants to play. He's like, no, I want to play right now. Number 1, food. Number 2, cuddle. Actually, it's a tie between cuddling and playing. Right now, the playing is taking precedence over the cuddling. But he wants both. He wants it both. I do like to live dangerously and play with him with my hand. I find it to be very exciting. Whoa! Hey! That's a cheap shot! That's a cheap shot, buddy! He doesn't want me to be using the keyboard. He's nibbling me. Buddy, I'm gonna have to reject him. As much as I love him. As much as I love him. Anyway, it makes sense to me that he would be Traveler, going from house to house. Because he so badly wants to cuddle, eat, or play. Like, I mean, all the time. All the time. He's desperate for all of those things. All the time. So, like, of course he's going from house to house because it's never enough. He always wants more. Which, you know, he was living alone for who knows how long. You know, he never knew where his next meal was coming from. All right, buddy, I'm gonna have to reject you. I love you, but he's getting too feisty. He's getting too feisty. I love you. I love you. I love you dearly, buddy. Ah, si vegna nenentissimo maherum. Ah, si vegna nenentissimo maherum. All right. Goodbye, Travie. I love you. I love you so much, buddy. I do. But you're getting to be too much. You're getting to be too much. He's too rowdy for me right now. I hate to tell you this, but that's all cats. No, we have 2 cats, right? We have another cat. Look at my shoes, just see. We have another cat. And the other cat is not that playful. Is not nearly as playful as he is. He is like 20 times more playful and more into food and more into cuddling. Actually, our other cat hates to cuddle. Our other cat hates cuddling. She hates it. And she will chill. She will sit down, she will hang out, she'll mind her own business for hours on end, right? And just live her life. But him, he constantly needs to be entertained or something. He's like extra. He's extra. The other levels of that's right. That's right. When a cat is born, it goes through a stat slider. Yes. I guess Traveler wants you to witness him. That's a Destiny joke. Okay. I don't know Destiny at all. Somebody, Milo, somebody appreciated that. Somebody appreciated that you made a Destiny reference. It's a Simba. I don't know if that's what he says. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. She sounds like an older cat by comparison. Oh, the other one? Yeah, she is. That's true. Our other cat is older. That's true. That's true. She's always been anti-cuddle, our other cat, even when she was young. But she is getting a little older now, and that does kind of affect things. Well, I think he has decided that I have nothing to offer him. So we'll see if he returns. It may be. So I managed to get the animation, the run cycle done. It needs work. It needs fine-tuning. I really liked my original run cycle, but my original run cycle caused a glitch, and I can show you that quite easily right now. So here's my original run cycle. Oh, this isn't it. Hold on. Let me actually do this correctly. Run 1. Oh, but it's gonna... Yeah, they actually don't blend that well together. Unfortunately, I can't really show you. I can, but here is the glitching anyway. You see how the arms kind of jerk around when we go between them? This isn't a good example. I'm not explaining this well. You know, you just have to trust me that we... Just trust me. We had to make new ones, all right? It's hard to explain right now because everything is different. But the good news is there is no glitching when we blend between the walk and the run. So that is a huge victory. And now there's just some like issues with the animation tree. It doesn't quite... I don't really understand some of the ways that it works. So it looks pretty good blending between the walk and the run. When I go between them, it does, there's the sync, it's a little out of sync, and the arms do some weird stuff. But overall, it's pretty fine. I'm gonna work with the animation player, the animation tree more tomorrow. For the rest of this stream, I'm gonna just fix some of the issues in the run and walk cycles. So I mean, even just looking at it right now, like the arms are just doing all kinds of stuff. They're like going in and out and snaking all around. This is a problem. I do not want that. Even without the blend, they're just doing a lot of weird things. Now in the walk, you can see weird stuff here too, where it's kind of like, I don't know, doing this for some reason. I don't want that. So I'm gonna spend the rest of this stream just tuning up these to make these look a little better. If they were shorter arms and it stretched when moving, I mean, you know, that's just something that's a whole bunch of effort to sort out. Once the ground has more going on, maybe, it's possible. I mean, I think I want to make it look better in general, but yeah, that's true. I mean, here we have like, you know, a bunch of stuff here, right? And yeah, I hear you, like you kind of don't see, and you're maybe referring to like, you know, a full-on texture, like with grass and everything. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I would like it to look good regardless, but that's a great point. I also feel like the speed of the run doesn't really match this. I bet you make a new character model in the future. Yeah, I am. I am gonna make a new character model in the future, which is gonna be such a big problem.
No, you make a good point in saying alpha beta, but, you know, I still want it to look good, even if it was solid. And then as far as the stretching goes, you know, that's just gonna be a whole crap ton of effort. I got time for that. Now, I do want this alien is supposed to have big stretchy arms, but again, you know, that's the thing, right? I made it this way, because I didn't really know what I was doing. This was like one of the first things that I did for this entire game idea, was made this model, before I even tried to program anything. And so in retrospect, there's things about this model that I would do differently. Yeah, there's a 100% chance I changed this model. We never show his face. Did you know it has a face? It does. It has a cool face. It has a great face. It looks better in Godot because there isn't a giant armature in its mouth. No, Travi, I don't want to cuddle with you. You are incorrigible right now. You are frightening right now, buddy. Oh, Travi. Oh, Travi. Oh, Travi. Oh, buddy. I don't know, man. I might have to... He might make me end early. He might make me end early. But there is a face on this thing. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna remake this thing. Oh my gosh, Travi. He's like, please cuddle with me. No, you're too incorrigible. You're too incorrigible. I love you. I love you. I do. I love you so much. I love you so much. But we can't. We can't right now. Here, just go sit over here. There's a perfectly nice spot for you to hang out. Right there. Look at that lovely chair. It's got your name on it, bud. Look at that. Who wouldn't want to sit right there? What? It's a beautiful spot. It's just for you. Yu-Gi-Oh! Wow. That's how aliens look. Well, I know, right, absolutely. Right, and so, you know, again, though, it was kind of supposed to represent, like, a stretchiness that I wanted to be... I mean, we already have stretching happening, right? Like... So the arms can be a little shorter. It's tough, because I want it to be an irregularly shaped creature. It's not supposed to be quite human, right? So I want it to be a little different. But yeah, the arms being super long does cause problems, but not always. Herbs will destroy your white dragons. I haven't even made my own model yet. Just downloaded a character and gave it an armature. Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like, you know, I'm here to make mistakes. I'm here to do my best and it not be enough. I want that. I want that. I want that experience of doing a weird job, you know? Yeah, I made it from scratch. So yeah, it's gonna be a little funky, but maybe the next one will be better. A Yu-Gi-Oh battle is breaking out in the chat. Be careful out there. It's easy to mirror the arms and legs. You just delete the side you don't want, then select the ones you do and click mirror. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. That's very true. And you know, I had 0 Blender experience when I first made this. None. I didn't even make this in Blender. I made this outside of Blender, where I don't even have that option to do a mirror. So, you know, I mean, there's so many new tools that I have that I could use to make it. So we'll see. You know, I could... Oh, they're throwing cards. They're throwing cards. I could remake it soon, but there's a lot of things that are gonna be different. I'm afraid. Because, I mean, if you haven't noticed, in the project here, there's stuff going on in here, right? We've got... I mean, really, the labels are probably the main thing that's in there. But I'm gonna have to... It's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work to replace it. So I'm kind of procrastinating that. There's an Uno reverse card. Okay, that's probably fine, right? That's safe to throw around.
What's the big deal? It's just an Uno reverse card. Anyway, let me make some improvements to this animation. Dum, 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 dum. Let's go to the pose position. Come on back to the animation. Don't really need the reference anymore, truth be told. Yeah, we don't really need it. This cat. My partner just left to go to the laundromat. And so the cat can't be distracted. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I know you want so much attention. Oh, he wants so much attention. He's so desperate. He's like, why are you sitting there staring at a screen when all I want to do is have fun? That's what I want to do. I know, but mommy wants to do something really boring. That's what she wants. She wants to do something super boring. Can you just try to respect that? Something that cats don't understand. Look, what about this? Ooh, look at this chair over here. Wow, look at that chair. Oh yeah, that chair is for cats. Oh, what a good spot for you. Yeah, who doesn't like that? Wow, good spot for you. So I think what I want to try to do is just like tame the arms a bit. Keep them all kind of in the same place. Your cat likes to type. One day you'll decipher it. They have a message. So like here, you know how the arm is like getting closer to the body? Like I'm looking at the top left mostly. If I remember correctly, with the first time I did the walk-around cycle, it works a little better if I don't try to bring it in. So actually, there's probably like a whole... It's not going to be an easy thing to fix. It's going to be tricky. I kind of have to just redo the arms, honestly. They kind of need to be redone. But so here it's kind of out to the side, right? It's like sticking out. For this one, it's tucked in. And so what I think will help is if we keep it out instead of tucking it in all the time. I believe that will improve some of the motion. But what's going to be tricky is figuring out what always kicks it out. So there it's kind of staying wide. And it might be a little too wide on these. So I might want to bring that in a bit. And then you can see now it's actually opening up too wide. So let's bring this in. It's weird because that gradual... Let me do a different angle over here because this isn't really relevant to what we're doing. It's off to the side. See, like between these two, weird stuff is happening. Especially with the hand down there. Don't even know where to start with that. Don't even know where to start with that. So we just won't. Elbow left. It's like overall, this is like kind of a bunch of tedious things to fix. So we want to keep this arm out wide. So there it's going inward. I want to bring it out wide again. And what I don't really want is for that to necessarily bring it up higher or lower. So that's the other thing, is I gotta make sure, you know, this is probably gonna change a lot of the things we intended to set up. So it do get tricky. It really do. Again, especially with the way that I just chose to design this character. That's not bad. Now that's bringing it in a little far. Rotate it back out. Just gonna give it less things that it has to do. So this one comes in way too far. Rotate it out, try to keep it kind of down. You know, I want to keep it where it's supposed to be, but I don't want it to be tucked so far into the body. Is sort of the main thing here. You guys can't hear it, but Travi is running amok. He's running amok. He's like, you have to play with me right now. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, oh, man. Oh, jeez, buddy. Yeah, I do love you, alright? I do. I do. I do. I know you got so much energy. You're such a big kitten. You're the biggest kitten in the world. Oh, look at this chair over here. Wow. Look at this nice chair. Oh, that looks like a good spot for a cat. I like that spot for you, a cat. Why don't you see what it's like over there? It's like, see what you think. Just like cuddle up, like snuggle. He's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's what I'm gonna do. So then we get that arm tucked way back in over here, which I don't want. No, buddy. You gotta back it up. You gotta back it up. I'm sorry. That's the way it has to be. There's a point. I gotta set my boundaries. Ideally, I would have a door, but there is no door to my studio. That would make everything better. One day. Okay, this is looking better already. So they were gonna have the same issue where it brings it in. And you can even see how much it flips. Like this arm. It flips it so much. Oh, he's taking the bait. He's like, you know what? Actually, Mom, you're right. This chair is actually kind of nice. I kind of get down with this chair. You're right. It's a good chair. See how like that arm like completely changes? I think if we give it less change to do, some of those weirdnesses will go away. At least that's how it worked with the other animation that I did. And similarly, I had to like redo the arms. It's just like part of it. It's just part of it. So it's doing a lot. It's still kind of doing a lot, but it's doing a lot less to get between these frames. Still kind of tucks it in a little far here.
So we're just gonna make sure it sticks out. Just give it an easier time in terms of where it has to get to. And then this one is just a copy of that one. So I'll just copy these. Paste them here. And there's still some wackinesses here. That's for sure. Namely, right around here. So let me sort that out. I'm trying to be coming through. Him coming through here has just like wrecked so much of my stream studio. This stream studio was not built with an active cat in mind. Something just like popped off because he had bumped it earlier. Okay. He's like, what? I did something? No, I didn't. So it gets a little funky. I feel like it just comes out like way further than it needs to. I mean, look at that. It's a huge, huge difference. You know, in theory, I could maybe like give it a couple more frames to go. That helps it a little bit. You know, the timing's gonna be different. And so maybe I could get that elbow bend to be a little smoother. So just kind of trying to meet the needs of this animation and the character's body. And there's kind of some like counterintuitive things happening with the positions that move. It's like it goes down then up where it doesn't make sense for it to, like down up. Like it doesn't really need to go down and up right there. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down, up. It's like up, down, up. Up, down, up. Up, down, up. Up, down, up. We want it to more gradually go into all that. Up, down, up. Right there. Up. I would say this could be down more, potentially. Now, whether this is still gonna match with the walk cycle, I honestly have no idea. I still like the old run cycle better. I do. Still does some weird things to make this work. I have to think that's maybe that like hand portion more than anything. And then it coming back up has some, like right here, this is weird. See if I can't improve that a bit. So I'm only gonna do the left arm just to see if, you know, it feels like, yeah, oh, the left arm's a lot better than the right arm. And then we'll see about the other arm. There's something really weird about this one. No, buddy. I know. He's like, but you're right there. Can't we just cuddle? You're right there. I know. I know. I know, but no. Dude, what if we just cuddle? Why not just cuddle? You're here, I'm there. What are we waiting for? Dude, it's Trevi! He's jumped up on my keyboard. He's jumped up on my keyboard. Unacceptable. Buddy, we're animating. You can't be jumping up on keyboards. Listen. Look, I love you, all right? I love you so much. No, listen. I love you so much. I do. But sometimes, mommy just needs to do something else. I love you so much. Are you ready to go back to your seat? I love you. I love you so much. All right. Back we go. All right. Okay. Life with Trappy. And he's gone. For now. He'll be back. He'll be back. Was this like this before? I don't remember if that was like that before. I mean, it almost goes a little too wide there. It obviously has tons of problems. Here. I'm a little surprised. And so you can see how it like blends it in kind of a weird way to make that come together. And what if I just even do that? I mean, that looks a lot better. But this is absurd. I almost need this one to be getting closer to coming up. And I can't help but wonder if the hand is doing a whole flippy dip. All right, let me just see what that looks like. I'm gonna save it like this. I'm gonna save it like this. And let's bring it into Godot and find out. No, Trevi! No!
No, 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 no. He jumping up on my keyboard, y'all. He jumping up on my keyboard. He's breaking my stuff. Yeah, this is a good spot for you. Okay. So now in order to get this to be different in Godot, we kind of have to do a lot. We kind of gotta do a lot. So I need to drag in the Blender file. And you know, I could just, we don't have to, I could just, you know what? We can make this a little bit easier on ourselves. Just a little bit. Enough. Certainly enough easier. And we could just drag them side by side like this. Call it a day. Set up editable children on here. Play that run. And then on the other alien, make sure we're on the run. So then we can like compare side by side. And their timings are a little different, but should mostly be the same thing. Other than the arm changes. I mean, the one on the left definitely has a lot more flingy arm stuff going on. You see how it like rotates out in this really weird way? This one, it's a little weird when it comes back forward, but overall, it's much more in control. Now the right arm, I didn't fix the right arm. The right arms are the same on each one. But the left arm definitely looks improved. So I say we make the same changes to the right arm, so that can look better too. Okay. Let's not have these running, because that is just gonna slow Blender down right there. That is just gonna slow Blender right down. So we'll stop these. I know, I know. No, you can't. No, stop it. No. No, you can't. You can't. Why would you want to be all up in my stuff? Because I'm going to pick you up and I'm going to do things like this. You don't want that. Oh, he's playing with my hair. You don't want this. Yes, I do. I want to play with your hair. I love you, buddy. I do. But you got to go on the chair. You got to go on the chair. So, let's do that right arm. Let's fix up that right arm. He'll be back. He'll be back. Oh, he'll be back. Okay. So for the right arm, I think really the same principle, right? We just want to try to keep it on the outside. Instead of letting it tuck inward. Let's adjust this. Just a little bit. It'll be a little tricky and get a little weird. The right arm is like way worse even. Like that tucks so far in. Unacceptable.
And I guess one of the reasons why I made the same mistake with each run animation, because I had to fix this when I did it the first time too, is because I'm following, you know, that humanoid reference image, which is just super different. So we need to kick it out more. So maybe like this. Yeah, there we go. Still weird stuff that happens with that left arm that I don't love. That's okay. We want to swing it out a little more. Swing it out more. You know, there's probably a lot of little changes we're gonna want to make once we're done swinging it out. But for now, this will have to do. Oh, he's back. Oh, he's back. Don't you jump up over here. No, stump it, stump it, stump it, stump it. This is where you mess up. You mess up my keyboard in my stream. Yeah. I know. I know. Yeah. We'll get used to it. I'll get used to this process of just like dropping him on the chair. It'll take time. It'll take time, but we'll get there. Cause he for like the first few months of him being in our life, he just never came down here while I was streaming. But now he's starting to be like, hey, you're down here, but I can come down here too. He's like just starting to realize that he can come down here and get attention. And life will never be the same. Yeah, you can sit there if you want. You can sit there if you want. So like these aren't that bad. These two aren't that bad. I'm gonna not mess with them if we don't have to. He did, yes. He's been testing boundaries. Absolutely, 100%. That's exactly what's been happening. It's the perfect way to describe it. Yep. You're right, and so with that framing, it's like even more important that I make sure that I show him what the limits of those boundaries are. Where are those boundaries? Oh, there he goes. He'll be back. You know he'll be back. That's exactly right, Milo. Bless his heart for it. And you know, like I don't want to be mean to him. I don't want to be like, no, leave. Like I want to be nice. I want to be nice. So it's like that balance. If I'm too nice, he's like, oh yeah, this is good. I did good. It's like, hold on. Well, I didn't say all that, Travi. I didn't say all that. Let's not get it twisted. Kind of a weird thing happening now where it's like going straight out. Oh, wait, that's not what I said. Hold up now. Wait a minute. Yeah. What I really need is a door. But that's gonna cost a pretty penny. Because, like, the way that I don't even know if maybe you can kind of see. Whoa. Maybe you can kind of see. So, like, it's kind of hard to see. But, like this whole area back there, the hallway over there, it's not like a door size. It's like a big area. But then there's also like that this is a bathroom right here. So there's like a bathroom there. This is just like a very awkward area. There's not really like a traditional place for a door to go. So like you'd have to get creative in building a door into this area. And I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but there's like a weird like angle here. And it's like a door just wouldn't neatly fit in there. You'd have to like build some creative walls and connectors to get it to work right as a door. And so, you know, it's gonna cost some money to ask someone to come do it. Builders were just like, let's wing it. Dude, absolutely. Like, what the hell is this? What is this? Why do this? It is winging it, man. It's absolutely what it is. I guess it's kind of cool, but it makes putting a door in there really hard. So, like, you know, we're gonna have to earn it. We're gonna have to earn it. Maybe if we get enough members and patrons and sponsorships, maybe then we can afford to get a door. Because I tell you what, it would be nice. It's called character. It adds character. That's what the builder would say, yes. It's like, okay, sure, yep, all right, true, agreed, and it's very limiting to making any changes. Young man. So it's definitely doing some weird things to try to negotiate itself into that position. Oh my god, this cat. I love him. I love him dearly. He's a great cat. I love him dearly. He's taking over. He's taking over! Am I gonna get anything done? Come here, buddy. I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you so much. Oh, I love you. Look how tall he is. He's like a person. It's actually a little scary. He looks like a person standing up. Hello, I'm a person. Nice to meet you. And he's fine with all of this because for him, this is attention. This is what he wants. I love you. I love you. But you have to go over here. You have to go over here. This is where you belong. Ooh, look at that chair. Ooh, that's a nice spot. Oh, that's a good spot for a cat. Yeah. Ooh, just. And I love how he tries it. He's like, all right, I guess this is a good spot. And then he'll just be like, no, I don't want this. He'll realize he doesn't want it. But yeah, this is a weird, like that. This arm does some weird stuff. It kicks out so far. I wonder if we can... Maybe this one is actually rotating out too far. Could be part of the problem. We might want to bring this in more. So it doesn't rotate out quite so much. I hate that. Why does it do that? I hate that it does that. It's super annoying. Like, what if I change these keyframe positions? Not better. Not better. It's definitely frustrating to deal with. 'Cause I just feel so at the mercy of however the interpolation is going to try to work. It's definitely something with the way it's receiving it. I wonder if it's... I mean, I guess if we look, you know, this one, the arm is so much more folded up here. And then by the time we get here, it's like completely facing the other direction. Which it is supposed to be, this is the phase where it is supposed to be like switching the direction. So I mean, it makes sense. But it's doing like too much. And I'm not really sure how to tell it to chill. Let's try bringing this in a little bit more. I guess that's fine. But see, the right arm, it like straightens out, and the left arm doesn't really straighten out in the same way. I think it's fine. Alright, so let's see this one. This one needs to kick out a lot more. Is he finally tuckered? Has he finally surrendered? For now. We can't count on it too long. So the problem too now is that this is probably going to be out of alignment with the walk cycle positions. I mean, it already kind of was, but now it's even more so. So we have to make sure we fix that too. All right, this one needs to come out more. They all just need to come out more. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. See, it shouldn't go back out here. On the right arm. I might want to actually bring out this one a bit. That hand is flying out a little too far here. It all just gets weird. Having that quaternion would have made this so much easier. would. That's better. I think we should tilt the hand forward a little bit, or inward. We need to keep it out. Quaternions are quality. They would be. They would be. Unfortunately, in my experience, in my estimation, Godot has... It's okay, Travi. No, it's okay. It's okay. You can stay just like that. It's okay. I accidentally directed my voice towards him, and he was like, what? Do you need me? No, 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 no.
It's okay, Travi. It's okay.
No, 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 no. Oh, fudge. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Just okay. Stay back. Stay back. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. No, 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 no. Stay there. Yeah, get comfy. In my estimation, Godot has like this issue blending quaternions together between two animations. I think Godot has a problem blending quaternions together between two animations. And so that's one of the whole reasons I'm animating in Blender, is so I can make sure I lock down the quaternion here, the W, and I don't touch it, and I keep it as stable as possible. But by doing that, it's limiting some of the movement that I can do, or at least how easily I can reach those positions, which is annoying. And yes, I wish I could enjoy that quaternion quality, but unfortunately, it seems to be proven by my tinkering that as long as I keep this steady, we don't have glitches that Godot brings up when I blend two animations together that have unstable quaternions. Unfortunately. So that's why I say they would make it easier. And we kind of have to wing it without them. So it goes a little wide here. Where's he off to? Where's he off to? No, 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 no. No, no, no. He's trying to jump up on my keyboard. He's trying to. Oh, he's gonna play with wires too? Okay. Raising hell, this one. Let's bring this one in a bit. And then we want to make sure it's in the same place over here. So I'm gonna copy this. Look at the chair. Ooh, nice chair. Oh, that's a nice chair, Travi. Who wouldn't want to be on that chair? That's a nice chair. He's like, me? I don't want to be on that chair. I say, why not? It's a nice chair. You can sit on it. Okay, so it's all kind of more on the outside. There's a few wacky things, but at least the arm is staying out. Where is he off to? What's he up to? He'll be back. He'll be back. He always is. There's some kind of weird stuff that happens here. He's like meowing so far away. You're a rabble-rouser. He is a rabble-rouser. What is that even? What is that? Rabble-rouser origin. What even is that? I gotta know. I have to know. Mid-1800s, derogatory, mindless babble, or a pack of wild animals. Those are two very different things. It is a compound of the noun rabble and the verb rouse. A disorderly crowd pack of wild animals or commoners. This is so offensive. Or commoners? What? Are you telling me like uncommoners cannot be rabble rousers? Doesn't matter if it's a pack of roving... It doesn't matter if it's a pack of roving billionaires. They don't get considered rabble rousers. I hate it. I hate it. Rebellin. To speak hurriedly. Rebellin. Wow. Fascinating. To stir up the public's emotions. Classism is cray-cray. It really do be cray-cray. And it really do be everywhere. It's like... I don't even, man, where do I even... I read this article that I didn't know about the, these, like, riots that happened in, I don't know, like, near the beginning of the Civil War. I mean, they call them, what do they call it? It was a race riot, is what it was. But they call it like they call it a draft riot. New York City draft riots. That's what they say it is. It's really a race riot. 1863. So this was like right after the Civil War started. And this is what Gangs of New York is based on, which, by the way, I haven't seen. But I gotta say, I feel like it doesn't capture what really happened. And so there was like the Civil War happening, and Abraham Lincoln was like, y'all need to come fight for the Union. And these like immigrants, these Irish immigrants in New York City were like, hell no, we ain't gonna do that. Not only that, but there was a way for rich people. They could pay like $300, which was like thousands and thousands of dollars in today's money. Rich people could pay their way out of getting drafted. And so these immigrants, these Irish immigrants were like, this is bullcrap. They can pay their way out, but I can't? No, we're gonna riot. So how did they riot? What did they do to riot? Well, instead of going after the rich people, they went after all of the black folks in New York City, and they killed like hundreds of black people. Because they saw like, oh, slavery is it's you guys. You guys are the ones who want to be free and come and take our jobs and stuff. So we're going to go after you. Even though the people that they were mad at were the rich people for being able to buy their way out of the draft. Or the politicians for setting it up so that way the rich people could even buy their way out in the first place. But instead, they go and they kill black folks. And so to me, this just all I could think about was, even if classism is like the root of the problem, and people know that it's the root of the problem, exactly, the rich people will never face the consequences. Even in the most clear situation, you know, they're gonna pick, you know, if someone has a tiny bit of privilege, right, because they're white. They may be poor, but they're white. The Irish folks, they're gonna go after the marginalized group below them instead of punching up. They're gonna punch down. It's like, that's the lesson I feel like I get from this, is that when faced with the choice to punch up or punch down, MF's gonna punch down. Anyway, yeah, classism is wild. Because it's so prevalent and it's so obviously the problem. And yet, it's never gonna change. Well, that was bleak. Well, we went to a bleak place there. I saw this cool visualization on GitHub. I might be able to try to load it. I'll try. It might make my internet glitch out. What's it called? Let me check out this out first. Prisons, real numbers, GitHub. Here. So this person makes these like GitHub web pages, and so this is like actual number of Americans jailed or imprisoned, and then like you scroll through here, and like every little icon of a person is somebody in the United States who's imprisoned, and you can just scroll so long, and there's still people here. And this is even more intense on a phone, but this person has another one that has wealth shown to scale. And I mean, it's pretty mind-blowing. So like, there's like $1,000, $68,000 median U.S. household income, $1 million. This green section. This is the $1 million. This is green section. Here's $1 billion. Right? $1 million versus $1 billion. And then we got wealth of Jeff Bezos, 185 billion. Here's 80 million. And then you just be scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And it's still going. It's like deeply shocking how rich the super rich are. Like, we might think of like, you know, a celebrity, like, I don't know, whatever. Think of a famous actor, right? A famous actor is probably more in this section, right? This 80 million or something. But someone like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, like, it's unthinkable. This is I really like this as a way to visualize this. I'll drop a link in the chat if you're interested in it. Especially on a mobile phone, this is wild to go through. I think the US economy is doing so great. It's doing so great. And you know what they'll say? They'll say, well, we can't just dump all this money. We can't just tax them and dump it into the economy. The economy will fall apart. Like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it'll cost a little bit to get it in there, but the amount that the economy would benefit from will outweigh whatever it costs to integrate a wealth tax. Anyway, I'm on my soapbox. Oh, I'm on my soapbox. I'm way up on my soapbox. It's a cool link, though. You should check it out. And the cat is back. Oh, the cat is back. This is better. Oh, it kind of like wiggles in a weird way, the right arm. I gotta keep an eye out. He's not about to jump on my keyboard, mess up my keyframes. Does anyone smell lavender? Because Lise is on the soapbox. Does anyone smell lavender? I think Lise is up on the soapbox. Someone had to do it. Someone had to do it. You bring it out of me. You bring it out of me. I don't know what to say. I usually avoid talking about anything political on this channel, but you know, sometimes I just can't help it. You also already know where my politics lie. I think sometimes people don't, and so they don't say things like that. But you already know. And I see you posting on Twitter. I see you reposting stuff on Twitter, Milo. I know where you're at. Jeff's nonsense isn't political, Kappa. What are we on, Twitch? I see you trying to drop a Kappa. No, there's nothing political about being super rich. No. Nothing political. I mean, it shouldn't be, obviously. It shouldn't be. It should be obvious. It should be impossible. Should be against the laws of physics or something. For there to, or against the laws of economics. For that to even happen. I'll be tapping buttons. Tap, 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 tap. I bet you're a ninja in the Twitch chat. No, no, no. Not on the keyboard. Anywhere but the keyboard. Hey, wow, look at this chair. Wow, great chair. Ooh, that's a nice chair for a cat. Yeah, cats like that chair. Good job, buddy. Good job. That's a good spot for you. It's a real good spot for a cat. Cats need keyboards. Classic. Dude, I think it's because we put, it smells like us. Like I put all my fingers on it, and the cat's like, put your fingers on me. Scratch me. Tap me. Why are you tapping that? What the heck is that? I smell that you've been tapping that. What? Just put, I'm right here. I'm right here. I mean, bless Cat's heart for not knowing that we have other priorities besides that.
Pour some keyboard on me.
I kind of got that was a little high pitch there. It's like my voice threw right into the microphone. It just, boop, just like, just terrible. It's awful. Oh, he's on the move. He's on the move. He's fixing to do something. My little pocket sticking out. He's fixing to do something. Oh, what? How did you do that? I didn't even see you. He just got on my keyboard. Oh, he's so sneaky. He's so sneaky. And he's gotta know I'm about done with the stream. And he's like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Now. Like, give me a minute. Give me a minute, man. Dang. Dang, dude. Like, give me a minute. Dang. I'll pour some keyboard on you. Just give me a minute. Fix this arm. I hope I didn't break it. I don't even know anymore. When I'm hopping up on keyboards, who knows what's happened? Genuinely, I have no idea. I mean, definitely something ain't right here. Copy this, delete that, paste it on. It's a little weird when this hand goes back on the left side, by the way. I don't know how I feel about that. There's a lot here I don't know how I feel about. That's one of them. You gotta stay back. You gotta stay back. Maybe if we move that up. Not really. What bothers me is that the whole arm doesn't move. On that side. Dude, it cracks me up that he, like, gets all cozy, like he's lying down, like he's gonna sleep. Just to, like, get anxious again. He's so neurotic. And does this look fine in Godot? I'm so just like confused. You know, we can try what Stormrun was saying, potentially, if I adjust... Put this on 0. It still kind of has that pause. It still do be doing that pause. So I don't think that's making a positive difference. It's all hard to tell. It's all just a little hard to tell. If truth be told. I feel like that's just the way it looks like in Blender. Alright, so I won't worry about that. I mean, this is so much better in so many ways. Some kind of weird stuff with the right arm here. Like, it kind of doesn't know whether it wants to be in or out. The hand. There it's out. It comes back in, then it goes back out. So I think here, that hand should go out a little more. Oh, forgot to keyframe it. I forgot to actually keyframe it. So it's out. It comes back in. Don't come back in. Stay out. Looks better. And then it feels a little weird. Thanks, Tetris. Which one? The cat one or the one I'm sitting in? Welcome, Tetris. Good to see you. Oh, you know! You know! Yeah! You know, it is a Herman Miller. You already know! I got this refurbished, so I paid like half the price, which is still a very big price. Yeah, it's a nice chair. It's a nice chair. It's a very fancy chair. Indeed. It's cool. Like, I recognize this chair sometimes. Half the price of a Hermie. Yes. I think it was this one. I thought it was more than that, but yeah, we got a good deal on it. Let me pull this in. I believe it's this one or something. But you know, I'm gonna be sitting at it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I mean, this stream right here is almost 8 hours, you know? It better be comfy. Yeah, dude, it's changed my life, honestly. Like, it's made everything so much better to have a nice chair. It's like I never have problems anymore related to having a bad chair. Like, you know, it does like a good job of like just adjusting itself just a little bit. You got the same one? Dude, it is! It's life-changing. It's so much better. It's so much better. And then, you know, you can like tweak it. There's so many different vectors that I don't want to mess with it. I don't even want to mess with it because I don't want to mess up the perfection. You know, obviously you can move the arms up and down and stuff, but like, yeah, it's life-changing. It is life-changing. I appreciate that. It's a beauty. And even just the way that like this is, it's so perfect. I don't know how to show off what makes it cool. But like, you just have to trust us. You just have to trust us. It does the thing well. It does the thing well. It's just wonderful. And I love that you recognized it, because when I'm like watching like something on TV or whatever, or a video, and I'm like, hey, I know that chair. That's the chair. The place I see it the most is like recording studios. So like, you know, it'll be like, I don't know, Jay-Z or somebody like sitting at like a spread with like an amazing, I don't even know what you call it, whatever, like dials and knobs, whatever the hell that's called. And I'm like, I see that chair. I see that chair. That's where I see it the most, is with like music producers. Anyway. Very nice. Nice to talk to someone who has the chair, because sometimes I'll tell someone that this chair was really expensive, and they're like, why would you spend that much on a chair? Oh, trust me. You have to. You deserve to. I'm tickled that you recognized it. And you know, it's very in vogue to like have like a gamer chair, right? Like a chair that's like got that, like, you know what a gamer chair, you all know what it looks like, but we'll just, gaming chair. Right, but like this kind of stuff, right? Like this is like so much the norm. But I don't find these to be as comfortable. They're just not as comfortable. And it'd be nice to be part of the trend of having, you know, a chair that everybody else has. But you know what I care about more than that? Is being comfortable. It's also a very flexible chair because I often sit on it in weird ways. Like I'll sit on it like this or like this, but it works well for any pose that I want to do on it. Like it's still even though it's like designed for a certain type of sitting position, it's adaptable enough and it's sturdy. So it works out. I mean, I feel like this is fine, like, at this point. Like, maybe... Oh, it's kind of a weird spot. Maybe we could kick this arm out a little bit. The bend. Just a little bit. But then we just have to make sure I do it over here as well. Right, but then it comes out of here in a weird way. Yeah, it's kind of like we're just constantly pushing off. Like a ripple effect of the position. I'm trying to get this to like not fling around right here where it goes doop. Push that. Oh, he's on the move. He's on the move. That's where I put my keyboard. Don't sit on my stream deck. All right, buddy. Ooh, is this a chair? Oh my gosh. Wow, look at that chair. Oh yeah. Wow, good chair. No, it's not a Herman Miller. It's no Herman Miller. But it's alright for a cat. It's alright for a cat. I guess it's fine. I'm just gonna leave it like it is. So let's save it, and then we gotta make sure probably I'm not editing it still. Save it, and let's see what it's like in Godot. Let's see if it looks a little better. Where is he off to? Where is he off to? I don't know. He'll be back. He'll be back. He always is. We waiting for Godot? We waiting for Godot? No, we're not. Not today. Oh wow, it just yeeted it from here. It was like, we're just gonna delete it for you. Okay. Alright then. Alright, so here it is. And I'm gonna make editable children. Check out the animation player. Play the run. I mean, it's better. It's better. It's like better. You know, whatever. Yeah, it's better. It's definitely better. Let me bring them closer to each other so I can appreciate it. Is it better? Is it better? I mean, you know, the arm here, like especially look at the left and the right arm, you can just see they kind of do some of this, like trying to like get all over the place. And over here, I mean, there is still that weird, I don't like that. That is not my favorite. And the timing doesn't feel perfect to me. It's like he's doing one of these. But, I mean, the shoulders are much more well-behaved on this one than this one. Whee! It's the chair! Yay! Oh my god, he's had it. He's like, you're supposed to be done. I see that you have 3 minutes until it's 8 hours, Lise. He knows I'm supposed to be done. He just knows. He just knows. Where are you? Oh, you're on the green screen. He's on the green screen. I think it's better. I think it still needs a lot of work. Like I said, I like the original run animation. The original run animation, well, that's not a good example of it. The original run animation looks better overall to me. That'll be a good comparison too to see. It better. It better. You know, it still needs some work, but it better. I like the original one overall. That's on the left. The one on the left is the original run animation. I mean, it has some problems too, to be fair. Actually, I don't know. Wait, this is the wrong one. Wait a minute, this isn't the original. That's the original, there we go. Okay, that's the original run on the left. This one, to me, looks better in every conceivable way. But the problem was, its quaternions were doing too much. The quaternions were doing too much. And that was just an issue. So, look, the cat is beckoning. We're almost at 8 hours. We've got the main goal here today done. So I will play the outro music. So this was the original run. The original run still looks better to me.
But, you know, I did a little fine-tuning here and there to get that one right. I could do a lot more fine-tuning on this new one to get it better. You know, try to catch it up to this one. I think really the how much higher we go is part of what makes it look so good. And the going up and down, you know, there's a lot more bounce to it. So maybe we can use this as a model. But really the like main most important thing is that we can blend between them without glitches. That's the most important thing. And indeed, by shirking the quaternions, we have managed to get it so I can blend between the walk and the run using an animation tree. And we're in good shape. So that's a huge success. Thank you. And Saint Alvameda, thank you for saying that. It was great to get to chat with you and stuff. Thank you all for coming through and supporting Hyper Game Dev. There are some wonderful people who support Hyper Game Dev in awesome ways. For example, you've got these awesome patrons. There's actually one person on here, Nina, who isn't listed. Thank you, Nina, for supporting. I'm gonna get that scroller updated by tomorrow. So thank you. You can go over to patreon.com/hypergamedev to support there. You actually can join the Patreon for free. Yeah, you can join the Patreon for free. And by doing that, you'll get a newsletter in your email inbox every Friday. Here's the YouTube supporters. There's 2 people on here we gotta add. Tincho is a member, and Olaf is a member. I'm gonna make, we actually have Stormrun as a member now. I gotta update that, but you know, you get the idea. Wonderful people coming through, love to have them. Thank you. But head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev and hit join for free. Then you're gonna get in your email inbox a newsletter. I type it up every week, and it comes with a live stream. This is a secret live stream. It's not advertised anywhere else. You can only get this live stream. It's about like, you know, an hour, 2 hours long every Friday. It'll come in your email with a newsletter, and this is my gift to you for signing up for free on the Patreon. You don't have to pay anything. It'll just let us stay in touch a little bit better. So let's say we're not following each other on Twitter, and you don't even know Hyper Game Dev has a Twitter. You didn't even know that. It doesn't. So, you know, it's just a way to stay in touch for sure. So check that out. Thank you if you're able to. Other than that, y'all, what more can I say? We outie. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. We're gonna tackle the mysteries of the animation tree, and maybe I'll get to understand a little better what's going on in there. If you're watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for checking in. I wanna let you know that if you made it this far after the live stream, you might as well subscribe. If you haven't yet, you might as well hit that subscribe button. You got this far. Thank you for watching, I appreciate it. And if you're watching this after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that we did. And yes, thank you, citizens of the future. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog we're gonna do, and I'll see you there. All right, good night, y'all. Thank you.